She's alone. She sits down on a stump and cries. Sends a text to her mom. "Can you pick me up? Please." At a time like that, there's no mother in this forest or any other who drives faster through the trees. No one knows exactly where violence comes from. That's why someone who fights can always find a reasonable justification. "You shouldn't have provoked me. You know how I get. It's your own fault. You deserved it. You were asking for it." Leo Anderson is 12 years old and has never had a girlfriend. When a girl 2 years older comes up to him at his locker in school, he feels a rush of intoxication that he will never experience so strongly again. She smiles. "I saw you on the beach when you stood up to William Leet. Pretty brave." Leo has to hold on to the locker door as she walks off. When he has lunch, she sits down at the same table. That afternoon, after his last class, she appears in the corridor and asks if he wants to walk her home. Leo is usually picked up by one of his parents, so he has time to get to hockey practice. But his parents have been in their own little worlds recently, and Leo isn't planning to play hockey this autumn. He wants to be something else now. He doesn't know what. But when this girl looks at him, he thinks, "I want to be the sort of person she thinks is brave." So he texts his parents to say he's going over to a friend's. They'll just be relieved they don't have to pick him up. The girl and Leo take the path that runs through the tunnel under the main road between the school and the residential area on the other side. He takes a deep breath and summons up the courage to reach out his hand and take hold of hers. The tunnel is dark, and she slips from his fingers and runs. He stares in surprise as he hears her shoes patter on the concrete. Then there are other sounds, from other shoes. They're walking into the darkness from both directions. One of them is the girl's older brother. Leo didn't notice the red top under her jacket. The council installed this tunnel many years ago after years of campaigning by parents saying that children shouldn't have to cross the busy road. The tunnel was supposed to keep children safe, but now it's a trap instead. When Kira picks Maya up, her daughter pretends that everything is fine again. She's starting to get good at that. She says she twisted her ankle while she and Anna were jogging, and Kira is happy. Happy. Because a twisted ankle is so normal. It's part of normal 16-year-old life. "Do you feel like doing something? We could drive to Head and go for a coffee," Kira suggests, with all the training and rejection of a mother of teenagers, so her heart skips a beat when her daughter unexpectedly replies, "Okay." They drink coffee, they talk. They even laugh, as if this were all normal, and of course Kira is the one who spoils it, because she can't help asking, "How are you getting on with counselling, or with the psychologist? I don't know the difference, but I know you don't want to talk to your dad and me, but I just want you to know that you can if you want." Maya stirs her coffee, clockwise, anti-clockwise, in turn. "It's okay, Mum. I'm feeling good." Kira dearly wants to believe that. She tries to keep her voice steady. "Your dad and I have been talking. I'm going to cut my hours for a while, so I can be home a bit more." "What for?" Maya blurts out. Kira looks confused. "I thought you'd be pleased, if I'm home more." "Why would I be pleased?" Maya wonders. Kira squirms. "I haven't been a good mother, darling. I've been so focused on my career. I should have spent more time with you and Leo. Now your dad has to focus all his effort on the club for a while, so—" "Dad's always focused all his effort on the club," Maya interrupts. Kira blinks. "I don't want you to remember me as an absentee mom, especially not now. I want you to feel that you've got a normal mom." Maya puts her spoon down at that, leans across the table. "Stop it, Mom. You know, I'm so damn proud of your career. Everyone else had a normal mom, but I had a role model. All the other mums have to say to their kids that they can be whatever they want when they're older, but you don't have to say that, because you're demonstrating it every day." "Darling, Kira begins, but her voice breaks. Maya wipes her tears and whispers, "Mom, you taught me that I don't have to have dreams. I can have goals." Perhaps William Leet doesn't want to hurt anyone, There's a particular type of person who enjoys harming other people, but it isn't clear if he's one of them. One day he might wonder about that himself, how we end up the way we do. Unless he becomes the kind of person who goes through his whole life surrounded by excuses for violence. You shouldn't have provoked him. You know how he gets. You were asking for it. His friends are with him, but he doesn't have their unconditional support. They're not with him out of love or admiration, the way they followed Kevin and Benji. They're just going along with him because he's strong. So he needs to crush everyone who challenges him, because a lack of respect is like sparks in a summer forest. If you don't trample them out at once, the fire spreads until you find yourself surrounded. His guys stand at the ends of the tunnel. William goes in. It didn't need to get out of hand, because William starts by saying, "Not so tough now, are you?" If Leo had looked frightened, it could have stopped there. If the 12-year-old had just had the sense to tremble and sink to his knees and beg William for mercy. But it isn't William who sees fear in Leo's eyes. It's Leo who sees it in William's. So the 12-year-old says mockingly, "How tough are you, little Willie? You wouldn't even dare fight Benji. Are you going to wear a diaper when you play Beartown or what?" Leo may not really know why he says this, unless he doesn't care. The girl tricked him. He's going to carry a lump of black fury in his gut forever to remind him of how he felt when she ran and he realized that they'd planned this, and how they must have laughed when they did. And there's something about violence, about adrenaline, about the different frequencies in some people's hearts. Leo takes something out of his pocket and throws it onto the ground in front of William Leet. A cigarette lighter. William lashes out instantly, and his fist hits Leo's face as hard as a block of wood. Leo collapses and rolls around on all fours to keep the blood out of his eyes. He knows there's no way he can fight William and win, but there are many ways to avoid defeat. He sees that William has tears of rage in his eyes as he gets ready to kick him. He manages to dart out of the way in time, and in the same movement he kicks out as hard as he can and hits William in the crotch. Then he gets to his feet and hits as hard as he can. That might have been enough if he'd been bigger and heavier and William smaller and lighter, but Leo's punches are weak, half of them miss, and William merely sways. The boys at the ends of the tunnel stand motionless. William's fingers grab hold of Leo's top and close like a claw. Then the 18-year-old headbutts the 12-year-old in the nose. Blinded, Leo falls to the ground. And then? Dear God. Then William Leet doesn't stop stamping. Mother's song. You asked, am I a good mother? Always the same answer that you were seeking, when you should have known that you were the strength inside. You were all that I could become. You taught me the value of sorry, but the only time you retreated was when you were taking aim. You taught me the humility of tears, but never let me apologize for existing. You didn't dress me up in fragile garments. You gave me armor. You taught me that daughters don't have to have dreams. We can have goals. The boys at the ends of the tunnel stand, silent. Perhaps some of them feel they should intervene, call out that that's enough, that the kid's only 12 for God's sake. But it's easy to become desensitized. You can see something happen right in front of you without it having any greater effect than if you were seeing it in a film. Perhaps you have time to feel scared, think, good thing it isn't me, unless you're so shocked that you feel paralyzed. Could William have killed Leo in that tunnel? No one knows, because someone stops him. Jeanette, the teacher, has lots of little bad habits that she does her best to hide from both the pupils and the other staff in the school. She cracks her knuckles when she's nervous. She started doing that when she played on head hockey's girls' team. When she got older, she took up boxing, then martial arts, and she has plenty of strange habits left from those days. She stretches when she feels restless, warms up before classes each morning as if she were preparing for a game. For a while she was good, really good. Maybe she could even have become the best. For a single wonderful year she was a professional fighter, but hardly anyone in this town knows that because she got injured, and things went the way they always do. Either you're the best, or you're everyone else. She studied to become a teacher, lost the fire in her heart, the killer instinct. She had a coach who told her, "Jeanette, you have to want to go into the ring and crush another girl's dream, because if you don't, you've no business being here." That may have been true. She wishes it weren't. But perhaps sport really is precisely that merciless. She doesn't miss the pressure and stress, just the adrenaline. There's nothing in normal life that can replace it, that life-affirming fear when she climbed into the ring and there was just her and her opponent. You against me, right here, right now. She tries to find other ways of getting kicks. Working as a teacher often feels hopeless, but every now and then there are tiny, shimmering moments that make the long hours and humiliating wages worthwhile. When she manages to get through to someone, maybe even save something. There aren't many jobs that give you the chance to do that. In the afternoons, after the end of the school day, she goes up the hidden access ladder onto the roof. And up there, behind a ventilation drum above the dining room, a teacher can stand and look out across almost the whole of Beartown and have a cigarette without anyone seeing. That's the worst habit of all. She can see the tunnel from there, the one built under the main road to keep the children safe. She sees Leo and the girl go in. Only the girl runs out. Jeanette sees William and his guys approach from both directions. She drops her cigarette and runs for the ladder. This is a small school in a small town, but the building feels endless when you're running through it in panic. Kira and Maya arrive home. When Maya goes into her room, Kira sees the concert tickets on her wall. She can still remember the very first one, possibly more clearly than her daughter, and how Maya and Anna carried the tickets in their pockets for weeks. They secretly bought eyeshadow and put far too much on, then cut off their denim shorts until they were way too revealing. Kira dropped them off outside the concert and made them promise to come straight out the moment it was over, and they promised and laughed, and they were only children, but Kira knew she'd lost them, ever so slightly, at that moment. They ran off toward the stage, hand in hand, along with hundreds of other screaming girls, and that first taste of freedom is something you can never take away from someone. Music transformed Maya and Anna, and even if they chose completely different styles of music later in life, and did nothing but argue about what was junkie music and what was bleep-bleep music, they still had that in common. Music saved something inside them that might otherwise have been lost. Imagination, power, a glowing spark in their chests that always reminded them, don't let the bastards tell you what to be, go your own way, dance badly and sing loudly and become the best. Now Maya is 16 years old, and she kisses her mom on the cheek and goes into her room. Her mom sits in the kitchen, thinking about all the stories about girls being trampled and crushed at concerts in recent years, about terrorists bombing arenas. What if she had known all that back then? Would she have let the girls go? Not a chance. How can you ever do that again when you know that the whole world wants to hurt your child? Jeanette will always wonder what would have happened if she'd gotten there faster. Would William have found it easier to back down then? Would Leo have been less full of hate? Would the guys at the ends of the tunnel have been able to admit to themselves that things had gone too far? She yanks William's heavy body out of the way. He's lucky. He recognizes her quickly enough to stop himself taking a swing at her, too. There's a wild look in her eyes. They're a fighter's eyes, not a teacher's. William gasps for breath and doesn't even look at Leo when he splutters. "It was him who started it. He was asking for it." Jeanette will always feel ashamed of what she does next. She has no excuse. But everything that happened in the spring, the rape and silence toward one of the girls in Jeanette's own school, and the vile behavior that this community demonstrated afterward, filled Jeanette with shame and anger. She's not alone. The whole town is angry. She sees the same thing in William Leet. He's just angry at different things than she is. We rarely take out our anger on those who deserve it. We just take it out on whoever is standing closest. "What did you say?" Jeanette hisses. "He was asking for it," William Leet repeats. Her kick hits him so hard in the side of his knee that his body disappears. He falls as if he's been shot. Her balance is so perfect that she's already standing on both feet by the time he hits the ground, so relaxed that she could have started whistling. But when she realizes what she's just done, her lungs tighten. Her martial arts coach always used to stress, "Never lose control. Never let your feeling grab the wheel, Jeanette, because that's when you do really stupid things." Kira is sobbing helplessly in the kitchen, hiding her face in her sweater so her daughter won't hear her. On the other side of the door, her daughter is lying on her bed beneath walls covered with concert tickets, crying hard under the covers so her mom won't hear her. She's grateful that it's so easy to fool your parents, that they're so desperate for you to be happy that they believe you even when you're lying. Maya knows that her mom and dad need to be allowed to regain control of their lives in their own ways, and take back what Kevin took from them too. Her mom needs to feel that she's good enough. Her dad needs to rescue his hockey club, because they need to feel they can succeed at something. Stand up, hit back, win. They mustn't end up afraid of the dark, because it won't be possible to survive together then. Their daughter can hear them arguing, even when they aren't saying a word. Where there used to be 2 wine glasses in the kitchen, she now sees only 1. She knows her dad is getting home later and later, sees him stand outside the door for longer and longer before coming inside. She notices the envelopes containing invitations to conferences that her mom never asks if she can attend. Maya knows that if her parents split up, they'll say it wasn't her fault, and she'll know that they're lying. She was the one Kevin broke, but they were the ones who snapped. William Leete gets hesitantly to his feet. "Lucky for you I don't hit women," he pants. "I'd advise you not to try," Jeanette replies, even though all the voices of reason in her head are yelling, "Keep quiet, Jeanette." "I'm going to report you, you—" Leete begins, but Jeanette snaps back, "And say what?" She's an idiot, she knows that, but she's an angry woman in an angry town, and normal rules no longer seem to apply around here. The youths at the ends of the tunnel have backed away. They're not fighters, just bullies. Tough only when they've got the upper hand. William is different, Jeanette can see that. He's got something inside him that makes him worse. He spits on the ground, but doesn't say anything else. Perhaps he's worried that he's killed Leo when he turns and walks away, unless perhaps his brain is suppressing it, finding excuses. He shouldn't have provoked me. He knew what would happen. When the tunnel is empty, Jeanette bends over Leo. His face is bloody, but his breathing is regular, and, to Jeanette's surprise, his eyes are open, calm and alert. William stamped and kicked him, but something must have restrained him, because Leo's face hasn't been smashed in. Nothing is broken. His body is covered in bruises, but those can be concealed by clothing, just like the scratch marks. And the swelling around his eyes and nose is no worse than for him to be able to lie to his mother and say he was hit in the face by a ball during a gym class. "You shouldn't have done that," the boy tells the teacher. "No," she agrees. She interprets it as a mark of consideration, but that's not what Leo means. "Don't you ever watch wildlife documentaries? Wild animals are always at their most dangerous when they've been wounded." Leo gurgles, tasting blood in his mouth. As soon as the blows stopped raining down on the 12-year-old, he started to think about how he could get his revenge. He could feel William choosing to stamp on his thighs instead of his kneecaps, aiming for the softer parts of his body instead of knocking his teeth out, giving him bruises on his shoulder instead of trying to break his arm. Leo won't regard William's display of mercy as goodness, merely as weakness. He's going to get his own back. When the 12-year-old crawls to his feet, Jeanette says dutifully, "We have to report this to—" Leo shakes his head. "I fell. William was trying to help me up. And if you say any different, I'll say I saw you kick a pupil." The teacher should protest. It will be easy to condemn her in hindsight for not doing so. But you learn to keep your mouth shut in this forest, for better and for worse. She knows who Leo's big sister is, knows all his reasons for being angry. If Jeanette reports this to the school or the police, he will never trust her again. She will never have a chance to get through to him then. So she says instead, "Let's make a deal. I don't report this to anyone, and you come up to Andriovich's kennels. You know where that is?" The boy nods, not cockily, and wipes blood from his nose on his sleeve. "Why?" "I'm running a martial arts class there." "You want to teach me to fight?" "I want to teach you not to fight." "I don't want to be unkind, but you seem pretty bad at not fighting," Leo points out. Jeanette's face cracks into an embarrassed smile. Leo starts to move away, slowly and painfully, but when she tries to help him, he brushes her hand away. Not aggressively, but definitely not as the start of any negotiations. Leo knows what the teacher is trying to do. She's trying to rescue him. She won't succeed. 26. Whose town will it be? You try to be a good parent in every way, but you never know how. It's not a difficult job, just impossible. Peter is standing outside his daughter's room with a pair of drumsticks in his hand. She used to be his little girl. It was his job to protect her. But now he can't even look her in the eye because he feels so ashamed. When she was little, they lay together on a bed that was too narrow on one of those nights when it felt as though they were the last two people on earth. The little child lay asleep against his neck, and he hardly dared breathe. Her heart was beating like a rabbit's, and his kept pace. He was so happy that he was terrified, so complete that he could think only of the fragments if life shattered again. Children make us vulnerable. That's the problem with dreams. You can get to the top of the mountain and discover that you're scared of heights. She's 16 now. Her dad stands outside her room, too much of a coward to knock. He always used to call her Pumpkin when she was little. She never liked hockey, so when she fell in love with playing the guitar, Peter learned to play the drums, just so he could play with her in the garage. That happened less and less as the years passed, of course, because he was always so busy. Work, the house, life. You start to say, "tomorrow," more often. When his daughter brought him the drumsticks, he would ask, "Have you done your homework?" But now he's the one standing there with the drumsticks in his hand. He knocks tentatively on Maya's door, as if he almost hopes she won't hear. "Hmm?" she grunts. "I just thought I'd see if you've got your guitar. Do you feel like having a jam in the garage?" She opens the door. Her sympathy crushes him. "I'm studying, Dad. Tomorrow, maybe?" He nods. Sure, Pumpkin. Tomorrow." She kisses his cheek and closes the door. He can barely look her in the eye. He's trying to find a way to be her dad again, but he doesn't know how. You never know how. That evening, the Anderson family are as far from each other as it's possible to get in a small house. Maya is lying on her bed with headphones on at high volume. Kira is sitting in the kitchen dealing with emails. Peter is sitting in the bathroom with the door locked, staring at his phone. Leo hides the bruises on his body under a thick tracksuit and blames his swollen face on the fact that he got hit by a ball in gym class. Perhaps they believe him. Unless they just want to believe him. Everyone is caught up in his or her own anxiety this evening, so no one hears when Leo opens his window and sneaks out. Peter calls Richard Theo. He answers on the third ring. "Yes?" the politician says. Peter gulps, even though his mouth is dry, and the only thing he seems to swallow is his pride. "I want to ask something about our agreement," he says. He's whispering, sitting in the bathroom because he doesn't want his family to overhear. "What agreement?" the politician asks, wiser than anyone who talks about that sort of thing on the phone. Peter takes a deep breath. "It might be difficult to get hold of a carpenter in Beartown at this time of year." It's his way of asking the politician not to force him to rip out the standing area in the rink, not to force him to confront the pack. Not right now. But the politician replies, "I don't know what you're talking about. But if we had an agreement, you and I, then I would have expected you to keep your side of it without exception, because that's what friends do." "You're asking me to do something dangerous. You know a local politician around here has had an axe embedded in her car, and I've got a family." "I'm not asking you to do anything, but you're a sportsman, and I didn't think sportsmen defended violent hooligans," Richard Theo replies scornfully. Peter holds the phone to his ear long after the politician has hung up. He can still see the announcement of his death in front of him if he closes his eyes. He's going to be able to save his club, but what dangers is he exposing his family to? He'll be able to give his town a hockey team, but whose town will it be? They say small leaks sink big ships, but sometimes not fast enough for some men. Richard Theo makes a call to London. Then an email is sent from the factory's new owner to the general manager of Beartown Ice Hockey. Its content is simple. As the new sponsor, he demands a guarantee that Peter Anderson really does intend to keep his promise to create a more family-friendly, fully seated arena. No one mentions anything about the pack or any hooligans. The email never reaches Peter. It's obviously just a harmless mistake. The sender spelled his surname with one S instead of two. If anyone were to ask later, everyone will be confused. Peter will say he never received the email. The sponsor will say that it negotiated through a go-between, and the harder it is to get a clear idea of what actually happened, the more convinced people will be that everyone involved is hiding something. No one will ever need to explain exactly how a copy of the email suddenly ended up in the hands of the local paper. The reporter will refer to a trusted source. Once the news is out, it won't matter where it came from. In the end, no one will be able to prove whose idea it was to get rid of the standing area at the rink. The members of the pack always embrace when they meet and before they part, with their fists clenched against each other's backs. Some people see this as a sign of violence, but to them it isn't. Teemu Rinius still lives at home with his mother. Police investigations have suggested that this is because he can't get a home of his own using the illegal earnings he lives off of, and he lets everyone believe that. The truth is that he can't leave his mother alone. Someone needs to do the counting at home. There are lots of jokes about the Rinius brothers' criminality, such as, "What's a triathlon for the Rinius brothers? Walking to the swimming pool and cycling home." And, "The Rinius brothers are sitting in a car. Who's driving? The police." When Vidar became the goalie on the boys' hockey team, someone in the stands joked, "Of course that family make good goalies. They can't keep their hands off anything." That joke was told only once. You can say what you like about the Rinius brothers, but math was their best subject at school. They've been counting all their lives. How many pills are left in the bottles in the bathroom? How many hours has Mom been asleep? When Vidar got caught and was sent away, that responsibility fell to Teemu alone. It was worse then because all their mom wanted to do was sleep longer and deeper once her youngest son was taken off to the treatment centre. Vidar was always her little baby, no matter what he got up to. Teemu is sitting at her kitchen table now. She's clattering with frying pans and saucepans, and he's not used to it. She laughs out loud, and it's been a long time since she last did that. When Teemu told her that Vidar was being released early, she cleaned the whole house in a rush of happiness. The next morning was the first time in years that Teemu counted the same number of pills in the bottles 2 days in a row. "My baby, my baby," his mom sings happily to herself over at the stove. She never asked why Vidar is being released or who arranged it, but that anxiety is gnawing away at Teemu. He tells himself that he just wants the same as all simple men do, to have his little brother home, make his mom happy, live a simple life. But that isn't true. He has to protect them too. That's always been his responsibility, his obsession. My baby, coming home to Mama," his mom sings. Teemu's mind wanders off. The pack was never as coordinated or as militarily organized as people thought. Everyone says, "What pack?" or "Timu who?" if strangers ask. But that isn't entirely put on. He isn't a dictator. The Black Jackets are basically just a group of friends who stick together because of two simple loves, hockey and each other. The politicians and board members and journalists talk an awful lot of bullshit about hooligans when it suits their purposes. But those greedy bastards don't love the club or the town the way the members of the pack do. Timu's two best friends, Spider and Woody, can fight like wild animals. But they never attack innocent people. And when the worst storm in a century hit the forest a few years ago, those two were the guys who went from house to house clearing trees from gardens and mending roofs and windows without asking for any form of payment. Where were the journalists and board members then? Police investigations describe Woody and Spider as gang members, but to this day, they can't walk past any of those houses without being invited in for coffee. Timu isn't a child. He knows his guys haven't got hearts of gold, but they have honor, their own sort. Spider was bullied as a child, never wanted to shower after PE, so a gang of boys in his class thought that meant he was gay. They threw him into the shower and beat the crap out of him with twisted wet towels. Gay was the worst insult they could think of, the weakest thing a boy could be. So Spider has hated two things ever since, gays and bullies. After an away game 6 or 7 years ago, the pack got stopped by the cops. Timu's little brother, Vidar, who was only 12 at the time, was sitting alone in a branch of McDonald's, and a gang of opposing fans were on their way there. When Spider realized that, he tore free from the police. Dogs, horses, and a rapid response unit were unable to stop him. He and Vidar held off 10 of their opponents inside McDonald's for 20 minutes. Spider landed 4 people in hospital, and 12-year-old Vidar smashed a chair and used the legs as weapons, a warrior even then. Woody is different. He comes from a nuclear family, lives on the edge of the heights, works in his dad's business. But he has the same things inside him as Spider. When Woody was a teenager, his cousin was raped by some lowlife when she was on holiday. When Timu found out, he stole a car, drove through the night, and got to the airport just in time to stop Woody from getting onto a plane, because Woody was planning to go and take on the whole country. He sobbed with rage in Timu's arms, his fists clenched behind his back. Woody has a girlfriend now. She has a good job in administration at the council's housing association, and they've just had a daughter. It was Woody who persuaded Timu that the pack should take Maya Anderson's side in the spring rather than Kevin Airedale's. "I don't care if we end up in the lowest league on the planet. I'll stand in that rink anyway, but I'm not standing up for a rapist," he said. The pack made a decision then, and now they're dealing with the consequences. They voted to keep Peter Anderson in the club, and now they've heard that the Rat has brought in sponsors who want to get rid of the standing area. Timu's phone hasn't stopped ringing. The guys want war. "But I don't understand why my baby can't live at home with his own mother," Timu's mother suddenly repeats, and he is wrenched from his daydreams. "What?" Timu mutters. His mother tosses an envelope from the council's housing association on the table. "It says in that letter that Vidar's got an apartment of his own. What's the point of that? He's got a mother." Only then do the pieces of the puzzle fall into place for Timu. When the man in a suit comes out of the council building and opens the door of his car, the figure is suddenly standing behind him. Richard Theo is alarmed but not surprised. He collects himself quickly and asks, "Who are you?" Timu Rinius takes 2 steps forward. He doesn't lay a finger on him, but he's close enough for them to feel each other's breath, meaning that the politician feels physical fear. That afflicts all of us, those of us who can't fight. It doesn't matter if we have money or power or know that a courtroom could give us justice. No one can protect us in a dark parking lot for the few seconds it takes a man like Timu to assault us and knock us out. We know that, as does he. So he says, "You know who I am. My little brother Vidar has been locked up, but now he's suddenly being released. I didn't understand why. But then I heard that Beartown Ice Hockey's new coach wants him on the team. No hockey club could get my brother out of that clinic, but perhaps a politician could. Richard Theo's pulse rate speeds up, but he manages to keep his voice steady. I'm afraid I don't know what you're talking about. Timu looks at him ominously, but eventually he backs away and gives the politician some air. He raises a warning finger to let the politician know that he isn't the only person in Beartown who's good at gathering information. My mum got a letter from the council's housing association. My brother's been given an apartment. We checked to see who filed the application. It was you. Theo nods. It's my job to help the town's inhabitants. All of them. The fact that Theo's address appeared in the housing association's register could, of course, have been a mistake, unless it was a message that he assumed Timu would eventually find. After all, his friend Woody does have a girlfriend who works in the offices of the housing association. Timu snarls. I'm the wrong person to play games with. What do you want with my family? Richard Theo plays dumb, which is brave of him. I'm not the sort of man who asks people for things, especially not people who belong to, what are you called again? The pack? What pack? Timu asks. His face doesn't even harden. He's had years to practice that fake nonchalance, and it impresses the politician. So Theo raises his hands and says, Okay, I confess. I know who you are. And I think you and I can be friends, Timu. Why? Because we have a lot in common. We don't always do what we should, but we do what we have to. I get portrayed in the media as dangerous and wicked, simply because I don't follow all the rules that the establishment has created to stop men like us. I dare say you can recognize yourself in that. Timu spits on the ground. Your suit cost a month's wages for a normal person. Theo considers this. You're not a bad man, Timu. You take care of your friends, your family, and you want a better life for your brother, don't you? Timu doesn't even blink. Get to the point. The thing is, I have no illusions about what society is, and neither do you. We belong to different groups, we're different people, but we look after our interests the same way. You don't know anything about me, Timu says. The politician ventures a smile at this. Perhaps not. But I watched a lot of horror films when I was younger, so I know that the monster is always at its worst right before you set eyes on it. Our imaginations are always much more terrifying than we're actually aware of. I think you've constructed this pack of yours the same way. There probably aren't as many of you as people think. You let people's imaginations make you more terrible than you actually are. Timu's eyebrows sink, the only movement he allows himself. There is no pack. The politician says confidently, No, of course not. But everyone needs friends, Timu. Because friends help one another. With what? Richard Theo replies softly. Your standing area in the rink. Leo is walking through Beartown without really knowing where he's going. The swelling and bruises from the assault in the tunnel are slowing him down, but he needs to move about. Needs to get out into the night air and prove to himself that he's not afraid. At first he walks towards the heights, towards William Leeds' house, like a child who's burned himself on a stove but can't help touching it again. But all the houses there are silent and dark, so Leo heads toward the town centre instead. There are men standing outside the bearskin smoking. 2 of them are Woody and Spider. Leo stands in the shadows and mimics their body language, lights a cigarette of his own and tries to smoke it the way they do. Perhaps the 12-year-old hopes that if he can look like them, he can become like them too, the sort of person no one messes with. Richard Theo shows no sign of smugness when he says standing area, even though that gets Timu's full attention in an instant. What about the standing area? Timu asks, as if he didn't already know. Richard Theo takes his time replying. There are rumours that the new sponsor wants it demolished. Timu's mask cracks, and the hatred shines through. If Peter Anderson so much as touches our stand, he'll... He stops himself abruptly, The politician repeats in a conciliatory tone, "Like I said, I want to be your friend." "Why?" The politician gets straight to the point at last. "Because this spring the membership of Beartown Ice Hockey voted on whether to let Peter Anderson continue as general manager, and you saw to it that he won. I'm a politician. I understand the value of a man who can get other people to vote the way he wants." Timu peers at him skeptically. "So you're going to persuade Peter not to touch the stand?" The politician's lie comes effortlessly. "No. Peter refuses to listen to politicians. He refuses to listen to anyone. He wants to control the club single-handedly. But I can talk to the new sponsors. They're reasonable people, and they'll appreciate the value of a group of ardent fans. Isn't that what you are?" Timu chews the inside of his cheek thoughtfully. "What happens to Peter?" "I don't know anything about hockey, but general managers get fired from time to time, don't they? The wind can change direction quickly." "You better hope the wind never changes direction against my brother," Timu snarls. Richard Theo bows politely. "I can give you what you want. Your stand, your club, and a Beartown team containing guys from Beartown. Can we be friends?" Timu nods slowly. The politician gets into his car. "Then I won't detain you any longer, Timu, because I believe you have business in Hid this evening." Timu's eyelids twitch. Richard Theo enjoys the moment. If you want something from a person, you need to understand what motivates him, and Timu is a protector. As a child, he fought grown men in his kitchen to protect his mother. As a teenager, he founded the Pack to protect his younger brother. But that's not all. It's easy to believe that he doesn't even like sports, that it's just an excuse for the violence and a pretext for criminal behavior. But if you look into his eyes when he talks about Beartown ice hockey, you'll see that this town is his home. That standing area in the arena is the only place where he isn't worried, isn't weighed down by a feeling of responsibility for everyone around him. Hockey is his fantasy world, just as it is for the general managers and coaches and players. And people like Timu will always protect their happiest places with their most dangerous weapons. So he snaps. "What are you talking about? Why would I have business in Hid?" Richard Theo smiles. "I thought you'd already seen the video clip." At that moment, Timu's phone vibrates in his pocket as a text message arrives. Then another. Then another. Leo is still standing in the shadows on the other side of the street when the men outside the bearskin get so many text messages in succession that their phones sound like pinball machines. They're all looking at the same video. Leo can't see what it is, but he can hear them talking about it. "Those cocksuckers in Hid deserve to die." Another one looks at his own phone and replies in a harsh voice. "Timu's just texted me. He's seen the video. He wants us to fetch the guys." It doesn't take Leo a minute to find the clip on his own phone. Everyone in his school has started to circulate it, and Leo figures out what's going to happen now. He runs straight into the forest. If he hurries, he might actually get to Hid before the Pack does. There's going to be a fight. Timu Rinius walks to the kennels in the darkness. Adri sees him through the window. He hasn't got any bottles with him, and he's alone. "Is your brother here?" Timu asks. Adri recognizes the look in his eye. "He's up on the roof," she says. Timu smiles delightedly. "I was thinking of buying him a beer. Do you want to come?" Adri shakes her head slowly. "If he gets hurt, I'll kill you." Timu pretends not to understand. "Hurt? From drinking beer?" Adri raises her hand and reaches for his chin. "You heard me." Timu smiles. Adri goes into the house. She knows what's going to happen tonight. She wishes Benji wasn't going to be involved in the fight, but sooner that than him lying on his back in the forest whispering about mistakes. She checks that the key to the gun cabinet is under her pillow, then she goes to bed. Benji is sitting on the roof of the outhouse, smoking beneath the stars. Timu climbs up the ladder and peers over the edge. "Do you want a beer, Ovich?" There's something about the way he says it, a hint of stifled laughter. "What? No?" Benji asks, immediately more sober. Timu holds up his phone and plays the clip that's gone viral online. "Someone's burning a Beartown jersey in the square and hit." "Why should I be bothered?" Benji wonders. Timu has already started to climb back down when he replies. He's so confident that Benji will climb down after him. "It's my bear on the front of the jersey, Ovich, and it's your name on the back." His voice isn't angry, more playful. If anyone had seen Benji climb down from the roof, they'd have understood why. Timu understands him. They're the same sort. Benji smiles. "What do you have in mind?" "I was thinking of buying you a beer. I've heard they have good beer in Hit." 27. Hatred and Chaos. Timu and Benji walk past the town sign, calmly and sensibly, in no hurry. They stop in the main square and Hit. The remains of the burned jersey are lying on the ground. It's dark, but they don't need any light to know that there are eyes watching them from all the windows. The two walk up and down the main street in Hit, each clutching a beer bottle. Bare-chested, their bear tattoos shining like beacons in the night. They wait until they're sure phone calls have been made, bodies roused, metal pipes tossed into the back of cars. Then the two walk calmly out of Hit again, a couple of 100 feet into the forest, until they reach a clearing. There, 6 men in black jackets are waiting. A quarter of an hour later, twice as many men show up from Hit. That doesn't matter, because not all 20 from Hit can fight, and Timu has only men who can. He's brought Spider and Woody and all his best guys. Above all, he's brought Benji. A fight in a dark forest isn't organized or choreographed. Nothing but hatred and chaos. It's no place for practiced footwork and elegant moves. Just stay on your feet, survive, and make sure that as many of them as possible end up on the ground before you do. Never retreat. Keep moving forward. There are no rules and no white flags. You might kill someone without meaning to. You might land one too many kicks or hit them somewhere you shouldn't. You knew what you were letting yourself in for when you came, and so did they. It's a terrifying experience for everyone. If you're not afraid, then you've never fought against an equal before. You have to dig deep within yourself and find something there, something terrible, something out of control. Your truest self. Violence is the easiest and the hardest thing in the world to understand. Some of us are prepared to use it to get power, others only in self-defense, some all the time, others not at all. But then there's another type, unlike all the others, who seem to fight entirely without purpose. Ask anyone who has looked into a pair of those eyes when they turn dark, and you'll realize that we belong to different species. No one can really know if those people lack something that other people possess, or if it's the other way around. If something goes out inside them when they clench their fists, or if something switches on. Almost all fights are won or lost long before they start. The brain needs to be working. The heart needs to be pounding before your hands can do the same. And you will be scared. If not just of being hit, then of being vanquished. If not of being injured, then of injuring someone else. That's why adrenaline appears, the body's biological defense. Claws out, horns lowered, hooves raised, canine teeth bared. The first blow? That doesn't decide anything, doesn't say anything about you. The rest, on the other hand, reveal everything. Anyone can throw one punch out of anger or fear or out of pure instinct. But punching an adult's jaw as hard as you can is like slamming your fist into a brick wall. And when you hear the crunch of bone giving way beneath your fingers, something happens. When the enemy slumps, stumbles backward, and you see the fear in his eyes. Perhaps he even raises a trembling hand to plead for mercy. What do you do then? Do you punch again? In the same place? Even harder? That makes you a different sort of person, because most people can't do that. No one who has seen you throw that second punch will ever fight with you again. Timu and Benji go first, side by side. Bodies crouch low around them. The first man who rushes at Benji seems to have picked him out, but it's a bad decision. The man is taller and larger and heavier, but none of that matters here. Once Benji has landed his first punch, he holds the man up with his other hand so he can punch him again in exactly the same place, even harder. Benji feels nothing when he lets go, and the man's head hits the ground with a dull thud, like a child dropping a cinnamon bun on a beach. Benji used to really feel it, the adrenaline, the rush, sometimes even a sort of joy. But something's broken. He's passed some sort of boundary. He stops mid-movement. He has time to think a thought, and you're not supposed to do that. Not in the forest, not in the darkness, not when they're armed. Someone creeps up on him from behind with a metal pipe, swings it at his knees, and Benji realizes too late that the men from Head might lose a fight tonight, but they're going to win a hockey game. We don't know people until we know their greatest fears. Benji hears the scream, how loud it is. He hears the scream before he feels the pain. He waits for his body to give way, for his knee to buckle under the impact of the pipe. He has time to wonder if he isn't only going to lose out on the game against Head, but on an entire career. After spending his whole life on the ice without serious injury, his knee will never be completely whole again, no chance. And he has time to think that the weirdest thing is that he isn't afraid. He isn't distraught. He doesn't care. How many years of training? How many hours? He doesn't give a damn about the game. He stands still, breathless at the realization of how little it means. But he's still standing. It takes him several seconds to realize that he's uninjured, that the pipe missed him. From the corner of his eye he sees a boy, no more than 12 years old, swinging something wildly and indiscriminately around him in terror. The man who was swinging the pipe at Benji falls to the ground. It was his scream Benji heard, not his own. The boy is holding a thick branch. Tears are running down his cheeks. Benji recognizes him. Leo Anderson, Maya Anderson's younger brother. Someone lands a glancing blow on the boy's eye. He stumbles backward, and Benji finds himself thinking that that isn't okay. He doesn't turn around and fight. Instead, he grabs the boy by the arm and runs, up the slope, into the forest, away through the trees. He can hear the cries behind him. He knows that men from Head will spread the story of how Benji Ovich ran from a fight. Coward. He doesn't care. Leo struggles against him for the first few steps, but soon he, too, is running, out into the darkness. Leo gets to know Benji that night, gets to know his fears. Benji isn't afraid of fighting. He's not afraid of getting beaten up, not even afraid of dying. But he's terrified of this, turning around and seeing a 12-year-old get hurt and feeling responsible. Anyone who feels responsibility isn't free. They run all the way back to Beartown. Leo, gasping for breath, doesn't stop until Benji does. The 12-year-old's foot is hurting, and he wonders if he's got a stone in his shoe, then looks down and realizes that his shoe isn't there. He must have lost it during the fight and has run the whole way without noticing thanks to the adrenaline. His toes are bleeding. "My name is Leo and—" Benji's breathing is measured, as if he's just had an afternoon nap beside a sun-drenched window. "You're Maya Anderson's brother. I know." Leo's voice changes quickly. "Don't give me some sermon about how I shouldn't fight because I—" Benji holds one of his hands up abruptly. "You're her brother. Apart from her, there probably isn't anyone around here with a greater right to want to punch someone in the face." Leo's breathing starts to calm down, and he nods gratefully. "I didn't think. I was hiding in the forest. I just wanted to watch the fight. But you didn't see the guy with the pipe. He was about to—" Benji smiles. "If he'd been aiming at my head, it wouldn't have been a problem. There's not much left up there to damage. But if he was planning to hit my kneecap, I owe you a serious debt of thanks for making sure he couldn't do it. How's your eye?" "Nothing to worry about." Benji pats him on the shoulder. You're a tough kid, Leo. When you get older, you'll realize that that's both a good thing and a bad thing. Leo spits on the ground and repeats the words he heard the men outside the bearskins say, and they feel good in his mouth. Those cocksucking motherfuckers! William Leet and his fucking cocksucker friends and all their fag friends and Hid! I hate them! Benji blinks sadly at each word, but not so that the boy notices. It's getting late. You should go home. Can you teach me to fight like you? Leo asks admiringly. Nope, Benji replies. Why not? Benji's chin drops, and a knot in his chest tightens. He can see that Leo is awestruck by his ability to hurt other people. Benji doesn't know who he hates most for that. You haven't got it in you, Leo, he says quietly. The boy snaps. Not just his voice, his whole being. Kevin raped my sister! What sort of man am I if I don't? Benji hugs the boy and whispers in his ear. I've got sisters too, and if anyone did to one of them what Kevin did to Maya, I'd be full of hate too. Leo splutters in despair. If Kevin raped one of your sisters, you'd have killed him! Benji knows he's right, so he tells the truth. So don't end up like me then, because once you do, it's too late to change. 28. Goddamn homo. The next morning, Anna and Maya stop 100 feet from the school. They've started to do that every day. It's becoming an energy-gathering ritual that armor plates them. Anna clears her throat and asks, very seriously, Okay, have diarrhea every day for the rest of your life, or always have to go to the toilet with the door open? Maya roars with laughter. What is it with you and shit these days? Is that all you think about? Answer the question, Anna commands. It's an idiotic question, Maya points out. You're idiotic. Diarrhea or an open door, always open. No matter where you go to the toilet, for the rest of your life. Maya giggles. I've got a class now. Anna shudders. How can we possibly have played this game our whole lives without you understanding the rules? You have to answer. That's like the whole point. Maya shakes her head teasingly. Anna gives her a shove. Maya laughs and shoves back, but Anna jumps out of the way so nimbly that Maya falls over. Anna sits on top of her, grabs hold of her hands and yells, Answer before I mess up your makeup! Diarrhea! Diarrhea! Maya half laughs, half shouts. Anna helps her up. They hug each other. I love you, you nutter, Maya whispers. Us against the world, Anna whispers back. Then they get ready for yet another day. There's a flutter somewhere between your stomach and your ribcage, like a flag flapping in a storm. Those first moments when you fall in love with someone, when someone looks at you, those days after the first kiss, when it's still your incomprehensible little secret that you want me. It's a vulnerability. There's nothing more dangerous. By the time school starts for the day, someone has written 3 words on Benji's locker with a red pen. Run, Benji, run! Because they know that's what he did last night. He's been untouchable for so long in this town that the slightest crack in his armor will be exploited mercilessly by his enemies. He ran from a fight. He fled. He isn't the person everyone thought he was. He's a coward. They watch him when he arrives, waiting for a reaction when he reads the words. But it's as if he doesn't even see them. Maybe that's why they start to worry if he's understood. So when an entire school day passes without Benji showing the slightest sign of regret or shame, someone yells, Go on, run, Benji, run! When he walks past the cafeteria. William Leet and his guys are sitting at a table in the far corner. It's impossible to know who shouted, but Benji turns around and does as they suggested. He runs, straight at them, at top speed with his fists clenched. Other pupils throw themselves out of the way, tables topple, chairs go flying. When Benji stops dead a foot from William Leet, one of Leet's friends has leaped under the table, 2 more are practically sitting in each other's laps, and one moves backward so hard that he hits his head against the wall. But William Leet hasn't moved a muscle. He sits still, eyes open, meeting Benji's stare. And Benji sees himself in him. He, too, has crossed a boundary. The cafeteria is silent, but the two 18-year-olds can hear each other's heartbeats, calm, watchful.
"Sore feet, Ovage. We heard you ran all the way from the forest,"
Leet snarls. At first, Benji looks thoughtful. Then he takes off his shoes, then both his socks, and drops them into Leet's lap.
"Here you go, William. Your only chance of a three-way."
Leet's jaw tightens, and his reply is more clenched than he would have liked.
"They're sweaty, like a coward's."
He's trying not to let his eyes land on Benji's watch, but fails. He knows who Benji got it from, and Benji knows he knows. So jealousy eats away at William when Benji grins.
"I was actually looking for you in the forest, William. But you never dare take part in fights when the numbers are even, do you? You're only tough on video. That's why your team never trusts you."
Small dots of shame burn on William's cheeks.
"I didn't know there was going to be a fight. I was at home. It wasn't me who burned the jersey,"
he snaps.
"No.
You're not man enough to do that," Benji replies. He turns and leaves the cafeteria, and only then does William Leet shout something. Benji doesn't hear what. The only words he hears are,
"Goddamn homo!"
Benji stops, so that no one sees him tumbling into the abyss that's just opened up in front of him. He sticks his hands into his pockets, so no one will see them shaking. He doesn't turn around so that Leet can't see what's happened as he asks,
"What did you say?"
Leet repeats what he said, encouraged by the unexpected advantage.
"I said your coach is a disgusting goddamn homo. Are you proud of that? Playing on a bullshit rainbow team?"
Benji fastens his jacket so his pulse isn't visible through his shirt. Leet shouts something else, and all his guys laugh. Benji walks out into the corridor, and through the crowd he sees a polo shirt. Green today. The teacher's eyes are pleading, as if he wants to say sorry, but knows that the word is too small. There's a flutter inside Benji then, a flag coming loose in a storm. He can't let anyone make him that weak, not this season. He leaves the school, walking slowly on purpose, but as soon as he's out of sight he runs, right into the forest, slamming his fist into every tree he passes. A younger boy stops at a different locker in the same school, 12 years old, covered in bruises. Yesterday he grabbed a branch and threw himself into a fight without hesitation in order to smash the legs of someone who was trying to hurt Benjamin Ovage. That sort of thing doesn't go unnoticed in this town. Today there's something hanging from his locker. At first he thinks it's a trash bag. He couldn't be more wrong. It's a black jacket. No logos or emblems or symbols, just a perfectly ordinary black jacket. It doesn't mean anything. It means everything. It's far too big for Leo because they want him to know that he can't become one of them until he's much older. But they've hung it onto his locker so that everyone in his school will get the message. He's got brothers now. You don't touch him again. It takes a huge amount of trust to fight at someone's side. That's why violent people prize loyalty so highly and are so sensitive about the slightest sign of treachery. If you retreat and run, you're exposing me to danger, making me look weak. So Benji knows he's let Timu and the pack down, and that isn't tolerated. Even so, he pulls himself together after a few hours in the forest and walks back into town. He wipes the tears from his cheeks and the blood from his knuckles. He can't let anyone think there's anything wrong with him. Everything has to carry on as normal. Even when blue polo shirts have torn him apart. Even when he knows that the pack might want to punish him for running from the fight in the forest. But where would he go if he didn't have Beartown? So he goes to work, stands behind the bar in the bearskin, pours beer. The more crowded the bar gets, the more he avoids eye contact with other people. Several of the guys from the forest are there. Spider, about whose intelligence Ramona usually says, "He's about as smart as a mashed potato, that one." But he's loyal. In the forest, Benji saw him stick just behind Timu the whole time, not because he was scared, but because he was guarding his leader's flank. Spider was bullied all through childhood for being so lanky and crazy, but he found a place in the pack. You can't buy that sort of devotion. Beside Spider sits his physical opposite, a short, neckless man, as wide as a brick shithouse with a beard as thick as an otter's pelt. He's called Woody because he works as a carpenter, because that's what his father did. Once someone asked Woody if he'd rather have a more imaginative nickname, but Woody just snorted. "Are you gay or something?" If he's any smarter than Spider, he keeps it well hidden. But he was in the same class in school as Benji's sister Gabby, and she says, "He's no genius, but he's not a bad guy." Woody's first love is having fun. Beer, hockey, friends, girls. Drinking, dancing, and fighting. If there's any kind of trouble going on, he'll be there without a thought for the consequences. And if there's an offer of a scrap in the forest, he never hesitates. But he and Spider have other friends too, hardly hardened warriors, who seem also to consider fighting a shared hobby, like golf. One of the guys who works with Woody is so sweet that if he sees you on a Tuesday, he wishes you a good weekend, just in case he doesn't see you again before Friday. Another has 4 cats. How can anyone with 4 cats be dangerous? But he is. The men who make up the pack aren't extremists. What makes them dangerous is simply the fact that they stick together. Against everything, through everything, for one another. Benji remembers a book he read by some journalist who said on the subject of sport and violence that every large group you don't yourself belong to is a threat. There are men in Beartown who grew up with Timu, but who now work in offices. They wear white shirts rather than black jackets. But if Timu calls them, they still come. One became a father and started studying at college to give his kid a better life, and he got a monthly grant from the kitty at the Bearskin when his student loan wasn't enough. Another has a sister in the big city who got beaten up by her boyfriend, and the police said they couldn't do anything. A third has an uncle whose printing business was threatened by a gang running a protection racket. The sister is happily married to a better man now, and the uncle never got any more visits from the gang. If Timu ever calls in those men, they come. That's why they prize loyalty and are so sensitive to betrayal. Neither Spider nor Woody is looking at him now. But Benji is well aware that if they want to hurt him this evening, they're not going to warn him first. Maya and Anna go their separate ways after school. Anna lies and says she has to check on the dogs, even though it's actually her dad she's going to check on. She feels ashamed. Maya lies and says she's going out for a run, even though she's planning to go home and curl up under the covers. She feels ashamed for different reasons. They're like sisters. They've never had secrets from each other. But Kevin broke something between them, too. It's almost closing time in the Bearskin when the crowd at one end of the bar parts discreetly. The bar gets a little quieter. Not enough to have been noticed by strangers, but enough for Benji to notice. 2 beers, Timu says, looking him hard in the eye. Benji nods and pours them. Timu watches his hands. They're not shaking. Benji respects the situation he's in, and he isn't afraid. Timu takes one of the beers and leaves the other on the counter. It takes a long time for Benji to realize what that means. So he slowly picks it up, and Timu leans across the counter and touches his glass to his in a toast, so that everyone sees. "You're one of us, Ovich, but we can't take you out into the forest anymore. I got it wrong yesterday. You could have been hurt, and we need you on the ice." "A little kid showed up in the forest, Leo." Timu grins. "We know. Tough kid. If you hadn't taken him off, he'd have kept fighting until he got killed." "He's only a boy," Benji says. Timu stretches his neck, and something inside creaks. "Boys become men. If the cops start asking Leo questions, he won't say a thing." Benji promises. "We're counting on that," Timu says. Benji can see that Timu finds the idea that the general manager's son dreams of rushing through the forest in a black jacket amusing. That Peter has tried for years to curb the pack's influence over the club, but now can't even stop their influence over his own child. He leans over the counter and touches his glass to Benji's again.
Have you heard my little brother's coming home? And your coach is going to let him play. You and my little brother. And that Amat, the one who's as quick as a weasel after a chili enema. And Bobo, the big meathead. You're not like the older players, those greedy mercenaries. Most of them don't even want to live in Beartown. They just want to get out of here. But you lot, you're a Beartown team made up of Beartown guys.
Before the evening is over, Spider, Woody, and a dozen other blackjackets have drunk toasts with Benji. He's one of them again now. You might think that would make things easier when his secrets are revealed, but the exact opposite is what happens. 29. She kills him there. Anxiety is a truly remarkable thing. Maya walks home alone, like iron on the outside, but a house of cards inside. The slightest little breeze is all it takes. Today it was the line in the cafeteria, the crowd. Someone backed into her accidentally. She doesn't know the boy's name, and he didn't even notice. They hardly touched each other. It wasn't his fault. But Maya was plunged back into hell again in an instant. When she and Anna were younger, they used to count butterflies all summer. It's different now. Maya counts them in a different way. She knows they die when the leaves fall. Anxiety. It's such a peculiar thing. Almost everyone knows what it feels like, yet none of us can describe it. Maya looks at herself in the mirror, wonders why it can't be seen on the outside. Not even on X-rays. How does that work? How can something that bangs away at us so horribly hard on the inside not show up on the pictures as black scars, scorched into our skeletons? How can the pain she feels not be visible in the mirror? She's become so good at pretending. Goes to school, sits in classes, does her homework. She plays her guitar, perhaps that helps, unless she's just imagining that. Perhaps her fingers just need to be kept busy. She's looked into the books her dad reads about mental coaching, and they talk about the brain having to steer the body, but that sometimes the reverse is the only way to survive. She's seen depressed adults do the same thing. Keep moving, exercising, and cleaning and renovating their summer cottages, finding things that force them to get up in the morning, plants to be watered, errands to be run, anything, so they don't have time to think about how they feel. As if we hope that physical activity, tiny everyday rituals, might lull the anxiety to sleep. Maya has learned to master her own skin, not let it burst with the fire that's burning inside her. She imagines that if she can just fool everyone else, she might eventually be able to fool herself. But the slightest little thing can set her back. A lamp that looks like the one Kevin had in the corner of his bedroom. Or the brief creak of a floorboard that sounds like someone finally coming up the stairs in his parents' house after she had spent a lifetime screaming. She can go for weeks where everything is okay. Then suddenly there's a noise or a smell, and she's back there again, on his bed, with his hand around her neck and his overwhelming force pressing against her mouth. The boy in the cafeteria line just brushed against her. It meant nothing to him, but flared like fire for her. She held the panic attack inside her like a bomb. When people talk about rape, they always do so in the past tense. She was, she suffered, she went through. But she didn't go through it. She's still going through it. She wasn't raped. She's still being raped. For Kevin, it lasted a matter of minutes, but for her it never ends. It feels as though she's going to dream about that running track every night of her life, and she kills him there every time, and wakes up with her nails dug into her hands and a scream in her mouth. Anxiety. It's an invisible ruler. The police station in Head is overloaded and understaffed, like every other small-town police station. It's easy to make fun of delayed response times and never-ending investigations, as if the staff were doing it on purpose. But the police officers aren't all that dissimilar to any other professional group around here. If you give them the time and opportunity to do their job, they'll do it. Give them a group of hockey fans dressed in red who show up battered and bruised at the hospital, and they'll ask the right questions. Give them a forest they know, and eventually they'll find something in it. "Over here!" one of them calls, after they've spent over an hour fine-combing the clearing where they'd figured out that the fight took place. He tosses something to one of his colleagues. A shoe. Just the right size to fit a 12-year-old. Leo is sitting on the steps in front of the house. Maya looks surprised. "Why are you sitting here?" "I've lost my keys," he mumbles. Maya peers at him suspiciously. Notices that he's wearing a tatty old pair of shoes. "Where are your new shoes?" "I've gone off them." Her brother lies. "You nagged Mum for months to get them for you." Maya is expecting her brother to give as good as he gets, but he just sits there staring down at the ground. His face is swollen. He's got a black eye. He has been telling everyone he got hit in the face by a ball in PE, but no one saw it happen. And Maya heard whispering at school today about a black jacket hanging on his locker. "Are you okay?" she asks cautiously. He nods. "Don't tell Mum I lost my keys," he begs. "I'm not going to tell on you," she whispers. They've done a lot of mean things to each other, but they've never told on each other. She was the one who taught him that, one night when she was 12 and had been to her first big party and came home later than she'd said she would, but didn't get found out by her parents because she knocked on Leo's window and climbed into the house that way. "We don't tell on each other," she told her sleepy little brother back then, and he was smart enough to realize that one day he'd benefit from the agreement. Late that evening, a policeman is standing at the door. Peter knows him. His son used to play hockey in the same group as Leo. Perhaps that's why the policeman's words are tinged with regret when he says, "Sorry to bother you this late, Peter, but we've had some trouble in the forest outside Hid, a fight. Several people seriously injured. The pack was involved." Peter leaps to the wrong conclusion. "You know very well that the club has nothing to do with the pack. If you're—" The policeman cuts him off by handing over a shoe. "We found this at the side of the fight." Peter takes his son's shoe and holds it in his trembling hand. When did he last hold a shoe his son had lost? When Leo was 2 years old? 3? How did his feet get this big? The policeman says, regretfully, "I wouldn't have known whose they were if my son hadn't been nagging me for weeks about wanting a pair exactly like that. I told him they were too expensive for a 12-year-old, and he yelled at me and told me I was stupid because apparently everyone's got them. I asked him to name one person, and he said Leo." Peter tries to keep his voice steady. They really were far too expensive for a 12-year-old. Kira and Peter got them for Leo back in the summer, only because they felt guilty about everything. They're just ordinary shoes. There must be loads of 12-year-olds who—" The policeman holds out something else. A small keyring. "We found these as well. If you were to close that door in my face, I have a feeling I'd be able to open it again." Peter doesn't make any more objections. He takes the keys, nods silently. "Leo will have to come to the station for questioning," the policeman says. "He's only 12, Peter manages to say. The policeman feels for him, but doesn't back down. "Peter, this is serious. The guys from Head had fought the pack before, but this was different. 3 of them are still in hospital with serious injuries. They're going to get revenge, and then the pack will get revenge. This isn't a game. Sooner or later, someone's going to get killed." Peter clutches the shoe and keys unconsciously to his chest. Leo's only— Can I at least drive him to the police station myself?" The policeman nods. "Your wife's a lawyer, isn't she?" Peter understands what he means. It frightens the life out of him. Once the patrol car is driven off, Peter doesn't open the door to his son's room. He kicks it open. A moment later, father and son are standing face to face shouting at each other, but they've never been farther apart. Maya locks herself in the bathroom. She hears her dad shouting at Leo, then her mum shouts at her dad to stop shouting, Then they shout at each other about who has more right to shout. They're frightened, angry, powerless. Parents always are. Maya's seen photographs of them before they had children. They were young and happy then. They don't laugh like that anymore, not even in photographs. They used to be so in love that they hungered for each other, her dad's fingertips brushing her mum's bangs. Her mum who could raise the hairs on her dad's arms with a single glance. Children have a purely biological reaction against their parents' love for each other, but when it disappears, they hate themselves. Maya is sitting on the bathroom floor, opening and closing the dryer door. Click, click, click. The sound feels almost meditative until she sees the t-shirt inside it. It's Leo's. Only he would be stupid enough to tumble-dry a cotton t-shirt, because he never does the laundry. He doesn't know how to do it. Maya pulls the shirt out. The bloodstains are still visible. She knows what he's done. She burned her own clothes after that night at Kevin's because no one at home would have understood. Leo has been fighting, and Maya knows who for. She hears her dad shout louder, "You want to play gangsters in the forest with hooligans? Have you lost your mind?" Leo shouts back, "At least they're doing something. What the hell are you doing? You're just letting all the goddamn cocksuckers in Hid trample all over our town." Then her mum yells, loudest of all, "You don't use that kind of language in my house!" Click, click, click. Maya opens and closes the tumble dryer. She knows her family aren't arguing about words or about the fight or about anyone's town. They're arguing about her. Everyone is. She used to count butterflies with Anna, talking about the butterfly effect, that the beat of a butterfly's wings can have such a devastating effect on the universe that the tiny air current it creates can cause a hurricane on the other side of the earth. Maya sees a whole town failing in the wake of her decision now. She's the cause, and all the fighting and violence are the effect. If she hadn't been here, if she'd never met Kevin, never gone into his room at that party, not been drunk, not been infatuated, if she'd just said yes and not put up a fight. That's what she's thinking. That's how guilt works. If only she hadn't existed, none of this would have happened. Her dad is shouting, "We haven't raised you to be a fighter!" Leo yells back, "Someone in this family has to fight, and you're too much of a coward!" Maya hears a door slam, realizes that it's her dad who stormed out, blinded by grief. That night, Maya writes a song she'll never perform. It is called Hear Me. Every man I know, every father and brother and son, always had these clenched hands. Where did you get that idea from? Always this violence, always round holes and a square block. The absurd idea you were sold, that we want you to fight for us. If you want to do something for us, put a weapon down for me. Close the maw of hell for me. Be a friend to me. Try to be good men for me. You boast about all you're going to do for me. So when are you going to stop ruining things for me? Do you want to know what you can do for me? Start by hearing me. Her mom is standing outside the bathroom door, asking Maya in a whisper if she's okay. Maya lies. Yes. Her mom says, "We have to go to Hid to sort something out." As if Maya doesn't understand. So Maya lies. "Don't worry. I need to study. See you later." When Leo's mom fetches him tersely from his room, he doesn't protest. He's already got his coat on and puts on his new shoes. They set off for the police station. The door closes behind them, and Maya sits on the bathroom floor, unable to breathe. She gets up, feeling a desperate, panicky need for air. She suddenly has to get out of the house, away from the town. She knows only one place for that, and only one friend. So she texts Anna a single word. "Island?" She starts to pack a backpack and puts her phone into her back pocket. She doesn't wait for an answer. She knows Anna will come. Anna would never let her down. 30. They aren't the kind of people who get happy endings. Of course Anna will be there. You can't set out to grow a friendship like theirs. But there are other things you can't grow either. Parents are a sort of plant you can't choose, with roots that go deep and catch your feet in a way that only the child of an addict can understand. Anna is already in the forest on her way when her phone rings. It's Ramona. The old woman is hard but never cruel. She has made many such phone calls over the years and always speaks the same way, sympathetic but not patronizing. She says Anna's dad has drunk his way out through the door, which means that someone had to throw him out of the bearskin and he isn't in a fit state to get home on his own. It's starting to get cold, Ramona says, because she doesn't want to have to embarrass Anna by saying that her dad has been sick all over himself and needs fresh clothes. She knows the girl understands. Ramona has watched people drink themselves into the gutter for half a century, and she has learned that some children need to see the worst aspects of alcohol so that they leave it the hell alone. So she says, "Your dad needs company on the way home, Anna." And Anna stops in the forest, nods, and whispers, "I'm on my way." She always goes. She'd never leave him. Anxiety. It owns us but leaves no trace. Anna doesn't call Maya because Maya has perfect parents. A mom who never abandons her family, and a dad who's never been sick all over himself when drunk. They're like sisters, she and Maya. But the only thing they haven't had in common is that shame. Anna can't bear the thought of Maya seeing her dad like that. Maya sits alone on the island all night, looking at her phone. Eventually she gets a text message, but not from Anna. Another anonymous number again. She's still getting messages, but she's stopped telling Anna about them. She doesn't want to go on making her friends sad. It's Maya's secret now. "Do you suck cock for 300 kroner?" this one asks. She doesn't even know if the people writing them know why they're doing it anymore. It could just as easily be someone in head who wants to break her as some girl at school who hates her, or a gang of kids who are daring one another to text that girl who got raped by Kevin Eardow. That's all Maya will ever be for those people. Victim, whore, liar, princess. Back in the summer, Anna buried an expensive bottle of wine out here. Her dad had been given it by an elderly neighbour in the Heights because he'd given him some meat after a hunt. Anna didn't have the heart to throw it away, but she didn't dare leave it in the kitchen among all the fragments of her dad's heart, either. So she hid it out here. Maya digs it up and drinks it. She doesn't care if she's being selfish. Being drunk doesn't bring relief or peace, just bitterness. "I always rely on you to come," she thinks about her best friend. "I was relying on you when Kevin pushed me down on the bed, too. My best friend will come, I thought, because my best friend would never leave me." She throws the empty wine bottle at a tree. It smashes, and one of the pieces flies back and cuts her arm. Blood drips from the wound. She doesn't feel it. Every night recently, Anna has dreamed that she's being suffocated in a coffin. Someone is sitting on the lid so she can't open it, and no matter how hard she bangs, no one hears her. She hasn't told her best friend, because Maya seems to be getting a bit better, and Anna doesn't want to upset her. She doesn't say anything about the text messages either, because Maya doesn't seem to be getting them anymore, and Anna doesn't want to remind her of how horrible they are. Ping, ping. Pictures of boys' dicks, sometimes worse. She can't imagine what kind of sick satisfaction they get from doing it, or if they even think of her as human. Maybe she's just an animal, a product to consume. This isn't what Anna thought life as a teenager would be like. Adults say you should enjoy being 16, that it's the best time of your life. Not for Anna. She loved her childhood, when her best friend was happy and her dad was an untouchable hero she could worship. When Anna was little, 4 or 5 years old, 2 men on snowmobiles disappeared in a winter storm north of the town. The emergency services called the best local hunters, people who knew the terrain, and Anna's dad packed his things and set off in the middle of the night. Anna stood in the doorway, begging him to stay. She'd heard about the storm on the radio, and she was old enough to know that dads didn't always come home from things like that. But her dad crouched down, took her head in his hands, and whispered,
We're not the type who let other people down, you and me.
One of the lost men froze to death, but the other one survived. It was Anna's dad who found him. A couple of winters later, when Anna had just turned 6, she was playing down by the lake just after dusk when she heard a cry. A child the same age as her was in the water, already chilled through. All the children of Beartown know how to move across the ice to help someone who's fallen through, but that doesn't mean all the children would dare to do it alone in the dark. Anna didn't hesitate for an instant. Her dad has done a lot of stupid shit in his time, but he raised a daughter who saved the life of someone else's daughter. When she got home, she was wet through and chilled and her lips were blue, but when her mom cried in horror, "What on earth's happened?" the little girl just beamed and said, "I found a best friend." Her mom left them a few years later. She couldn't bear the forest and darkness and silence. Anna stayed. She and her dad played cards and told each other jokes, and sometimes when he was in a really good mood, he used to make her jump. He was brilliant at that. He could stand behind a door in a darkened room, hiding just so he could jump out with a yell, making Anna shriek and laugh until she was breathless. She always loved him, even when he was sad. Perhaps he always was, deep down. Anna doesn't know if he got sad when her mom left, or if her mom left because he was already sad. Some people just have a core of sadness. He would sit alone in the kitchen, drinking and crying, and Anna felt sorry for him because it must be a terrible thing, being able to cry only when you're drunk. She tends to think that she's got 2 dads, one good and one bad, and she made up her mind that it was her job to make sure that when her bad dad took himself out in the evening, he wouldn't damage his body so much that her good dad couldn't use it the next morning. She finds him around the back of the bearskin now. He's leaning against a wall, asleep. For a few terrible moments, Anna can't find his pulse and is overwhelmed by panic. She slaps his cheeks with the palm of her hand until he suddenly splutters and opens his eyes. When he catches sight of her, he slurs, "Anna?" "Yes," she whispers. Did I scare you?" She tries to smile. He falls asleep again. It takes all the 16-year-old daughter's strength to lift his top half so she can pull off the vomit-covered shirt and put a clean one on him. Most people probably wouldn't have bothered, but Anna knows her good dad is in there somewhere. The dad who read her stories after her mom left them and knows there are other lullabies than whiskey. She wants that dad to wake up in a clean shirt tomorrow morning. She puts her arm around his shoulder and pleads with him to stand up. "We're going home now, Dad." "Anna?" he slurs. "Yes, it's okay, Dad. You're just having a bad evening. Things will be better tomorrow." He sniffs. "Sorry." That's the worst thing. Daughters have no defense against that word. He stumbles, and she stumbles too. But someone catches her. Kira's voice echoes through the whole police station. How can you draw a dividing line between the lawyer and the mother when the boy is 12 years old? She didn't yell at Leo in the car on the way here, because Peter has already done enough yelling for both of them, for everyone. So she's yelling now instead, venting all her anger and powerlessness on the police officers. Peter is sitting slumped in a room next to Leo. His son is sitting straight-backed, confrontational, while his dad is shrunken, drained of life and energy. When did he last yell at Leo? Several years ago? Peter's dad used to fight, and Ramona at the Bearskin once told Peter that fathers in violence are like fathers in drink. Either the sons fight and drink even worse, or you don't do it at all. Once, Peter tried to explain something similar to Leo. "I don't believe in violence, Leo, because my dad used to hit me if I so much as spilled a bit of milk. That didn't teach me not to spill milk. It just made me afraid of milk." He doesn't know if Leo understood. He doesn't know what to say anymore. He's called his son some terrible things this evening, but Leo doesn't seem remotely bothered. He soaked up his parents' scolding without blinking, and when the police ask the boy their questions, his father shudders, shivering as if the windows were open. That's the moment he realizes he's losing his 12-year-old son. Leo used to play hockey because his dad loved hockey. He never fell in love with it, but he joined the team because he liked the sense of belonging, the solidarity. Peter can see that he's found the same things now, in a terrible place. When the police ask Leo what happened in the forest during the fight, Leo replies, "I don't know what you're talking about." When the police ask how his shoe and keys ended up there, the boy replies, "I was climbing trees. Might have dropped them." The police ask if he saw anyone from the pack fighting. "What pack?" the boy asks. The police show him a picture of Timu Rinius. Leo says, "Don't know who that is. What did you say his name was?" The boy is lost. Peter knows it. Because Peter is afraid of milk, and Leo isn't afraid of anything. Benji walks out of the back door of the bearskin with the garbage, and it's his hands that catch Anna. As he picks up both her and her father, she starts to cry. She breaks in all directions at the same time. Benji hugs her. She buries her face against his chest, and he pats her hair. She says nothing about how used she is to carrying her dad. Benji says nothing about never having the chance to carry his. "Why does everyone drink so much?" Anna sobs instead. "Because it makes everything quiet," Benji replies honestly. "What?" "All the crap you can't stop thinking about." Anna slowly lets go of Benji and runs her fingers through her dad's hair as his head bobs in time with his snoring. She says, so quietly that it's almost a song, "It must be terrible to only be able to bear to feel things when you're drunk." Benji picks the stocky hunter up from the ground, draping one of his arms around his own neck. "Better than nothing, I suppose." Then he half carries, half drags Anna's dad home, while she walks alongside, and eventually plucks up the courage to ask, "Do you hate Maya?" "No," Benji replies. He doesn't play stupid. He understands the question, and Anna falls in love with him for that. She clarifies, "I don't mean, do you hate her for being raped? I mean, do you hate her for existing? If she hadn't been there that night, you'd still have everything. Your best friend, your team. Your life was perfect. You had everything. And now—" Benji replies in a neutral tone of voice, "I ought to hate Kevin if I was going to hate anyone." "So do you?" "Nope." "Who do you hate then?" Anna asks, but she knows. Benji hates his own reflection. So does Anna. Because they should have been there. They should have stopped it. Things shouldn't have gone completely to hell for their friends. It should always have been Anna and Benji. Because they aren't the kind of people who get happy endings. It's hard to blame Anna precisely for that reason. Everyone has moments when her skin's longing for someone else's touch becomes unbearable. They're at her home. Benji has just laid her dad on his bed and has helped her empty the kitchen of bottles, and it's impossible to get angry with a 16-year-old girl for the fact that her feelings get too much for her brain to be able to deal with. Benji touches her shoulder very briefly and says, almost inaudibly, "We mustn't end up like our dads." He walks toward the door, and Anna runs after him, grabs his arms, and presses her body against his. Her tongue touches his lips. She takes his hand and leads it under her shirt. She doesn't know what she'll hate him for most afterward, the fact that he didn't want her, or that he was so gentle when he let her know. Benji doesn't push her away. He could have thrown a grown man across the kitchen, but he barely touches her as he slips away. The look in his eyes isn't angry, it's sympathetic, and oh, how she's going to hate him for that. That he didn't even let her feel that she was being rejected, only that he felt sorry for her. "Sorry, but you don't want... This isn't what you want, Anna," Benji whispers. He closes the front door silently behind him when he leaves. Anna sits on the floor, racked with tears. She calls Maya. Her friend answers on the 10th ring. "Anna, what the hell? Go to hell, your stupid wine is finished, just so you know. You didn't come. You said you were coming to the island, and you didn't come." Anna drops everything when she realizes that Maya is drunk. She ends the call and rushes out of the house. It's incredibly hard to blame her for what is about to happen, but also very, very easy. Politics is difficult to understand. Perhaps no one does, not completely. We rarely know why a society's bureaucracy works the way it does, because it's impossible to charge anyone with corruption when everything could just as easily be blamed on incompetence. A telephone call is made to a police station. A police officer and a woman from an official body go into another room. Kira is furious and up for a fight. But when the police officer comes back, she is informed that Leo is free to go home. Considering the boy's age. Kira yells that that's precisely what she's been shouting for more than an hour. But then she realizes that that's exactly what they want. They're going to make out that it was her, the lawyer, who managed to persuade them. But she can hear that it isn't true. Someone made a phone call. When Kira, Peter and Leo leave the police station, Peter sees a car he recognizes. He tells Kira to go on ahead of him with Leo. Kira tries to understand what that means, but plays dumb. Peter waits until his wife and son are out of sight before he walks over to the black car. He taps on the window, and the man dressed in a black suit opens the door. "Hello, Peter. What a surprise to bump into you," the politician says. Peter is taken aback that someone could lie so naturally. "My son has been questioned by the police about a load of hooligans fighting, but suddenly they ran out of questions. You wouldn't happen to know anything about that, I suppose?" Peter snaps. He can't hide his feelings, not the anger or the worry or his shortcomings as a parent. Richard Theo silently despises him for that. "Of course not," he says amiably. "Let me guess. You've got a lot of friends," Peter demands angrily. Richard Theo wipes his saliva from the sleeve of his jacket. "You've got friends too, Peter? You'll soon be told the time and location of the press conference at which the factory's new owner will be presented. There'll be politicians there, representatives of the local business community, important people from around the district. As your friend, I'd appreciate it if you were there too. And that's where I have to speak out against the pack?" Richard Theo pretends to be horrified. "You're going to speak out against violence, Peter. Violence that your own son seems to be getting dragged into." Peter feels as though he's suffocating. "Why are you so keen to take on the pack?" Theo replies, "Because they rule with the help of violence. A democracy can't allow that. Anyone who becomes powerful because they've physically fought their way to the top needs to be opposed. You can always be absolutely certain of one thing when it comes to power, Peter. No one who gets their hands on it ever lets go of it voluntarily." Peter hates the sound of his own voice when he asks, "And what do I gain from that?" "You? You get control of the club. You get to spend the sponsors' money how you like. They'll even let you handpick a board member." "A board member?" "Whoever you like." Peter glances down at his shoes. Then after a while he whispers, "Okay." He will soon be standing there at that press conference, saying everything that needs to be said. No way back. It's him against the pack now. Richard Theo drives away without feeling evil, merely pragmatic. A man like Timu Rinius can affect the way people vote in elections. Theo needs to give him something in exchange. The only thing Timu cares about is his standing area in the rink. Richard Theo can't give that back to him unless it's been taken away from him first. Anna doesn't set out through the door with the intention of hurting anyone. She just can't bear to stay in the house. She doesn't even mean to follow Benji through the forest. She just happens to catch sight of his white top ahead of her through the trees. He's walking slowly, as if his feet hadn't quite reached agreement with the rest of his body. Anna is good at tracking animals. It's an instinct, so she follows him. Perhaps she just wants to know where Benji's going, if he's on his way to see a girlfriend. She manages to tell herself that it might feel easier then if she sees him with someone 10 divisions more attractive than her. The forest soon becomes dark, but she follows the red glow of his cigarette and the sweet smoke he leaves behind him. Halfway between Beartown and Hit, he turns off and follows a track down to the campsite. He stops at one of the cabins, knocks on the door. Anna recognizes the man who opens it. He's a teacher at school. Afterward, Anna won't remember what she thought or felt when she watches Benji wrap his body around the man's and kiss him. It's easy to blame Anna for everything she does now. She's in pain, but perhaps everyone is. She's never felt more alone, and loneliness drives everyone to make bad decisions, but perhaps none more so than 16-year-olds. She pulls out her phone and takes pictures of Benji and the teacher. Then she posts the photographs online, and all hell breaks loose. 31. Darkness. Bang! We always speak of secrets as if they're personal possessions, my secret. But they're that only for as long as they remain out of other people's reach. We can almost lose them, just altogether or not at all. As soon as they slip out into the world, they become an earthquake, an avalanche, a tsunami. It may take only a single rash comment, a fleeting thought, or some photographs posted online by someone with a wounded heart. But that sets the stones rolling, and the snow loses its grip, and the wall of water becomes insurmountable before we realize how it happened. And from then on, it's impossible to hold everything back. Like capturing the scent of July and trying to hold it in your cupped hands. Everyone knows now. Everyone knows what no one was supposed to know. Benji is woken up by it. Bang! One single bang, but so hard that the walls of the cabin shake. Then silence. The teacher rolls over sleepily in bed, but Benji is already out of the bedroom, crouching down as he heads toward the door. He doesn't know why, but afterward he will remember that he was already filled with dread. He knew this was idiotic when he first arrived, when they kissed in the doorway. One day he'll figure out that it was because he was in love. That's why he wasn't more cautious. He opens the door of the cabin, peers out, but whoever is waiting in the darkness doesn't make him or herself known. He's on the point of turning and going back inside when he sees where the noise came from. Bang! Like the sound of a puck hitting a wall, or a heart thudding against a ribcage, or a knife being embedded in the wood of a cabin door on a campsite. A plain piece of paper, 3 letters. The one in the middle is A, and the triangle at the top of the letter is where the knife has been driven through into the wood. Fag. Anna wanders around in the forest as if she were in a fever. The snow is falling fast, early, and deep this year, even for this part of the country. An autumn storm is on its way in. It's so easy to underestimate the power of the cold, how quickly it can kill you. It's a soft-spoken murderer whispering that you can sit down and rest for a while if you're tired, tricking you into thinking you're sweating, encouraging you to take your clothes off. Snow and freezing temperatures can summon up the same hallucinations as blazing sun in a desert. Anna knows all that because she's more at home in the forest than the town, more squirrel than human, as Ma usually teases her. When Anna is among trees, she leaves reality behind, time stops, and what happens here could never affect life in town. That's what she's always liked to imagine, and that's why the full impact of what the hell she's just done doesn't hit her until she's almost home. Only when she reaches the door of her dad's house does the panic hit her, hard and brutal, and her chest hurts so much that she's left short of breath. It's so easy to think that what we post online is like raising your voice in a living room, when it's actually more like shouting from the rooftops. Our fantasy worlds always have consequences for other people's realities. Anna pulls out her phone and deletes the pictures of Benji and the teacher, but it's too late. She's already spread their secret like ash across the sea, and it can never be taken back. Our spontaneous reactions are rarely our proudest moments. It's said that a person's first thought is the most honest, but that often isn't true. It's often just the most stupid. Why else would we have afterthoughts? Peter bangs on the door of the bearskin early in the morning. Ramona opens a window in the apartment upstairs, wrapped in a dressing gown and a lot of anger.
"You better hope the bar's on fire, lad. Waking decent folk at this time of day?"
But she relents, because Peter was a boy too, once upon a time. She called him so many times to come and take his drunk father home that Peter himself has hardly touched a drop since. His whole life has been shaped by the fact that he tries to mend everything, make everyone happy, hide other people's mistakes, take responsibility. He confesses, "There's going to be a press conference, Ramona. The factory's getting new owners, foreigners. They're the club's mysterious sponsor that everyone's been talking about. And I'm going to have to stand there and tell the reporters I'm going to get rid of the standing area and get rid of the hooligans." It's possible that Ramona is shocked, but if she is, she doesn't let it show. She lights a cigarette.
"What's that got to do with me?"
Peter clears his throat. "They're going to let me handpick one board member, anyone I like."
"I'm sure Tails will be excellent,"
Ramona snorts.
"Tails would rather it was you. So would I,"
Peter replies. A little puff of smoke emerges from one of Ramona's nostrils, the only indication that she's surprised.
"Have you been hit in the head, lad? You know given what you want to do to Timu and his boys, they're my boys. That standing area is their damn club too."
Peter stands there straight-backed, even if his voice gives up. "I'm doing everything I can for the good of the club, but I've been told that no one surrenders power voluntarily. So if I'm really going to try to convince myself that I'm doing this for unselfish motives, I need to put someone on the board who won't always agree with me, someone who'll fight me." Ramona goes on smoking quietly.
"If we both fight for what we believe in, then one of us will be out of a job at the end of it."
Peter nods.
"But if we both fight for the club's best, the club will win."
Ramona ties her dressing gown tighter, thinks for a long time. Then she frowns.
"Are you having breakfast? What sort?"
Peter asks. Ramona grunts.
"I've probably got some coffee somewhere, or wherever it is you teetotal types drink."
That's how Ramona gets a seat on the board of Beartown ice hockey, but the two are interrupted before they have time to finish the discussion. Peter's phone rings first. It's Tails, asking,
"Have you heard about Benjamin?"
That's how Ramona finds out. She will bear the shame of her reaction for the rest of her life, as will Peter, because their very first thought is, "Not this too." Our spontaneous reaction is often our most stupid. Finding out the truth about people is like a fire, destructive and indiscriminate. The truth about Benji burns through Beartown and Hid, and everyone who has ever had the slightest reason to be jealous of him or dislike him can see a crack in his armor now. They stick their knives in as hard as they can, every last one of them. Few people would have dared to say anything to Benji face to face, so they do what people always do, talk about him, not with him. He needs to be dehumanized, turned into an object. There are 1,000 ways of doing that, but there's none simpler than the one we almost always use, taking his name away from him. So when the truth spreads, people don't write Benjamin or Benji on their phones or computers. They write the hockey player, or the school pupil, or the young man, or the queer. Some will later claim that they don't hate homosexuals, they just hate Benji. Many of them will claim that we were just surprised that he, of all people. Some will suggest that if there'd been any sort of sign, it might have been handled better. Some will offer complex cultural analysis suggesting that the world of sport, and the hockey world in particular, symbolizes such deeply ingrained masculine ideals that the shock is greater there. Others will claim that the reactions were nowhere near as strong as the media would like to think, that it's all been exaggerated. One voice might say, obviously, no one has anything against them. Another will add, we just don't want the town to be full of them. A few more will mutter, maybe it would be best if he moved for his own sake, because there isn't much for him here, is there? Better for him to go to a big city, for his sake, obviously. Not that I've got anything against them, not at all, but
You know.
Some of the jokes online are probably just that. Jokes. That will be the excuse.
I always knew. My mom made me a meringue birthday cake when I was at primary school, and Benji only ate the bananas.
Others are more insinuating.
Wonder what he and Kevin got up to in the locker room when the others had all gone home.
Everything that pours in after that is just more in the same vein. Text messages from pay-as-you-go cell phones and anonymous comments online.
Fag, queer, homo, puff, disgusting. It's not natural, you're sick. We always knew. No homos in Beartown. We're going to find you and slice off your tattoo. The bear isn't some gay symbol. No rapists or queers in Beartown. You're sick, just like Kevin. Hope you get AIDS. Hope you die. Move away from here if you want to live. Next time, the knife will end up in you, not the door.
Maya is sitting at home in front of her computer. She's reading everything the bastards are writing about Benji and remembers everything they've written about her. Nothing changes. Everything just starts again. Maya's dad used to listen to an old record where a guy sang about everything having cracks in it, because that's how the light gets in. Maya looks at the pictures of Benji and the teacher over and over again, but it's not Benji and the teacher she's looking at. Back in the summer, when she was on the island with Anna, Maya played music on Anna's phone, something with guitars and sad singing, and Anna yelled, "No junky music on my island!" And Maya giggled as she held the phone out of reach and yelled, "No bleep-bleep music in the forest, it's environmental pollution!" Anna tried to snatch her phone back. Maya jumped out of the way, but ended up dropping it, and it hit a rock. The glass of the camera lens cracked. Not much, but just enough so that all of Anna's pictures from then on have a little line up in one corner. Maya expected Anna to be angry, but she just laughed and said, "Now I'm going to see that crack in every photo I take, so you're going to be in all my pictures from now on, you idiot." Maya loved her best friend for that, but now she sits alone in front of her computer, looking at the pictures of Benji and the teacher over and over again, and all she can see is that little line up in the top corner. The same line in every picture. A tiny, almost invisible crack, where all the darkness gets out. Long afterward, none of us will be able to prove exactly who said what or where the different photographs that ended up online actually came from. But everyone has the chance to see the pictures of Benji kissing the teacher. A lot of people don't care, but they're silent, so only the others are heard. And that will be their excuse. They care, that's all, about the town, about the hockey team, about Benjamin himself. They care about the school. They care about the children. A group of parents phone the headmaster, demanding a meeting. Megan Leet, William's mother, is one of them. She's on the Parent-Teacher Association. She's just doing her job. It's nothing personal. As she points out at the meeting, "We don't harbour any ill will to anyone. We're just concerned parents." But she demands that, obviously, the teacher must be dismissed. "Not because he's different, of course not. But we can't tolerate the fact that he's had sexual relations with a pupil. Not after everything that's happened. First the rape, and now this. It doesn't really make any difference if it's a boy or a girl. Surely everyone should be treated equally." Things are always connected, when it suits us. How will we be able to feel safe with this teacher educating our children now that we are aware of his agenda? One parent wonders. When the headmaster asks exactly what the parent means by agenda, Megan Leet snaps, "You know exactly what we mean." "What about this, then?" another parent cries, tossing a sheet of paper onto the headmaster's desk. "It was on a notice board in the corridor. So that teacher, Jeanette, is going to teach pupils how to fight?" Megan Leet adds. "It's martial arts. She's offering the pupils training in—" the headmaster says, but is predictably interrupted. "Violence! Training in violence! So one teacher has sexual relationships with his pupils, and another wants to fight with them. What sort of school are you running here exactly?" Then Megan Leet says, "I'm going to call the council." And she does. The first counsellor who answers is Richard Theo. Maya bangs on the door of Anna's house so hard that the dogs start barking, as if she wants to tear the building apart. Anna opens the door, pale and lifeless, crushed and full of self-loathing. But Maya is too angry to stop her fury. She just yells, "You took those pictures! How could you do that?" Anna is panting hysterically, sobbing and sniffing so hard she can barely get her words out. I kissed him, Maya. I kissed him. He could have said he could have said something, because I just thought he had a girlfriend, but I kissed him. If he'd only said he was. Maya doesn't let her finish. She just shakes her head and spits on the ground between herself and her best friend. And then she isn't that anymore. "You're just like everyone else in this town, Anna. As soon as you don't get what you want, you think you have the right to hurt other people." Anna is crying so hard that she can't stand up. She collapses in the doorway. Maya doesn't catch her. She's already walking away. Perhaps what everyone says is true. Perhaps it isn't personal. Perhaps it's just the last straw for a few people who have long felt that they're living with their backs against the wall. Jobs are disappearing, the politicians are corrupt, the hospital is going to be closed down, and the factory is changing owners. Reporters show up here only when something negative happens, and all they ever want is to be able to depict the inhabitants as backward and prejudiced. But perhaps some people around here feel that there's just too much politics all at the same time. Too much change forced upon hard-working people who have already been through enough. Maybe it's nothing to do with Benji or the teacher or Elizabeth Zackel or anyone else. Perhaps the people posting online are just isolated malcontents. Perhaps no one meant any harm. In the heat of the action, people have a tendency to overreact, that's all. Perhaps we'll explain it by saying that there are too many things going on at once. It was a complex issue, and people have to be allowed to respond emotionally. It's always the aggressor's feelings we have to defend, as if they're the ones who need our understanding. The news that a teacher at the school has had a long-term relationship with a pupil and is now suspended while the matter is investigated quickly reaches the local paper. At first, the comments section is cautious, but soon the questions start. "Do you think this is a coincidence, then? First that coach, and now a teacher?" No one says woman. No one says homosexual. Everyone says people like that, like them. Someone writes, "And you're not allowed to complain either, because then you're made out to be the bad guy. But surely we have to be allowed to react, for the sake of the children. What sort of town do we want to live in? Why do we have to be some sort of experiment for everything?" Most of them don't even mention Benji. That makes it easier. But a picture appears. The first time it is published is from an anonymous online account. No one remembers where, and as soon as it starts to spread, the account is deleted. No one asks where the picture came from. Rumours spread out in all directions, but it doesn't matter. The only thing that matters is what the picture shows. It's a hockey helmet. It looks as though it's been photographed on a bench in a locker room, and on the side is a picture of the bear, the logo of Beartown Hockey. A rainbow has been painted around it. Someone writes, anonymously, "I think it looks great. I don't even like hockey. But I think we should take the opportunity to do something symbolic with the whole club to show our support, like a political gesture, hand in hand with hockey." Then the picture spreads beyond Beartown, and a newspaper in a big city posts it on its website with the caption, "Hockey player comes out as gay. This is his club's admirable response." By the time the reactions start to appear, Richard Theo has already closed his laptop. He's closed the window after letting out the last of the flies. It's cold out there, and they'll soon freeze to death. But they've had their summer, served their purpose. As Richard Theo is leaving his office, someone is already writing online. "Beartown isn't going to become some bullshit rainbow town, and Beartown Ice Hockey isn't going to become some bullshit rainbow team. The pack will never allow that to happen." When the image turns out to be a fake, Manipulated using a common computer program, reporters from all over the country start calling the general manager of Beartown ice hockey, asking, "Why don't you want to show support for homosexual players? Why have you distanced yourself from those helmets with the rainbow flag on them?" Peter Anderson tries to explain, without knowing what he really wants to say. Everything is going so fast. In the end, he doesn't dare answer his phone anymore. But when the reporter from the local paper calls Richard Theo and asks what he thinks of all the turbulence surrounding Beartown ice hockey, naturally Theo has a very simple answer. "I don't think we should mix hockey and politics. Just let the guys play." This will be heard more and more often in coming days. Just let the guys play. It will mean different things to different people. Maya gets home to a house where the only sound is the gentle tapping of a computer mouse and keyboard. Leo is sitting in his room, so close to the screen that the world disappears, as usual. Maya is envious of his escape route. "What are you doing?" she asks, ridiculously. "Playing a game?" he replies. She stands in the doorway for a few moments, opens her mouth as if to ask something, but nothing comes out. So she shuts the door and walks toward the kitchen. Perhaps he can hear from her footsteps that something's wrong, unless little brothers just know things that other people miss. Because without taking his eyes from the computer, he calls, "Do you want to play?" 32. Then he takes the shotgun and goes out into the forest. Hockey is the simplest sport in the world, if you're sitting in the stands. It's always so easy to say what everyone should have done when you know that what they actually did didn't work. Peter heads to the rink with tunnel vision. His phone is still ringing, but he's stopped answering. He tries calling Benji, but Benji doesn't answer. He opens his email. It's an avalanche. He slumps forward, blinded by a migraine, unable to breathe. For a few minutes he worries that he's having a stroke. He can still remember the terrible emails and text messages that appeared after Maya reported Kevin to the police. It's starting again. It's all happening again. Most of them don't use the word itself. They use words such as distraction and politics instead. "We just don't want any distractions or politics in the club so close to the game against Head, Peter." Everyone means well, obviously. No one has anything against Benji, of course. But for the boy's own sake, perhaps it's best if he has a little break. You know how sensitive some people, not us, but there are others who might react negatively, Peter. We're only thinking of the boy's best. Naturally. "Just let the guys play," several correspondents urge. Just not all the guys. But one of the emails is different. It comes from one of the parents of the Little League players, and there's a picture attached, taken in the A-team's locker room, but it's not of Benji. It shows Elizabeth Sackle, who appears to be leaning forward and examining Bobo's genitals. It may have been a harmless joke when it happened, but someone on the A-team took a photograph. No one knows how the picture spread, but there's another email containing the same picture. Then another one appears. "First teachers sleeping with their pupils, then teachers training their pupils to fight, and now this?" The emails that follow stick to the usual progression. First worried emails, then hate-filled emails, then threatening emails. Finally, an anonymous email. "If that bitch and that queer take part in one more Beartown training session, you're going to be in serious trouble." It's so easy to be wise in hindsight. Hockey is so simple from the stands. If Peter hadn't had a daughter who had been depicted as the enemy of the entire hockey club back in the spring, he might have reacted better now. Or perhaps worse. But his instincts are heading in all different directions. So in the end, he prints out the picture of Zackle and Bobo, finds the coach down on the ice, and shouts, "Zackle! What the heck? What's this?" Zackle is standing on her own, shooting pucks, and she skates calmly over to the boards and looks at the picture. "That's me. And that's Bobo. And that little thing is a penis." "But you... It's... What?" Zackle taps her stick on the ice, shrugs. You know how it is. Hockey teams test the boundaries when they get a new coach. It's between them and me. Peter is clutching his head as if it's cracked and he's glued it back together and is waiting for it to dry.
But, Zackle, it isn't between you and them anymore. Someone's posted the picture online. The whole town is going...
Zackle examines the tape on her stick. I'm a hockey coach. I'm not the mayor. The town's problems are the town's problems. In here, we just play hockey. Peter groans.
Society doesn't work like that, Zackle. People will interpret this as... They're not used to... First this business with Benji, and now this, with you and this...
Penis? Zackle suggests helpfully. Peter glares at her.
We've received a threat. We have to cancel today's practice.
Zackle doesn't seem to hear him, and asks instead, What's happening with Vidar, our new goalie? Are you going to let him play?
Did you hear what I said? We've received a threat. Never mind about Vidar. We have to cancel practice.
Zackle shrugs again. I heard. I'm not deaf. She goes back out onto the ice, as if he's finished. Then she calmly carries on firing pucks. Peter storms up to the office and calls the 18 players. They all answer apart from Benji. Peter explains the threat in the email. All the players understand. Not one of them stays at home. When the practice begins, the team gathers on the ice in front of Zackle. She taps her stick on the ice and says, Have you heard that the club's received a threat? They nod. She clarifies. If I coach you and if Benjamin plays with us, apparently we are going to be in serious trouble. So if you don't want to train today, I won't hold it against you. No one moves. A lot of shit has been said about this team, but they don't scare easily. Zackle nods. Well then, I understand that there are a lot of emotions right now, but we're a hockey team. We play hockey. The older players wait for her to demand to know who posted the picture of her and Bobo on the internet. She doesn't even mention it. Perhaps that wins her some respect, because eventually one of them calls out, We mostly turned up for the beer. The laughter that follows is liberating. Even Bobo looks a little less embarrassed. It's only words, combinations of letters. How can they possibly hurt anyone? Benji is sitting in Adri's kennels. The dogs are playing in the snow around his feet. They don't care, and he wishes no one else did either. He doesn't want to change the world, doesn't want anyone to have to adapt themselves to him. He just wants to play hockey. Go into the locker room without it falling silent because nobody dares to mess around anymore. He just wants all the usual things. Sticks and ice, a puck and 2 nets, the desire to win, to struggle. You against us, with everything we've got. But that's over now. Benji is no longer one of them. Perhaps one day he'll find words for that feeling of being different, how physical it is. Exclusion is a form of exhaustion that eats its way into your skeleton. People who are like everyone else, who belong to the norm, the majority, can't possibly understand it. How can they? Benji has heard all the arguments. He's sat next to adults in the stands and in buses on the way to tournaments. People who say, There are no homosexuals in ice hockey. There were jokes, all the usual stuff. But that never really affected Benji. It was the little choices of vocabulary that everyone seemed to find obvious that cut deepest, when fag was used as an insult. You play like fags. Fag referee! Damn fag coffee machine doesn't work. 3 little letters used to describe weakness, stupidity, anything that didn't function properly, anything that was defective. Naturally, there were adults who never said the word. Some of them said other things instead. They didn't even think about it, but Benji stored up tiny splinters of conversations for years. They don't bother with hockey? How would that even work? With the locker room and everything? Are we going to have 3 different locker rooms just in case? The people saying these things were ordinary parents, kind and generous people who did all they could for their children's hockey team. They didn't vote for extremist parties. They didn't wish anyone dead. They'd never dream of being violent. They just said obvious, self-evident things, such as, People like that probably don't feel at home in hockey. They probably like other things. You have to bear in mind that hockey's a tough sport. Sometimes they said it straight out. Hockey's a sport for men. They said men, but even as a small boy, Benji would stand alongside in silence, knowing that what they actually meant was real men. It's only words, only letters, only a human being. Benji doesn't train with his team today because he knows he's no longer one of them. He doesn't know who he ought to be instead. And he doesn't know if he wants that. When the practice starts, Sune is sitting in the stands. Peter sinks down beside him. Have you reported the threat to the police? Sune asks. They don't know if it's serious or not. Could just be some kid. Try not to worry. I don't know what to do, Peter admits impotently. Sune doesn't offer any comfort. He never does. He demands that people take responsibility. You don't know what to do, or what you ought to do? Peter sighs. You know what I mean. It's a messy situation to try to handle. Zakel and the team. Sune nods toward the ice. They chose to come. Let the guys play. What about Benjamin, then? How am I going to help him? Sune adjusts the fold of his t-shirt over his stomach. You can start by giving up the idea that he needs help. It's everyone else who needs help. Peter snaps back, hurt. Don't come here and try to tell me that I'm Sune snorts. Why are you still involved in this sport, Peter? Peter takes a deep breath. I don't know how to stop. Sune nods. I tell myself that I'm still here because the ice is the only place I know where everyone is equal. Out there, it doesn't matter who you are. All that matters is if you can play. There may be equality on the ice, but the same thing doesn't apply to the sport in general, Peter. No, and it's our fault. Yours and mine and everyone else's. Peter throws his arms out. But what are we supposed to do? Sune raises an eyebrow. We see to it that the next kid who says he's different in some way is met with a shrug of the shoulders. We need to say, so what? That doesn't matter, does it? And one day, perhaps, there won't be homosexual hockey players and female coaches. Just hockey players and coaches. The community isn't that simple, Peter says. The community? We are the community, Sune replies. Peter rubs his eyes. Please, Sune. I've had reporters calling me for hours now. Hell, maybe they're right. Maybe we ought to do something symbolic for Benjamin. If we painted our helmets, would that help? Sune leans back in his seat. Do you think that's what Benjamin wants? He chose not to tell anyone. Some lowlife gave it away. I'm sure loads of journalists would like to make him into some sort of figurehead now, and loads of nutters on the other side will want to vent all their hatred on him. And neither side knows a damn thing about hockey. They'll turn every game he plays in into a battle between their conflicting agendas, a political circus. And that may be what he's most frightened of. Becoming a burden to the team, a distraction. Peter snaps back in frustration. So what do you think Benjamin wants us to do, then? Nothing. We have to do something. Do you care about his sexuality? Does it change the way you look at him? Of course not. Sune pats Peter on the shoulder. I'm a silly old man, Peter. I don't always know what's right and what's wrong. But Benjamin has been the cause of a lot of crap outside this ice rink over the years, fighting and smoking dope and God knows what else. But he's a damn good player. So you and everyone else has said every time. That has nothing to do with hockey. So why should this have anything to do with hockey? Let the boy live his life. Don't force him to become a figurehead. If we're uncomfortable with his sexuality, then he's not the one with the damn problem. We are. Peter flushes and swallows. I didn't mean... Sune scratches his remaining hair. Secrets weigh a person down. Can you imagine what it must have been like to carry around that secret about yourself your whole life? Hockey was his refuge. The ice may have been the only place where he felt just the same as everyone else. Don't take that away from him. So what do I do? Let him earn his place in the team on the strength of his hockey alone, just like everyone else. He's going to be treated differently everywhere else now. Don't let that happen to him here. Peter says nothing for a long time. Then he says, You've always said we should be more than just a hockey club, Sonny. Isn't that exactly what we should be now? Sonny considers this. Eventually he whispers sadly, Maybe. Like I said, Peter, I'm an old man. I don't know what the hell I'm saying half the time. Benji isn't his father. He doesn't do what Alan Ovich did. He doesn't leave any gifts, doesn't give any signs or symbols. His mom and sisters call him. They've read the same things online as everyone else, and they're worried. So he says everything's okay. He's good at that. He goes to Adri's kennels because one of the dogs was ill last night. Adri got home late from the vet's and is still asleep. Benji closes the door downstairs just hard enough to wake his sister from her slumber, and she falls asleep again straight away. Adri only ever sleeps really deeply if she knows her little brother is home, otherwise it's just anxious dozing. Benji takes the garbage out, folds his bedsheets, and puts them neatly into a cupboard the way she's always nagging at him to do. Then he goes out to see the dogs. They're also asleep when he goes silently upstairs, knowing exactly which floorboards creak and which ones don't, like a boy taking part in the world's slowest game of hopscotch. He very carefully slides his hand under Adri's pillow and takes the key. He kisses his sister's forehead for the last time. Then he takes the shotgun and goes out into the forest. After practice, Zackel stands in the parking lot smoking a cigar. Peter comes outside, stops beside her, and asks, "Do you really want Vidar on the team?" She lets the smoke out through her nose. "Yes." Peter groans. "Hold an open tryout, then. Say that anyone who hasn't got a contract with another club can attend. If Vidar is good enough, he can play, but he only gets his place if his hockey's good enough, like everyone else." Peter opens the door to go back inside, but Zackel asks, "Why are you so angry with Vidar? Is it normal to be that angry if someone shits on your desk?" Peter suppresses his gag reflex at the thought of Vidar's visiting card. He ended up with shit between the keys on his computer keyboard, and that's not the sort of thing you get rid of easily, either from the keyboard or from your memory. But he shakes his head. "Vidar's unreliable. A team has to be able to rely on its goalie, but Vidar is completely unpredictable, egotistical. You can't build a team made up of egoists." "So why have you changed your mind?" Zackel asks. Peter doesn't know what to say, so he replies honestly, "I want this to be a club where we make people better. Maybe we can make Vidar a better person. Maybe ourselves too." The snowflakes turn somersaults in the wind, and Peter is horrified that he has realized this too late. Benji might never come back. You can say a lot of things about Benjamin Ovich, but he was never an egoist. It will be claimed that this happened to one person. It will be a lie. We will say, things like this are no one's fault, but of course they are. Deep down, we will know the truth. It's plenty of people's fault. Ours. 33. Not waking up. Benji is deeper in the forest than ever when he finally stops. The snow is still falling, its flakes tentatively brushing his skin before melting with his body heat and trickling angrily through the hairs on his lower arms. The freezing temperature colours his cheeks. His fingers stiffen around the rifle. The breath from his mouth forms smaller and smaller clouds. In the end, he isn't breathing at all. There's a long period of silence. Then a single shot echoes between the trees. In Beartown, we bury those we love beneath our most beautiful trees. It's a child who finds the body, but the child doesn't walk calmly through Beartown the way Adri did when she found her father, Alan Ovich, all those years ago. This child is running. Amat and Bobo are sitting in the locker room. They'll remember this as their last conversation, their last raucous laughter, before they found out that someone had died. It will feel as if they'll never really be able to laugh as loud ever again.
What do girls find sexy?
Bobo asks. He says it the way he says everything, as if his brain is a coffee machine that someone has forgotten to put a coffee pot under. So his thoughts drip straight onto the hot plate beneath and spray everywhere.
How should I know?
Amat says helplessly. It's not long since Bobo asked if it was true that contact lenses are made out of jellyfish. Another time he wondered,
You know how it's supposed to be unlucky to leave your keys on the table? Okay, but what if someone borrows my keys and leaves them on a table when I'm not even there? Do I still get the bad luck?
Back in the spring, he wanted to know,
How do you know if you've got a nice-looking dick?
At school the other day, he asked Amat,
How long should shorts be?
Then almost immediately afterward,
You know, in a vacuum, like in space, if you cry there, what happens to your tears? I heard some girls in school say an actor was sexy because he had a defined chin and high cheekbones. How do you know if you've got those?
I'm sure you have, Amat says.
You think?
Bobo says hopefully. His face is as shapeless as an overboiled potato, but Amat still nods kindly.
I'm sure you're sexy, Bobo.
Thanks, Bobo says, clearly relieved, as if he can tick that off his list of things to worry about. Then he asks,
Have you ever been anyone's best friend?
Amat groans.
Please, Bobo, yes, of course I've had a best friend.
Bobo shakes his big head.
No, I mean, have you been someone's best friend? I've had lots of best friends, but I don't think I've ever been anyone else's best friend. Do you understand what I mean?
Amat scratches his ear. Can I be honest? I hardly ever understand what the hell you're going on about. Bobo starts to laugh. So does Amat. The loudest, most uproarious laughter for a long time. You're never alone in the forest. All the children around here learn that. Benji stops dead when he sees the animal appear 30 feet away. Benji looks it right in the eye. He's hunted in these forests all his life, but this is the first time he's seen such a large bear. Benji has been walking into the wind. It hasn't caught his scent. The bear is close enough to feel threatened, and Benji has no chance of running. All the children around here learn the same things when they're small. Don't run, don't scream. If the bear runs toward you, curl up on the ground and play dead, and cover your head with your backpack. Don't fight until you're sure you have no other choice. The rifle is shaking in Benji's hands. He shouldn't fire. The animal's heart and lungs are shielded by its powerful shoulders. Only extremely skilled hunters stand any chance of shooting a bear and staying alive long enough to talk about it afterward. Benji ought to know better. But his heart is pounding. He hears his own voice roar from the depths, and then he fires into the air. Or directly at the bear. He doesn't remember. And it vanishes. It doesn't run away. It doesn't slope off into the forest. It just vanishes. Benji stands in the snow, and the forest eats up the echo of the shot until nothing remains but the wind, and he isn't at all sure if he's dreaming. If there really was a bear, or if he imagined it. A genuine threat, or an imaginary one. He goes over to where the bear ought to have been standing, but there are no tracks in the snow. Even so, he can still feel its stare, like when you wake up early in the morning and you don't have to open your eyes to know that the person next to you is looking at you. Benji is breathing hard. There's a sense of invincibility about deciding to die and then not going through with it. A sense of power over yourself. He walks home with the feeling that his body doesn't belong to him, without knowing who's going to inhabit it now. But at least he goes home. Amat and Bobo are still laughing, but Bobo stops abruptly, before Amat has time to realize what's happened. Bobo has always been told that he's a bit slow on the uptake. He knows all the jokes by heart. That boy couldn't pour water out of a boot if it had holes in the toes and the instructions under the heel. And, Bobo's so stupid he can't piss his own name in the snow. But that doesn't mean his brain isn't busy. His mom always said that it just works in a different way from other people's. So Bobo has been expecting this. Outside he may appear unfocused, but inside he has been preparing for this moment ever since his mom took him out into the forest and told him she was ill. The child runs through Beartown, in through the door of the ice rink, gesticulating wildly at the people who ask where she's going. Some of them recognize her. It's Bobo's little sister. One of them may even have realized and whispered, "Oh no!" When his little sister stands in the doorway of the locker room, sobbing, "She's not waking up, Bobo. Dad's gonna get a car, and Mom won't wake up even though I've tried shouting at her." Bobo has already dealt with his own grief. His tears trickle into his little sister's hair, but mostly for her sake. She was brave enough to run through the whole town, but she's in pieces now, and there's no one she trusts as much as her big brother. Only then does the girl feel safe enough in his arms to dare to shatter into a billion pieces. She will always run to Bobo when she feels sad, all her life, and he stands with his arms around her and knows that he has to be strong enough to bear that responsibility now. Amat hugs them both, but Bobo doesn't feel it. He's already wondering about how he's going to find a tree beautiful enough for his mom to sleep under. That's when he becomes an adult. Adri Ovich wakes up from a terrible dream. She fumbles in a daze under her pillow and feels her pulse throb in her temples when her fingers finally close around the key. She's breathing so hard that it hurts. She goes downstairs and finds her little brother sleeping on the sofa. The rifle is standing in the gun cabinet, as if nothing had ever happened. She kisses him on the forehead, sits on the floor beside him for hours. Can't quite seem to get beyond just waking up. 34. Violence against a horse on official service. In many years' time, we may not know what to call this story. We will say it was a story about violence, about hate, about conflict and difference and communities that tore themselves apart. But that won't be true, at least not entirely. It's also a different sort of story. Vidar Rinius is in his last year as a teenager. His psychologist report suggests that he has a lack of impulse control, but most people would probably expand that to say a complete lack. He's always gotten into fights. Sometimes he and his big brother Timu tried to defend their mother, and sometimes they defended each other. And if there wasn't anyone to defend, they would fight with each other. The bit about impulse control is true. Vidar has never been able to stop himself. About the time that other people get an idea into their heads along the lines of, "I wonder what would happen if," Vidar would already have done it. When Vidar was a boy, his coach once said that was what made him such a good goalie. "You just don't know how to not stop those pucks." Everyone says that Vidar's problem is that he doesn't think, but the opposite is actually the case. He can't stop thinking. He was 12 years old when he realized that he was alone. He went to another town with his brother and his brother's friends when the Beartown A-team was playing an away game there. After the game, Timu told Vidar to go to McDonald's and wait there, because he had a feeling there was going to be trouble. Vidar was sitting there eating when a group of opposing fans burst in through the doors. Timu and the pack had been stopped by the police, and Vidar was sitting alone in a corner dressed in the wrong colours, and the opposing fans knew who he was. During the game, they had seen the 12-year-old yelling insults about their club and giving them the finger. "You're not so tough without your brother, are you?" they cried as they attacked him. That was when Vidar realized he was on his own. Everyone is. We are born alone, die alone, and fight alone. So Vidar fought. He thought he was going to die. He watched adults leave the fast food restaurant. He might have been a child, but no one tried to help him. The staff ran to the kitchen. He didn't know how many enemies there were. All he knew was that he didn't stand a chance. He lashed out anyway. Then Spider appeared out of nowhere. Vidar's memory has him jumping through a window, but who knows? Spider defended him as if they were family, and after that they were. That was when Vidar realized that you don't have to be alone, not all the time, not if you have a pack. When Vidar was 16, they were at another away game. Spider had been found guilty of a number of minor offences and was on probation. He and Vidar waited in a park while the rest of the pack moved on, because Spider also had a head that was never quiet, and, just like Vidar, he had realised that everything slowed down sometimes if you took the right drugs. The police came around the corner on horseback, saw the two suspected hooligans, and Spider panicked and ran. He had drugs on him, as did Vidar. Vidar could have outrun Spider, but Spider was on probation, and Vidar lacked impulse control. He couldn't help himself from protecting someone he loved. So, while Spider ran off in one direction, Vidar ran in the other, toward the police. The charges filed against him afterward were numerous and varied. Vidar can't even remember them all. Possession of narcotics was one, he knows that much. Violently resisting a public official was another, he thinks. Then there was something about his hitting a police horse. Vidar has never really liked horses. Violence against a horse on official service? How long do they lock you up for that? That was how he ended up in the clinic, and that was where he met Baloo. He worked there, and was called that because he was the same size and had the same posture as the bear in the Jungle Book. When they became friends, it was fairly natural that the sinewy, dark-haired Vidar would be given the nickname Mowgli. Perhaps that helped him, getting a different name. Perhaps he was able to pretend to be a different person then. Baloo didn't say much, but he realized that Vidar had a lot of energy that needed a positive outlet if it wasn't to explode in a negative way. When he found out that the boy played hockey, he borrowed some goalie's gear, and every time the fuses in Vidar's head were threatening to explode in impulsive outbursts of rage about anything at all, Baloo would suggest calmly, "Okay, Mowgli, let's go to the basement." There was a storeroom in the basement, large enough for Baloo to stand by one wall throwing tennis balls as hard as he could toward Vidar at the other end. After a month or so, Baloo laid a new floor, smooth enough to feel like ice, so he could fire real hockey pucks. They played as often as they could. Sometimes Baloo even broke the rules and played with Vidar at night. He did it because he hoped it would help Vidar to learn not to break all the other rules. Definitions of care and punishment are always changing, and Baloo did what he could to give them a defined shape. He rarely said much, but he was the one who protested loudest when Vidar was released. "He's not ready," Baloo declared. No one cared. Vidar had a powerful friend somewhere, someone who had made sure that all the documentation that was required suddenly materialized. So when Vidar left the unit, Baloo just whispered sadly to him, "Stay on the ice, Mowgli. Concentrate on hockey." Maya and Leo are sitting at the computer, and in her memory it will feel as though they spent several days playing. She holds the words inside her for as long as she can, but in the end she can't help saying, "Don't fight for my sake again. I know you love me, but don't fight for my sake. Fight for other things if you must, but not for me." "Okay," her little brother promises. They don't say much after that. But sometimes Leo gets something wrong and is so angry that he hits himself in the thigh and yells, "Idiot!" And then Maya laughs so loudly that her throat starts to hurt. A bit like old times for a short while. Simple. But then Maya gets something right in the game and even Leo is impressed, so he turns to give her a high five. She doesn't react in time, and his hand hits her shoulder instead. Maya jumps so hard that she knocks her chair over, as if he'd burned her. She stands there gasping, eyes wide open, and curses herself and tries to pretend it was nothing. But Leo has already understood. Sometimes little brothers do that. Hardly anyone has touched Maya since the rape. It doesn't matter that Leo is her brother. Fear isn't logical. The body reacts independently of the brain. Leo switches the computer off. "Get your jacket," he says sternly. "Why?" Maya wonders sheepishly. "I'm going to show you something." When Vidar walks out from the unit, Timu, Woody and Spider are waiting outside in a car. Timu has to give Spider a shove to get him to stop hugging Vidar, but he will never set foot in the apartment he has been given by the council's housing association. "I have to live at home. I have to help you count," he tells his brother. Timu kisses him on the head. The first thing Vidar wants to talk about? Beartown ice hockey. What does the team look like? What players have we got this year? Are we going to beat ahead? He's the team's keenest fan, and, after his mum's kitchen, the place he's missed most is the standing area in the rink. Teemu can't stop patting his younger brother on the shoulder, and doesn't even tell Vidar that he won't need his place in the stand this year, that he's going to get a chance to play instead. Teemu doesn't say anything because he doesn't want to make his brother nervous, and for a few short minutes his own happiness is pure and uncomplicated. He doesn't want to spoil that. Then Vidar asks about Benji Ovic. The last time the guys talked to Vidar, they told him that the new coach had made Ovic team captain, and they had been ecstatic at the time, because they regarded Benji as one of them. A Beartown kid who stood tall, took one hit, and meted out 3 in response. But when Vidar mentions his name, both Spider and Woody fall silent. Their eyes harden, their words are worse. We found out something about him. Vidar listens. The guys can't bring themselves to use Benji's name. They talk as if he'd died. Perhaps he has, at least in part. The person they thought he was. He's no longer one of them. Vidar may be unlike most of the members of the pack because he doesn't care who the hell anyone sleeps with. He never has. But the men in the black jackets aren't talking about sexuality. Vidar knows that. They're talking about trust and loyalty. Benji has pretended to be something he isn't. He's a fake. He can't be trusted. And Spider and Woody think he's shamed the pack. We had his back, and all the time he wanted to screw us up the ass, Spider snaps. Vidar says nothing. When he was 12 or 13, just after Spider had fought for him in McDonald's, Vidar asked, Are we hooligans? Spider shook his head seriously and replied, No, we're soldiers. I stand up for you, and you stand up for me. We haven't got anything if we can't trust each other 1,000%. Get it? Vidar got it. The members of the pack have held together all their lives, and you don't build up that sort of friendship without complex sacrifices. They have different reasons to hate Benji. Some are disgusted, and some feel betrayed. Some are just worried about what opposing fans are going to sing about them now. Some have the bear tattooed on their necks, and how much do you have to love something to do that? So Vidar says nothing. He's just glad to be going home, that everything will be going back to normal. And when Teemu leans forward and whispers, The new coach is holding an open A-team tryout for you. If you're good enough, you'll be allowed to play. Vidar's joy sings so loudly inside his head that there's no room for him to think about anything else. It's only sports. The dogs at the kennels start to bark in the distance as the siblings approach, but Adri comes out blearily and quiets them down. Leo and Maya stop, alarmed. Is Jeanette here? Our teacher at school? She's supposed to have a martial arts club. Is it here? Leo asks. Club might be a bit optimistic, but she's in the barn. Adri chuckles and yawns as she scratches her wirewool hair. Leo nods but doesn't move, hands in pockets but staring with interest at the dogs. What breed are they? Adri frowns, looks from Leo to Maya, tries to figure out what they're doing here. Perhaps she realizes, because she too has sisters. So she asks, Do you like dogs? Leo nods. Yes, but Mom and Dad won't let me have one. Do you want to help me feed them? Adri asks. Yes! Leo exclaims, looking happier than a puppy with 2 tails. Adri looks warmly at Maya. Jeanette's in the barn. You'll find her there. So Maya walks into the barn alone. Jeanette is practicing with a sandbag and stops mid-movement, trying not to look surprised. Maya looks as though she's already regretting her decision to come. Jeanette wipes the sweat from her brow and asks, So, you want to try martial arts? Maya rubs her palms together. I don't really know what's involved. My brother kind of dragged me here. Why? Jeanette wonders. Because he's worried I might hurt someone. Who? Maya cracks as she admits. Me. So where do you start? Jeanette looks at the girl and eventually chooses the easiest option. She sits down on the mat. After an eternity, Maya sits down opposite her, a foot away. Jeanette moves closer. The girl flinches, so she stops. She explains gently, "You'll hear people say that martial arts is violent, but to me it's about love, trust. Because if you and I are going to practice together, we have to trust each other. Because we borrow each other's bodies." When Jeanette reaches out her hand and touches her, it's the first time since Kevin that Maya has been touched by anyone except Anna without flinching. When Jeanette shows her how to wrestle, how to take a grip, and how to get out of it, Maya has to learn to be held without panicking. On one occasion she does panic, throws her head back, and hits Jeanette in the face. "It's okay," Jeanette says, not bothered by the blood on her lip and chin. Maya looks at the clock on the wall. They've been wrestling for an hour, free from thought, and she's sweating so much that if her eyes are streaming, she doesn't even know it herself. I'm so fucking terrified sometimes that it's never going to be okay," she pants. Jeanette doesn't know how to reply, either as a teacher or as a human being, so she says the only thing she can think to say as a coach. "Are you tired? No? Then let's go again?" Maya doesn't heal inside that barn. She doesn't build a time machine. She doesn't change the past. She isn't blessed with memory loss. But she will come back here every day and learn martial arts. And one day soon, she will be standing in the line at the supermarket when a stranger accidentally brushes past her, and she won't flinch. It's the greatest of all small events, and no one understands. But she will walk home from the store that day as if she were on her way somewhere. That evening, she will come back to train some more, and the next day. It's only sports. Anna is sitting high up in a tree, not far from the kennels. She sees Maya and Leah walk home through the forest. She's been following them, she doesn't know why. Just wants to be close to Maya somehow. Everything feels far too cold without her. They're only a few feet apart when Maya passes beneath her on the ground. Anna could have called something, climbed down and begged and pleaded with her best friend to forgive her. But this isn't that sort of story. So Anna sits where she is, high above, and watches her friend walk off. The next day, Vidar takes the bus to school. Plenty of people know who he is, so no one dares to sit next to him. Not until a girl a few years younger gets on at a stop on the outskirts of the Heights. She has scruffy hair and sad eyes, and her name is Anna. The first thing Vidar notices is how beautiful her ankles are, as if they weren't meant for floors, but for running through forests and over rocks. The first thing Anna notices is Vidar's black hair, so thin that it hangs over the skin of his face like raindrops on a window pane. In many years' time, we might say this was a story about violence, but that won't be true, at least not entirely. It's also a love story. 35. But only if you're the best. There's going to be a press conference in Beartown. It's the worst possible timing for some people, when the whole town feels like it's on its way toward imploding from 100 different conflicts. But of course, it's the best possible timing for other people. Richard Theo, for instance. The representatives of the factory's new owners fly in from London. The local paper photographs them cheerfully shaking hands with the Spanish home-owning politician in front of the factory. Peter Anderson stands dutifully alongside. His voice is unsteady, and his eyes are fixed on the tarmac, but he promises to get to grips with hooliganism. The Spanish home-owning politician is so proud that his shirt is practically bursting. He starts the press conference by mentioning his esteemed and modest colleague, Richard Theo. He deserves our thanks for his great service to the district. Without Richard's contacts and hard work over the course of several months, this deal couldn't have been concluded. The Spanish home-owning politician goes on to describe, rather less modestly, his own involvement in the deal. Taxpayers will benefit enormously, he explains, and the most important thing, jobs in Beartown have been saved. When the female politician at his side suddenly opens her mouth, the Spanish home-owning politician is so taken aback that he doesn't have time to react at first. She says, "And not just in Beartown, of course. In collaboration with the factory's new owners, we have reached an agreement in which the workforce in Head will also be prioritized. That's one of the conditions. If the council is to support the factory financially, the entire council district needs to benefit." The journalists take notes and photographs, film the press conference. The Spanish home-owning politician stares at the woman, and she meets his gaze. He's powerless, because what can he say? That he's not thinking of giving Head any jobs? He'll be facing elections soon. He's shaking with rage, and his smile for the cameras is strained. But when he's asked about the jobs, he is forced to say, "Any responsible policy obviously has to involve the whole district." He is standing slightly hunched as he says this, whereas the female politician feels herself grow several inches taller. Early one morning in a few months' time, an envelope will be lying on the step outside her front door, and the documents inside will show how the Spanish home-owning politician has been involved in undeclared property speculation in Spain. It will, admittedly, turn out that the Spanish home-owning politician is entirely innocent, but Richard Theo doesn't need evidence, just doubt. The headlines about dodgy deals will be big. The notification of his innocence will be confined to a few modest lines on the back pages of the local paper. The Spanish home-owning politician's political career will already be over by then, after his party colleagues agree unanimously that the party can't afford any scandals. He will be replaced by a female colleague who appears to have plenty of enemies in Beartown, but even more friends in Hit. Benji doesn't turn up for practices with the team. He doesn't call. He doesn't answer when anyone calls him. But late one evening, when most of the lights in the rink are out and the locker rooms are empty, he is standing alone on the ice wearing jeans and skates, with a stick in his hand. He's come here to shoot some pucks, the way he's done 1,000,000 times before, and to see if it still feels the same. If it can be the way it used to be. But his gaze has been caught by the image of the bear in the center circle. Someone glides out onto the ice and stops beside him. Elizabeth Zackel. "Are you going to play in the game against Head?" she asks, with a complete lack of sentiment. Benji swallows hesitantly, still staring at the bear. "I don't want to be a problem for the team. I don't want them to feel that—" "That's not what I asked. Are you playing or not?" Zackel asks. Benji closes his eyes quickly, opens them slowly. "I don't want to be a burden to the club." "Are you planning to have sex with anyone in the locker room?" What? Zackel shrugs. "That's what people think, isn't it? That gays have a problem with discipline? If everyone starts having sex with each other in the locker room?" Benji frowns. "Where the hell have you heard that? Are you planning to have sex with anyone in the locker room or not?" "Like hell!" Zackel shrugs again. "So you're not a burden. Hockey is hockey. People can say what they like about you outside the rink, but in here it doesn't matter. If you're good, you're good. If you score goals, you score goals." Benji doesn't look convinced. "People hate me. You as well. Maybe it's just too much for them, that you and I are both, maybe they could live with one, but two in the same team, that's too much for people." Zackel sounds taken aback. "What do you mean?" Benji's eyebrows twitch. "That you're gay." "I'm not gay," Zackel replies. Benji stares at her. "Everyone thinks you are. People think a lot of things. They're far too obsessed with their emotions." Benji just gawps at her for a long time. Then he starts to laugh. He can't help it. "Seriously, Zackel, you must see that everything would have been a hell of a lot easier for you in this town if you just told everyone that you're not—" "Like you?" "Yes." Zackel snorts. "I don't think you have any obligation to tell everyone who you want to have sex with, Benjamin. I don't think I have either." Benji scrapes the side of his skate against the ice. He thinks for a while before he asks, "Do you ever wish you were a man?" Why would I? Zackle wonders. Benji looks at the bear on the ice, tries to find the right words. So you didn't have to be a female hockey coach? Zackle shakes her head slowly, but for once she doesn't look entirely unmoved. My dad probably wished I was a boy sometimes. Why? Because he knew I'd always have to be twice as good as the men to be accepted. The same thing applies to you now. You'll be judged differently. The people who hate me might let me coach a team, but only if we win. And they'll let you play, but only if you're the best. Just being good isn't enough for you anymore. Fucking unfair, Benji whispers. Unfairness is a far more natural state in the world than fairness, Zackle says. Did your dad tell you that? My mum. Benji swallows hard. I don't know if I can be captain. Okay, Zackle replies. Then she turns and leaves him without any more words, as if any more were needed. Benji is left standing alone at the centre circle. Eventually he fetches a stack of pucks from the boards, drops them onto the ice one after the other, for possibly the last time. This sport is never happy being just part of you. You have to sacrifice too much. There are too many things you know only if you've spent your whole life in here. How much your feet hurt when you skate for the first time after the summer. How unbelievably bad your gloves smell at the end of the season. The sound when you slam into the boards or fire a puck into the glass. How every rink has its own unique echo. How every stride sings when the stands are empty. How it feels to just play. How your heart beats. Bang, 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 bang. The first morning Anna sits next to Vidar. Neither of them says anything. Anna is too weighed down by guilt and loss to speak. For the entirety of her childhood, she has always gone to school with Maya, and the loneliness is a shock. She's sleeping a lot, because she's hoping she might wake up and realize that the mistake of her life was a dream. It never happens. But the second morning she sits next to Vidar again, and just as the bus is approaching the school, she glances at him. He pretends to be busy with his phone, but she sees him looking. He's the sort who can't help it. "What are you playing?" she asks. "What?" he mumbles, as if he's only just noticed her. She's not that easily fooled. "You heard?" He starts to laugh. He does that when he's nervous. He will soon discover that when Anna gets nervous, she makes sarcastic jokes instead. If they spend their whole lives together, they might become the least suitable couple to encounter at a funeral. One who can't stop making jokes, and one who can't stop giggling. "Minecraft! I'm playing Minecraft," he says. "Are you 7 or something?" Anna wonders. He laughs. "It helps me to not. I have trouble with my impulse control. My psychologist says Minecraft is good. I can concentrate better when I just play." The bus stops. The students spill out. Anna doesn't look away from him. "You're Timu Renus's little brother, aren't you? You were the one who was in prison." Vidar shrugs. "It was more like a holiday camp." "What do you mean about not being able to concentrate? Have you got some sort of syndrome or something?" "I don't know." Anna smiles. "You're just an ordinary nutter, then." Vidar laughs. "Some people say I'm a psychopath. You shouldn't be talking to me." Anna looks him carefully up and down. His black hair is draped around his eyes. "You look too kind to be a psychopath," she says. He frowns. "Watch out! I might have a knife." She giggles. "If you had a knife, I wouldn't be scared of you, even if I was a loaf of bread." Vidar falls head over heels for her, because he's the type who doesn't know how to stop himself. 36. Don't psychopaths go for walks, then? Elizabeth Zackle holds her open tryout early one morning. A handful of players show up, a few juniors who haven't got anywhere else to play because Beartown didn't manage to put together a team for them this year, and some older players who have been let go by other clubs and are out of contract. None of them is anywhere near good enough to get onto Zackle's team, but that doesn't matter. They're only there as extras so that the club can say it was an open session. Vidar is the only player of interest, but Zakel has to go and look for him when he doesn't appear on the ice. She finds him in the equipment storage room. "Can I help you?" she asks. "You got a saw?" Vidar asks. "What for?" Zakel wonders. Vidar holds up his goalie stick. "This is too long." During all those nights he was locked in the unit and played with Baloo, Vidar needed to be able to fire the balls and pucks back to the other side of the basement after he'd saved Baloo's shots. He couldn't wear skates in the basement, so he sawed the top off his stick to make it the right length. He accidentally sawed off too much, and it ended up too short, but he discovered that meant he could make harder passes and more accurately too. The only thing you have an excess of when you're locked up is time, so Vidar started to experiment with different lengths and types of tape on his stick. He ended up taping it without leaving a lump at the end, the way most goalies do, which made his grip better. Zakel finds him a saw, without understanding what he's doing. But when Vidar is happy with his stick and goes out onto the ice, he stops a puck and fires it without any effort, sending it from one end of the ice to the other. "Can you do that again?" Zakel asks. Vidar nods. Zakel puts him in front of one net and goes and stands by the other one. "Pass to me," she calls. So he does. Right across the whole rink, right to the blade of her stick. It might not sound like a big thing if you're not bothered about hockey, but Zakel knows that most goalies in Beartown's league couldn't get a puck to hit water even if they fell out of a boat. This guy will be our goalie when we haven't got the puck, but an extra player when we have, she thinks. And she can win that way. "Get in goal," she commands. He obeys. She starts firing puck after puck, and she's a good shot, but he saves everything. She lets the other players in the open session have a go, but not one of them manages to score. She gets 2 of them to shoot at the same time, then 3 from different angles. Vidar pretty much doesn't let anything past. His reflexes are remarkable. Zakel looks around the stands. At the top, over in one corner, sits Peter Anderson. As far away as it's possible to get on the other side, in the standing area, is Teemu Rinnius. Spider and Woody are standing next to him. Teemu tries to hide how proud he is, but fails. Spider and Woody don't even try. Zakel turns to Vidar and calls, "Take a break and have a drink." The other players stop shooting. Vidar takes off his helmet. His sweaty black hair is stuck to his face. He turns his back on Zakel and lifts his water bottle. So she takes aim and fires a slap shot that hits him hard right in the back. Vidar jumps and turns around, and Zakel immediately fires another shot that whistles past his unprotected head just a foot away. Teemu yells, "No!" from the stands, but Vidar doesn't hesitate. He's already set off towards Zakel at full speed. No one on the ice has time to realize what's happening. So if Teemu hadn't known his brother so well, Zakel might not have got out of the rink alive. Vidar throws himself at her, taking wild swings with his gloved hands, and Teemu sets off from the stands, wrenches open the door to the bench, and leaps over the boards. His boots slip on the ice, but he manages to grab hold of his brother and uses all his strength to wrestle him onto the ice and pin him down. Spider and Woody are a few steps behind, and it takes all 3 of them to stop Vidar from getting up and beating Zakel to death. "Are you completely insane?" Teemu yells at her. But the female coach isn't remotely frightened, and is grinning from ear to ear. "Can you promise that he'll show up for practices on time, and he'll play every game?" Vidar is still struggling frantically to pull free of his friend's iron grip. Teemu glares at Zakel. "You could have killed him. You could have died. He could have killed you." Zakel nods delightedly. "Exactly. Vidar doesn't give a damn about me being a woman. He was going to kill me anyway, wasn't he? To him, I'm just a hockey coach. Can you promise that he'll show up on time to each practice?" Teemu peers at her. She's obviously crazy. "You mean he's got a place on the team?" Zakel snorts. "A place on the team? I'm building the whole team around him. I'm going to make him a professional." Teemu swallows hard and replies tersely, "Okay. I promise he'll show up on time for practice." Zakel nods and leaves the ice at once. She's done here. The other players at the open session will merely receive a short message telling them that they're not good enough for her team. She's honest, fair, and unsparing, just like the sport. Out on the ice, Vidar eventually calms down. He lies on his back, sweaty and exhausted. Timu sits down next to him. Vidar turns to him skeptically and mutters, "What the hell, bro? Are you crying?"
"I'm not fucking crying,"
Timu snarls and turns his face away. "You look like you're—"
"Back off!"
Timu yells and hits Vidar's arm so hard that his little brother curls up whimpering on the ice, while Timu gets to his feet and walks out of the rink. Elizabeth Zakel bounces into Peter Anderson's office. "Did you see the tryout?" She blurts out. "Yes," Peter says. "Can he play?" Zakel asks. "Can you control him?" Peter asks. "No! That's the whole point!" Zakel says jubilantly. She looks happy. It gives Peter a headache. Outside in the parking lot there's an old Saab. Timu comes out of the rink, lights a cigarette, walks alone toward the car, gets into the passenger seat and closes the door behind him. When he's sure no one is watching, he leans his head on the dashboard and closes his eyes. He's not crying. Back off. The next morning, Anna sits next to Vidar on the bus again. He's playing Minecraft, because he has to concentrate so he doesn't get too nervous to dare to ask her, "I'm going to be playing on the Beartown A-team. Do you want to come and watch?" Anna sounds suspicious. "I didn't know you played hockey. I thought you were a hooligan, like the others in the pack." She says the pack without fear. No one else in this town does. Vidar's counter-question is shy, almost hurt. "Don't you like hooligans?" She snorts. "I don't like hockey players." He laughs. She's pretty good at making him laugh. But before the bus stops at the school, he says seriously, "The pack aren't hooligans." "What are they then?" Anna asks. "Brothers. Every one of them is my brother. They stand up for me, and I stand up for them." She doesn't judge him for that. Who wouldn't want to have brothers? Maya is driven to school by her mom. Kira doesn't ask why Anna doesn't go with her anymore. She's too happy that Maya lets her drive her all the way to school without feeling embarrassed. Just 6 months ago, her daughter always asked to be let out a few hundred yards away so she could walk the last bit herself. But now, Kira is allowed to drive all the way to the bus stop, and her daughter leans over the seat, kisses her on the cheek, and says, "Thanks, see you later." Those words are far too insignificant to topple a grown woman, but they mean the world if you're someone's mom. Kira drives away on a cloud. Maya, on the other hand, walks into school alone. She fetches her books alone, sits in classes alone, eats lunch alone. It's her choice, because if she can't trust her best friend, who can she trust? Anna walks into the school not far behind Maya. It causes a very particular sort of chill to have to see your best friend every day and know that she's no longer that. They used to part with a secret handshake that they came up with when they were children. Fist up, fist down, palm, palm, butterfly, bent fingers, pistols, jazz hands, mini-rocket, explosion, ass to ass, out bitches. Anna came up with the descriptions. At the end, after they banged their backsides together, she always threw her hands into the air and yelled, "And Anna is out, bitches!" Now Maya walks into school without even noticing that Anna is behind her. Anna hates herself, perhaps more for what she has done to Maya than for what she did to Benji. So this is her final act of love, to make herself invisible. Maya disappears into the corridor. Anna stands motionless, broken, but Vidar reaches out his hand. "Are you okay?" Anna looks at him. There's something about him that makes her answer honestly, so she replies, "No." He runs his fingers manically through his hair and mumbles, "Do you want to get out of here?" Anna smiles sadly. "Where?" Vidar shrugs. "Don't know." Anna looks around in the corridor. She hates it, hates herself here. So she asks, Do you want to go for a walk? A walk? Vidar repeats, as though it's a foreign word. But don't psychopaths go for walks, then? Anna wonders. He laughs. They leave the school and walk side by side through the forest for hours, and that's where Anna falls for him, for all his clumsy, jerky, nervous gestures. He falls for her because she's invincible and brittle at the same time, as if she were made of both eggshell and iron. He tries to kiss her because he can't stop himself, and she kisses him back. If they had lived their whole lives with each other, they would have become something remarkable together. The headline in the local paper after the press conference reads, "New jobs, but half earmarked for workers from HIT." The article includes numerous quotes from politicians. Most are shocked when the reporter demands a response and try to give neutral answers to avoid provoking either side. The only one who deviates from that line is, of course, Richard Theo. He manages to make his statements sound spontaneous, even though he's prepared it in minute detail. What do I think about the factory's quotas? I don't like any form of quota. I think that Beartown jobs should go to Beartown workers. It's hardly soaring oratory, but it travels fast. Within hours, the slogan, "Beartown jobs for Beartown workers," is being repeated not only online but in bars and around dinner tables. The next morning, there is a note on the hood of the Spanish home-owning politician's car. To stop the note blowing away, the person delivering it has pinned it down with an axe. Notes can blow away so easily otherwise, when the wind changes direction. Immediately after the press conference, Peter starts calling builders. They all answer. They are all available for work, until he tells them what the job is: demolishing the standing area in the arena. Suddenly, some of them have no time after all, while others say they're not qualified to do that. Some just hang up. Some spell it out in plain language. "We've got families, for God's sake, Peter." At one of the firms Peter calls, the phone is answered by a voice identifying itself as Woody. When Peter explains why he's calling, Woody laughs loudly and derisively. Later that day, Kira finds a cardboard moving box outside the Anderson family home. Most people who opened it would have thought it was empty, but she knows better. She tips it slowly onto its side and hears the little metal cylinder roll across the bottom. She sees it glint in the light reflected from her children's bedroom windows. A rifle cartridge. 37. What we're capable of. Most of us don't know what terrible things we're capable of. How can we, unless someone pushes us far enough? Who has any idea how dangerous we can be until someone threatens our family? Kira is standing hidden in the shadows. She's followed Timu from the supermarket. He's carrying a bag of groceries in each hand, one mostly full of cigarettes. He goes into the bearskin. When he comes out again, he's alone and the street is empty. Kira doesn't know what sort of demons take possession of her, but she suddenly finds the nerve to march forward. "Timu Rinius!" she snarls, sounding more threatening than she feels. He turns around. "Yes." Kira walks up to him so close that she can feel his breath. She's holding a folded moving box. A window opens above the bearskin, and an old woman peers out, but Kira is too agitated to notice. "Do you know who I am?" Kira asks. Timu nods, his face 5 inches from hers. "You're Peter Anderson's wife." Her head moves back, just a fraction, but her voice grows louder. "I'm Leo Anderson and Maya Anderson's mother, and I'm a lawyer. So maybe I am afraid of you, just like everyone else. But you need to get one thing very clear. If you come after my family again, I'll come after your family." She throws the box on the ground between them. Timu raises an eyebrow. "Are you threatening me?" Kira nods. "You can be damn sure I am, Timu Rinius. And you can tell all the cowardly little lowlifes in your little pack that next time they leave a rifle cartridge on my drive, I'll put it in your head." Timu doesn't answer, and his eyes aren't giving a thing away. Perhaps Kira should have been satisfied with that, but she's past the point where that's even possible. So she takes something out of her bag. Empty pill bottles. She holds them up mockingly in front of him. You lot came to my family's home, so I went over to yours, Timu. This was in your mum's garbage bin. Classified medication. Does your mum have a prescription for drugs like this? Because if not, she's breaking the law. And above all, her supplier is breaking the law. And that's you, isn't it, Timu? What do you think will happen when I come after you? Timu blinks slowly, evidently fascinated. But when he does take a step towards Kira, she backs away, because everyone does. His words are an order. Go away. Now. Kira lowers her head involuntarily. She'll end up cursing herself many times for doing this, but we don't know what we're capable of until someone pushes us far enough. She leaves the street, trying not to break into a run as she heads back to her car, and almost succeeds. Up at the kennels, Adri is feeding her dogs. There are no cars with their trunks full of drink coming today. There won't be any hunters calling in for coffee either. She doesn't know if it's because they don't want to or because they don't dare. It's never easy around here to know if people want to say something and are just not saying it, or if they're not saying anything because they don't know what to say. So Adri calls her friend Jeanette, who's still at school catching up on her grading. Throughout their childhood, it was always Jeanette who called Adri and asked if she wanted to play, never the other way around. But now Adri asks, "Do you want to come over and train?" Jeanette goes at once. They lift weights and beat the punching bag until they can no longer lift their arms. Jeanette doesn't tell Adri that everything is going to be all right, because she doesn't have a little brother and doesn't know if it ever will be all right. But she trains and trains for as long as Adri wants to continue, and when the road remains empty with no sign of cars or hunters, Jeanette can't help thinking that may be just as well. She can see in Adri's eyes that if anyone shows up here and says the wrong thing about her brother, that person will have to be carried out. Timu is still standing outside the bearskin, and the window on the first floor is still open. Ramona's voice carries down to him. Rumour has it that you left a black jacket for Leo Anderson in school, Timu. But you gave Leo's dad a rifle cartridge. Where's the logic in that? Timu sounds sure of himself, because he has a little brother he shares only the same mother with. Maybe we recognise that men don't have to become the bastards their fathers were. It's an excuse. Ramona is well aware of that as she stubs her cigarette out on the window ledge. If it was you who left that cartridge, then I don't actually know what to think about you. Timu interrupts her in a tone that he never uses with anyone else, apologetic and shamefaced. It wasn't me, but I can't control every... Ramona interrupts him in turn, and her voice is anything but affectionate. Don't try that on me. You may not control everything your boys do, but you know damn well that none of them would do anything if you'd expressly forbidden it. Timu begins, but Ramona cuts him off. You and I don't judge each other, Timu, we never have. But children are the only people who don't have to take responsibility for anyone but themselves. The rest of us have to take responsibility for the things we cause to happen. You're a leader. People follow you. So frankly, if you can't take responsibility for the actions of your followers, that makes you nothing but a monster. Kira never mentions the rifle cartridge to Peter or the children, or anyone else for that matter. But when she gets back to the house, two of the neighbours, an old woman and an even older man, are sitting on tatty folding chairs in their driveway, wearing green T-shirts. Their front door is open, the light is on in the hall. Kira can see the old man's hunting rifle leaning against the wall inside. He's old and slow, and perhaps the rifle isn't even loaded, but it doesn't matter. The old woman nods to Kira and says, Go in and get some sleep, Kira. We thought we'd just sit here and watch the cars go by for a bit. The old man opens a thermos flask and mutters, There are rumours that a few moving companies have been given the wrong information and have been going to wrong addresses recently. That's not going to happen around here again. Small words, a small gesture. But that's all it takes to say that we live here too, and nobody messes with us. Timu is standing thoughtfully outside the ice rink. Beartown is dark, and the only window still lit up is in Peter's office. What will a person do for his club, for his town? Who does it belong to? Who do you allow to live in it? Eventually, Timu calls Spider and asks, "Who left the moving box outside Peter's house?" Spider clears his throat in surprise. "You don't usually want to know who does what. You usually... What is it you always say? I'll let you know when you've gone too far." It's true. That's the pack's way of protecting Timu. No one can ever hold him responsible for something he knows nothing about in any court case. He says, "You went too far. Don't do it again." Spider's stubble scrapes against the phone. "Well, it wasn't us. It was some youngsters. The kids in the standing area. Damn it, Timu. You know how everyone feels. The kids hear their dads talking about all the jobs going to HID, and then they hear us talking about Peter ripping out the standing area. They're just trying to impress you. They thought you'd be pleased." Timu covers his eyes with his hand and lets out a deep sigh. "Don't be too hard on them. Just make sure it doesn't happen again." Spider clears his throat again. "The business with the moving box, or anything aimed at the family?" Timu's voice gets sharper. "We don't attack people in the club. We'll stand tall once those bastards have gone, and we're standing tall now. But we don't attack people in the club." "What about the standing area, then?" Timu admits for the first time. "I've had a meeting with a politician, a friend. He's going to give us back our standing area. And we're going to be standing long after Peter Anderson has left this town." When darkness falls, Benji is sitting on the outhouse roof out at the kennels. He stubs out his cigarette and makes a decision at last. Then he walks alone through Beartown. He doesn't hide in the shadows. He walks in the middle of the glow from the street lamps. He hasn't been going to school. Hardly anyone has seen him since they found out that he was gay. But now, here he is, walking along out in the open. Perhaps it's stupid. But sooner or later, he has to confront everyone. This is too small a town to have many hiding places, and where would he go? What do you do when you just want everything to be the same as normal? You go to work. You hope for the best. When he walks into the bearskin, the bar falls silent. A stranger might not have noticed, might have thought the chat and arguments and clink of glasses were the same as usual. But every cell in Benji's body hears the oxygen being sucked out of the room. He stands still. The very fact that he's come here might seem crazy, but he was never the sort of child who lay in bed afraid of ghosts and monsters. He'd rather open all the doors, upturn all the mattresses, tell them to come and get him straight away if they were going to do it anyway. Sooner that than just waiting. A group of men at a table toward the back of the bearskin stand up. First one, then all of them. Black jackets. None of them finishes his beer. Their glasses are left demonstratively half full. Everyone moves out of the way as they walk toward the door, but none of the men touches Benji. They just stalk past, out, away. Within 2 minutes, a dozen more, old and young, some in black jackets, some without, some in hunting jackets, some in white shirts, have done the same thing. Feelings are complicated. Actions are simple. Vidar is one of the people sitting at the table at the back of the bar. When he was younger, he asked Spider why he hated queers so much. Spider replied without a trace of hesitation, "Because it's disgusting. Men are men and women are women, and that's just some bullshit made-up sex in between. There's research, you know. They're missing something in their brains, some substance. And you know who else hasn't got it? Paedophiles and people who screw animals and that sort of shit. It's a disease, Vidar. They're not like us." Vidar didn't believe that at the time. He doesn't believe it now. But when Spider and Timu and the others stand up and walk out, Vidar does the same. Because since he was little, he's learned that soldiers stick together. He doesn't have to hate Benji. He just needs to love his brothers, which is both complicated and not complicated at all. Long after closing time, Ramona and Benji are still sitting in the bar, just the two of them.
It's people have so much crap in their heads. It might not even be about you,
Ramona says tentatively, but she knows the boy knows she's lying.
They left their beer. They don't want to drink with people like me,
Benji whispers. His words are dry twigs, snapping under the slightest weight. Ramona sighs.
It's a lot all to take in at once, Benjamin. The female coach, those damn politicians, sponsors getting involved in how the club's run. It's making people nervous. Everything's changing. They don't hate you. They're just... people just need a bit of time to digest things. They do hate me,
Benji corrects. Ramona scratches her chin with the whiskey glass.
Timo and the boys saw you as one of them, Benjamin. That's what's making it worse. Some of them may have thought, I don't know, they might have thought stuff like this only happened on television. That men like that, well, that they only lived in the big cities and, dressed in a particular way. They've lived their whole lives assuming it was something you could tell about a person at first glance. But you were like them. They drank with you, you fought together, they yelled your name in the rink. You were a symbol. You proved that one of them could lead this team, this town. When they felt that every other bastard was out to get them. You were the middle finger they stuck up at the world. You were the bandit who proved they didn't have to adapt, that they could win anyway. That those of us out here in the forest could take on anyone who wanted to have a go at us. I never asked anyone to give a damn. I just want everything to be the same as normal.
Ramona grabs hold of Benji's head, hard with both hands, until his ears feel like they're going to fall off. Then she yells, You've got nothing to apologize for, boy. You hear me? Nothing. I'm not defending any of the men who walked out of that door tonight. I'm just saying, the world turns quickly. Don't judge us too hard when just don't judge us too damn hard. Everything's changing at such a speed that some of us can't always keep up. We sit here and hear about quotas for all sorts of things, and it's easy to wonder when it's going to be our turn. When do we get a turn? I'm not defending anyone, boy. I'm just saying that some people around here feel they're being attacked from all sides. That everyone's telling them their way of life is wrong. No one likes having change forced upon them. I'm not forcing anyone to do a damn thing. I just want things to be normal. Ramona lets go of him, sighs, pours more whiskey. I know, boy. It is what it is. We're just going to have to find a new normal, that's all. There are two types of people now. Some of them need more time, and some need more sense. There's no hope for the second group. But we might have to wait to see how many there are in the first group before we start beating it into their heads. Benji is avoiding eye contact. Are you disappointed in me too? Ramona starts to laugh, coughing up smoke. Me? Because you want to sleep with men? You sweet boy. I've always been very fond of you. I wish you a happy life. So I can only lament the fact that you want to sleep with men, because one thing I can tell you here and now is that it's impossible to be happy with men. They're nothing but a load of damn trouble.
38. The game. There's going to be an ice hockey game. Beartown ice hockey against head hockey. The rest of the country is barely aware that it's taking place. No one cares, except for here. But here, everyone cares. Some people can't understand things unless they've experienced them for themselves. The overwhelming majority of the world's population will live their whole lives in the belief that a hockey game is just a hockey game, that it's just a silly game, that it doesn't mean anything. They're in a fortunate position. They don't have to go through all this. What would you do for your family? What wouldn't you do? Hogg has never had any business cards, but if he did, there would be 4 things on it. Hockey player, car mechanic, father of 3, Anna Katherine's husband. She still sings in his head. She still dances on his feet. He's never going to let her stop. He finishes work in the garage, just like on a normal day, even though things will never be normal again. When he goes into the house, Bobo, his eldest, is washing the dishes.
It was Bobo who went to the undertaker's and organised a funeral and cremation. Then he came to grips with everything else. There's food on the table, the younger kids are already eating, and Bobo has done the laundry. Everything his mom used to do. Hogg gulps hard when he sits down at the table, so that the younger children won't see him shatter. Then he says to Bobo, "You should go and play in the game." Bobo whispers, "I'm needed here. I've still got washing and—" "Harry Potter!" his little brother says, even though his sister hushes him. "Yes, I'll read some Harry Potter tonight, like I always do," Bobo promises, blinking as he stares down at the washing-up bowl. Hogg chews, directing his own blinking at his plate. "This is good. Really good." "Thanks," Bobo whispers. They say no more until the younger children have gone to brush their teeth. Then Hogg gets up, washes his plate, and hugs Bobo as he whispers an order in his ear. "I can read that damn Barry Trotter tonight. It's about time I learned how to. You hear what I'm saying?" Bobo nods silently. Hogg holds his cheeks and says, "You and I are going to get through this, because Mum will never forgive us otherwise. So go and play your game now, because Mum will be watching from wherever she is. Not even God or the angels or whatever else there may be could stop her watching her eldest son's first game on the Beartown A-team." Bobo packs his bag. When he walks out of the door, Hogg expects the other children to beg and plead to be allowed to go too, but they don't. Instead, they stand on the steps with their hockey sticks and a tennis ball and ask, "Do you want to play, Dad?" So Hogg watches his eldest son go off to his first A-team game, and then he plays hockey with his two younger children in the garage. They struggle and sweat and chase the ball for hours, as if it were the only thing that mattered, because it is, at that moment, and that's the whole point. What would you do for your family? Peter Anderson goes from room to room in the house before he sets out from home. Kira is sitting in the kitchen with her laptop and a glass of wine. "Do you want to come to the game?" he asks without much hope. "I need to work," she replies, predictably. They look into each other's eyes. At least they do that. He moves on and knocks on the door to Maya's room. I'm going to the game now," he whispers. "I have to study, Dad. Good luck," she calls from the other side of the door. Mother and daughter say that because it makes things easier for him. They're giving him a chance to pretend that everything's fine. He knocks on Leo's door too, but Leo isn't home. He's already gone to bed. He's planning to watch the game from the standing area. Peter knows he should stop him, punish his son. But how do you do that when all you've ever done is nag your son to go to hockey games with you? Anna is standing in front of the mirror trying to choose an outfit. She has no idea how she ought to look. She's been to 1,000 hockey games, but never one where Vidar has been playing. It's a stupid fantasy, but she wants him to turn toward the stands and catch sight of her, and realize that she's there for his sake. Her dad is stumbling about in the kitchen downstairs. He knocks something over, then something else. She hears him swear. It aches so deeply in her, all his drinking. She throws on some clothes without picking them as carefully as she planned, because she wants to be out of the house before her dad gets so drunk that he needs help. She doesn't want to let the bad version of him steal this game from her. Not today. He calls out to her when she reaches the door, and her first thought is to pretend she hasn't heard him. But something in his voice brings her up short. It's too clear, too steady. It's unusual. She turns around. Her dad has showered and combed his hair and is wearing a clean shirt. The kitchen bin behind him has been tidied up. There are bottles in the recycling bin, and he's tipped their contents down the sink. "Have a good time at the game. Do you need any money?" he asks tentatively. She looks at her good dad for a long time. The bad one seems so far away right now. "How are you feeling?" she whispers. "I want to try again," he whispers back. He said that before. It doesn't stop her believing him. She hesitates for just a moment, then says, "Do you feel like going for a walk?"
Aren't you going to the game?
I'd rather go for a walk with you, Dad. So that's what they do. While two whole towns head to a hockey game, a father and his daughter go for a walk in the forest that has always been theirs. Him, her, and the trees. A family. Bobo cycles through Beartown carrying an invisible backpack of stone. He arrives late at the pickup spot, but no one seems to care, and Zackle hardly seems to notice that he's turned up. Amat sits next to Bobo on the team bus to hit, but doesn't know what to say, so they say nothing. The parking lot in front of Hid's ice rink is full of people, and there are lines, even though there's still a long time before the game starts. The rink is going to be full. The towns are in an uproar. The hate has had plenty of time to grow. This is going to be war. The bus is silent. All the players are wrestling with their own demons. Only when the A-team members have gotten off the bus and gone into the hall, along the corridor, and into the locker room, and are all sitting down, does one of the older players get to his feet. He walks over to Bobo with a roll of tape in his hand.
"What was your mum's name?"
the older player asks. Bobo looks up in surprise, swallows hard. "My mum? Anne Katrine. Her name was Anne Katrine."
"With a K or a C?"
the older player asks.
"K,"
Bobo whispers. The older player writes Anne Katrine on a strip of tape. He sticks it onto the sleeve of Bobo's jersey. Then he repeats the process and fastens the tape onto his own sleeve. The roll of tape passes silently around the locker room. Bobo's mom's name is on every arm. Amat skates out onto the ice. As he's done throughout his childhood, he starts skating around to warm up. Normally he doesn't hear anything. He's gotten good at that. No matter how many people are in the rink. Everything becomes background noise, and he disappears into a zone of concentration that makes whoever is at the other end of the boards irrelevant. But today is different. Something breaks through the noise and yelling. His name. A few people somewhere are chanting it, louder and louder, over and over again, until Amat looks up. Then the cheering gets louder. In one corner, right at the top, stands a group of idiots jumping on their seats. They're not there to cheer for either of the teams. They're there for one single player, because he's from the Hollow. They're singing the simplest, most beautiful, most important thing. "Amat! One of us! Amat! One of us! Amat! One of us!" Fatima arrives at the rink and Hid on her own, but she's holding 2 tickets. She watches the game with an empty seat beside her, Anne Katrine's. When Amat comes out onto the ice, she stands up and cheers, and when Bobo comes out, she cheers twice as loudly. She'll do that at every game Bobo plays and every game his younger siblings play. No matter where their lives take them, there'll always be a crazy woman in the stands cheering loud enough for 2. Why does anyone love team sports? Because we want to be part of a group? For some people, the answer is simply that a team is a family. For anyone who needs an extra one or never had one in the first place. Vidar Rinius loved playing hockey when he was a child, just like every other kid. But unlike all the other kids, he loved the stands even more. He always promised himself that if he ever had to choose, he'd never pick the ice over the standing area. He said that to Timu when he was little, and Timu smiled and said, "It's our club, remember that. When all the players have switched clubs, when the general managers and coaches have moved on to clubs that pay more, when the sponsors let us down and the politicians have sold out, we'll still be here. And we'll be singing even louder, because it was never their club anyway. It's always been ours." Vidar sat on the team bus today. His gear is in the locker room, but he isn't there. He puts on a black jacket and goes up to the standing area instead, takes his place beside his brothers and yells, "We are the Bears! We are the Bears! We are the Bears! The Bears from Beartown!" Timu looks at him. Perhaps he wants to tell his little brother to go back to the locker room, that a better life awaits him on the ice. But the pack is their family. and the club belongs to them too. So he kisses his brother's hair. Woody and Spider hug Vidar, their fists clenched behind his back, and they sing, louder, more insistently, "We are the Bears! We are the Bears!" Love and hate, joy and sorrow, anger and forgiveness. Sports carry the promise that we can have everything tonight. Only sports can do that. At one end of the rink, the head fan standing area, the volume rises until nothing can penetrate the wall of noise. Their chanting is laced with Schadenfreude. If you ask most people in the stand afterwards, several years from now, they'll just give an embarrassed cough and mumble, "It's just hockey. No harm intended. Just something you sing in the heat of battle. You know what it's like. It's just hockey." Of course it is. We support our team, you support yours, and we exploit every little weakness we can find. If we get a chance to hit below the belt, we grab it. Anything to hurt you, get you off balance. Because we only want the same thing you do, to win. So the fans in head stands chant the simplest, cruelest, and vilest things they can think of. Beartown ice hockey's best player used to be Kevin Eardow. He raped Maya Andersson, the daughter of the club's general manager. Kevin's best friend, Benjamin Ovich, is homosexual. What did we expect? That they weren't going to chant about all that? Those people who hate us? Their voices don't number in the thousands, but in a small arena with a low roof, the silence of many can make the chanting of some of them sound as though everyone is shouting the same thing. The red fans turn toward the Beartown section of the stand, toward the pack, and roar, "Queers! Sluts! Rapists!" It's easy to say you should just ignore it, not let it get to you. It's only hockey, only words, doesn't mean anything. But chant it enough times, shout it loud enough, repeat, 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 until it eats its way in. 100 red arms pointing across the ice, directly at the green fans. Their words thundering against the roof and echoing off the walls. Again, again. "Queers! Sluts! Rapists!" 39. Violence. Over in the seated part of the rink, Peter Andersson can't help hearing the chanting. He does his best to ignore it, but it's impossible. He leans forward toward the next row, taps Sune on the shoulder, and asks, "Where's Benji?" "He hasn't turned up," Sune replies. Peter leans back. The head fan's words hit the roof and bounce back, hitting him like burning oil. He feels like standing up and shouting too, shouting anything at all. It's only a damn hockey game, and what's it worth now? How much has Peter sacrificed for this? How much has he put his family through? His daughter? How many bad decisions must a man have taken when his wife stays at home and his son would rather be with the hooligans than his father? If Beartown hockey doesn't win this game after everything Peter's done, what does that make him worth? He's sold out his ideals, he's gambled everything he loves. If the club loses against Head now, everything is lost. There's no other way of looking at it. "Queers! Sluts! Rapists!" Peter looks in silence at the people shrieking in Head's standing area and wishes them ill, every last one of them. If Beartown takes the lead tonight, if the team gets the chance to crush those people and destroy every ounce of their desire to get out of bed tomorrow, Peter fervently hopes that his team won't ease up on them. He wants to see them suffer. At some point, almost everyone makes a choice. Some of us don't even notice it happening. Most don't get to plan it in advance. But there's always a moment when we take one path instead of another that has consequences for the rest of our lives. It determines the people we will become, in other people's eyes as well as our own. Elizabeth Zackel may have been right when she said that anyone who feels responsibility isn't free, because responsibility is a burden. Freedom is a pleasure. Benji is sitting on the roof of one of the outhouses at the kennels, watching the snowflakes make their way to the ground. He knows the game is about to start, but he isn't there. He can't explain why. He's never been good at justifying or rationalizing his actions. Sometimes he does stupid things on instinct. Sometimes he doesn't for the same reason. Sometimes he cares too little about things. Sometimes too much. Beside him on the roof sits his three sisters, Adri, Katja and Gabby. Down on the ground, on a chair next to an unsteady table that's been pushed down into the snow, sits their mom. She'd do, and has done, almost anything for her children, but climbing a ladder to sit on an icy outhouse roof and ending up with a wet backside is somewhere beyond her limit. The Ovich family has always loved hockey, even if its members haven't always loved the same things about it. Adri loved playing and watching games. Katja loved playing, but not watching. Gabby never played, but watches when Benji plays. Their mom always asks irritably, "Why do there have to be 3 periods? Wouldn't 2 be enough? Doesn't any of these people eat proper meals?" But if you give her a date and a game 10 years ago, she can tell you if her son scored or not, if he fought hard, if she was proud or angry, often both. The sisters shuffle uncomfortably beside their brother. It's cold, not only because of the freezing temperature. "If you don't want us to go to the game, we won't go," Gabby says quietly. "If you really, really, really don't want us to," Katja clarifies. Benji doesn't know what to say. Most of all, after everything that's happened, he hates himself for having put his family into this position. He doesn't want to be a burden to them, doesn't want them to have to fight on his behalf. He was once told by another boy's mother, "You may not be an angel, Benjamin, but dear God, you haven't suffered for the lack of a male role model. All your best qualities come from the fact that you've been raised in a house full of women." Benji will always say she was wrong, because she made them sound like they were perfectly ordinary women. They aren't, not to him. His sisters did their best to replace their father. They taught their little brother to hunt, drink, and fight. But they also taught him never to mistake friendliness for weakness or love for shame. And it's for their sake that he hates himself now. Because if not for him, they wouldn't even consider not going to head. In the end, it's Adri who looks at her watch and says, "I love you, little brother, but I'm going to the game." "I'm going too!" their mom shouts from down on the ground. Because she and Adri are old enough to remember life before Beartown. The other children were too young, but Adri remembers what the family was fleeing from and what they found here. A safe place to build a home. This is their town. Benji pats Adri's hand gently and whispers, "I know." Adri kisses him on the cheek and whispers that she loves him in 2 different languages. When she climbs down, Katja and Gabby hesitate, but in the end they follow her. They go to the game for the same reason that they could have stayed at home, for their brother's sake and for their towns. They wish Benji was going to play, but they know that nothing they say will change his mind, because he is, after all, a member of this family, and there are probably mules that accuse other mules of being as stubborn as an Ovich. Benji stays on the roof until his mom and sisters have driven off in the car. He smokes all alone. Then he climbs down, fetches his bicycle, and sets off through the forest, but not toward head. When children first start to play hockey, they are told that all they have to do is try their best. But that's enough. Everyone knows it's a lie. Everyone knows that this sport isn't about having fun. It's not measured in terms of effort, only by results. The Beartown ice hockey players enter the rink with a mother's name on their arms, and even though it's an away game, large parts of the arena are filled with green shirts with the words "Beartown against the rest" on them. Men in black jackets unfurl a banner above one of the standing areas, similar to the one that's going to be demolished in their own rink, and the words are aimed as much at Peter Anderson as Head's fans. "Come and have a go if you think you're hard enough." The game starts down on the ice. The volume is unbearable. People's ears start to pop. And Beartown ice hockey's players do all they can. They fight for their lives, give everything they've got, their very, very, very best. But Vidar is in the stands, and no one knows where Benji is, the goalie and the captain. Maybe Beartown deserves to win. Maybe it would have been fair for them to have a fairy tale ending. But hockey isn't measured like that. Hockey only counts goals. Head scores. Then again, and again. The singing from the red stand is deafening. Peter Anderson doesn't hear it, though. The ringing in his ears is the sound of his heart breaking. At the campsite, the teacher has already packed. His bags are in the car. Yet he's still sitting at the table in the kitchen of the little cabin, looking out of the window as he waits, hoping that someone with sad eyes and a wild heart is going to appear from between the trees. When he finally sees Benji, he's been waiting so long that at first he thinks he's imagining it. The teacher stands up and tries to gather all the words inside him when his heart leaps at the sound of the door opening and he finds himself staring at Benji's lips. I was trying to write something, he says apologetically, gesturing clumsily toward the pen and blank sheet of paper on the table. Benji says nothing. The cabin is cold, but the teacher is wearing a thin white linen shirt. It's hanging loose outside his trousers, crumpled like Sunday morning hair. He smells of warm skin and fresh coffee. Benji opens his mouth, but nothing comes out. He looks around the cabin. All the clothes are gone, all personal belongings removed. Perhaps the teacher detects a note of criticism in Benji's gaze, because he mumbles embarrassedly, "I'm not as brave as you, Benjamin. I'm not the sort of person who stays and fights." There's still a deep mark in the front door made by the knife. Benji reaches out his hand, touches his skin one last time, whispers, "I know." The teacher holds his hand to his cheek, very briefly, closes his eyes and says, "Cool if you ever want to be somewhere else. Maybe things could have been different for us. Somewhere else." Benji nods. Perhaps they could have been. Somewhere else. Something more. When the teacher gets into his car, he finds himself thinking of a quote by some philosopher. Man is the only creature who refuses to be what he is. He tries to remember who wrote it. Albert Camus, perhaps? He occupies his mind with this as he drives through Beartown, along the road, and out of the forest. Because if he concentrates hard enough on those words, all the other feelings can't overwhelm him and stop him from seeing the road ahead of him. Far behind the car, Benjamin Ovich gets onto his bicycle and sets off in a different direction. Perhaps he'll be free one day, but not today. Just as Head Hockey makes it 4-0 toward the end of the second period, 4 boys from Head sneak across the stand. They're just school kids. That's why they were given the job, because no one would suspect them. They're not even wearing red jerseys, so they don't attract attention. They're carrying garbage bags, specially smuggled in during a practice of the boys' team late yesterday evening. They're going to throw the contents of the bags at the enemy. When the time is right, when the souls of the Beartown fans are at the breaking point, to push them over the edge. A lot of people in the red part of the rink will say that this is just part of the game, purely symbolic, just hockey, maybe even just a joke. Just the sort of thing you do to hurt your opponents and get under their skin, conquer, destroy, annihilate. The boys have managed to sneak along the side of the rink, far too close to the Beartown fans' standing area, before someone finally notices them. But it's too late by then. The boys pull dildos and other sex toys from the bags, one after the other, hundreds of them. Vibrators rain down on the men in black jackets, hitting their hunched forms like missiles. And from the red stand at the other end of the rink, the chanting rings out again, more hateful, more threatening. "Queers! Sluts! Rapists! Queers! Sluts! Rapists!" We can say what we like about Timu Rinius, because he says whatever he likes about us. In his experience, every discussion of violence reveals how hypocritical almost everyone is. If you were to ask him, he'd say that most men and women aren't violent, and that they believe this is because their morals stop them. Timu has one word for them: liars. Would they really not be violent if they could? When other drivers mess around with them? When people mess around with them at work? When people mess around with their wives in the pub, or their kids at school, or their parents in nursing homes? How many thousands of times does the average mortgage-paying Labrador owner dream of being the sort of person who really doesn't give a damn? Timu is convinced that ordinary people's lack of violence has nothing to do with morals, and that they would be only too happy to hurt people if they thought they could get away with it. The only reason they're not violent is that violence isn't an option for them. They can't fight. They don't know anyone with the strength or the weight of numbers or the influence. If they did, they'd get out of their cars and lay into the idiot blowing his horn, beat up the dad at the parents' meeting who insulted their family, push that cocky waiter up against the wall and force him to eat the bill. Timu is sure of that. When he and Vidar were young, the brothers learned to hate one phrase more than all the others. They got called plenty of things. Skimp bastards, thieves, but it was whores kids that hit them hardest. And it showed. So all the kids at school used that one more than the others. Timu and Vidar had the same mother but different fathers, and one brother is blonde and the other dark. It's an open invitation in every schoolyard. They fought until everyone shut up, but some words never stop echoing inside. Whores kids, whores kids, whores kids, whore, whore, whore. Now Timu and Vidar are standing in the rink next to Spider and Woody. Spider, who got whipped in the shower with wet towels and called a queer when he was little. Woody, who was prepared to get onto a plane as a teenager to fight anyone he could find in the country where his cousin had been raped, before Timu dragged him back home. They're no saints. They haven't got hearts of gold, and most of the worst things said about them are true. But when Woody went to Timu back in the spring to say the pack should stand up against Kevin Eardal, the best player their cherished club has ever seen, Timu agreed with him, because he knew what people were calling Maya Anderson at school. And now the red fans at the other end of the rink are chanting, "Queers! Sluts! Rapists!" The hit fans don't know any of this. They're just trying to shout the worst insults they can think of, anything they think will hurt, that will get under the skin of anyone with a bear on his or her chest. They succeed. As soon as the shower of dildos starts to hit the men in black jackets, 8 of them set off down the stands. They take their jackets off, and 8 other men in white shirts pull the jackets on and take their places. The security guards never notice Timu, Vidar, Spider, Woody, and 4 others disappearing into a corridor, through a door, down into the basement. Violence isn't an option for most people, but the pack aren't most people. Leo Anderson is 12 years old, and he'll never forget when he heard Timu Rinius turn to Spider and say, "Get the guys, just the hardcore," and how Timu gave an almost invisible signal with a short nod, and 7 men immediately set off behind him. The hardcore, the central unit within the pack, the most dangerous of them all. Leo saw other men put their black jackets on and block the guards' view as the hardcore left the stand and ran toward a door in a dark corridor beside the janitor's storeroom. There is a basement beneath the rink in Head. Most people don't even know it exists, but a couple of weeks ago there was trouble with the lights and a group of electricians was brought in. One of them had to go down into the basement because he said there was a circuit breaker down there. The janitor didn't think for a moment that there was anything suspicious about that. The electrician was careful not to show his bear tattoo. Leo Anderson will never forget how much he wished he could have gone into that basement with them. Some boys dream of becoming professional hockey players. They stand and watch and wish they could be out on the ice. But some boys have other dreams, other idols. They head through the corridor in the basement of the arena, 8 of them, the very toughest of them. Nothing should be able to stop them, but one man does. He's standing on his own in the middle of their path. He has no friends with him, no weapons, and he's jammed a broom through the handles of the doors behind him to stop anyone opening them from the other side. Benji has locked himself into a corridor with them of his own volition. He didn't want to come here. There was just nowhere else he'd rather be. He cycled from the campsite to the rink in Head, through the snow, with the wind in his eyes. When he crept inside, the game had reached the final minutes of the second period, and all eyes were on the ice. Benji looked up at the scoreboard. 4-0 for Head. He heard the chanting, saw the red sea of hate on one side and the black jackets on the other. He saw the shower of dildos. While everyone else looked on in shock, Benji just looked around for a way to get down through the stands. As soon as Timu and Vidar and 6 others took their jackets off, Benji already knew where they were going. He had been in that basement before. He played hundreds of away games and tournaments in the Head area while he was growing up, and no one is better than Benji at finding quiet corners in rinks where you can smoke a bit of dope in peace. So he knows you can use the basement to get all the way from one standing area to the other, to appear in the midst of the enemy, like a bomb. Timu stops halfway through the basement. The men around him stop too. Woody and Spider are ahead of the others on one side of Timu, and his younger brother Vidar is on the other. Timu stares at the 18-year-old blocking the narrow corridor and gives him a single chance.
Get out of the way, Benji.
Benji slowly shakes his head. He's wearing battered shoes, grey tracksuit pants, and a white t-shirt. He looks small.
Nope.
Timu's voice is implacable.
I'm not going to tell you again.
Benji's voice is trembling. They've never heard it do that before.
I'm the one you want to beat the crap out of. No one else. So get going. Here I am. Some of you will get past me, I know that, but some of you won't.
The silence that follows has sharp claws. Timu's voice sounds momentarily muffled, then he snarls.
We treated you like one of us, Benji. You're a fucking liar.
Benji replies, moist-eyed.
I'm a fucking fag. Say it like it is. If you want to beat someone up, here I am. If you go up into the Head stands, the ref will call off the game and Head will win. Don't you see that's what they want? If you want to beat the crap out of a fag, here I am. Hit me.
Timu's knuckles are white when he replies.
Get out of the way. Don't force me to.
Benji's voice breaks.
What? Fight if you want to fight. There are 8 of you, so the odds are pretty much even. But if you go up into the Head stand, the game is over, and we can't beat these bastards. Don't you get it? But I can beat them.
Benji isn't staring at Timu now. He's staring at Vidar. They played together a few years ago, but Kevin was Benji's best friend back then, and Kevin never liked Vidar, because Vidar was unreliable. Kevin demanded a goalie who obeyed orders, and Vidar never did that. And even if Benji was probably more like Vidar than anyone else on the team, his first loyalty was always to Kevin. Vidar, in turn, was always loyal to his brother and the pack. They never spoke about it, never became friends, but perhaps they respected each other. So now Benji says, You hear me, Vidar? If the 2 of us play the 3rd period, we can beat these bastards. Go up and fight in the stands if you want to, but we can take these bastards if we go out and play. Knock my teeth out if it feels better. I can play without my damn teeth. But I really want. I just want to win. Screw you, screw the lot of you. I'll leave town tomorrow if that's what you want. I'll leave the club now if you... Benji tails off. But the other men don't reply. None of them so much as moves. So Benji beats his chest with his fists and yells in desperation. I'm standing right here. The doors are locked, so if you want to do something, just get it over with so I can go out there and play, because I can beat these bastards. People talk about silences where you can hear a pin drop. You could have heard a blade of straw land on cotton in that corridor. This story will hardly ever be retold by anyone in either Beartown or Head. But the men who were there will always know that there were 8 of them, and Benji was alone, and he was the one who had locked the doors. A minute passes. Unless perhaps it was 10. God knows.
Okay,
Timu says slowly. But he doesn't say it to Benji. He says it to his brother.
Okay?
Vidar whispers.
Timu roars. What are you standing here for? The 3rd period's about to start. Run and get changed, you idiot!
Vidar's face cracks into a smile. He casts a last glance at Benji and Benji nods back. Then Vidar walks along the corridor toward the Beartown locker room. A few seconds later, 2 members of the pack turn and walk slowly after him, then 2 more. Only Spider and Woody are left standing with Timu. Benji doesn't move. Timu takes a long, furious breath through his nostrils and whispers,
For fuck's sake. You went drinking with me. You fought alongside me.
Benji doesn't try to wipe his tears.
Go to hell, Timu.
And the leader of the pack lowers his head, just for a fleeting second.
You're a hot bastard, Benji, no one can deny that. But we're not going to let this town go all, rainbow flags and shit.
Benji sniffs. I've never asked for that. Timu sticks his hands into his pockets, nods. That's enough to make Spider and Woody turn and walk away. Benji doesn't know if they still hate him, but at least they leave him alone with Timu. Timu's fists are clenched. So are Benji's. It's only a hockey game. An ice rink packed with people, 2 locker rooms full of players, 2 teams facing each other, 2 men in a basement. Why do we care about that sort of thing? Perhaps because it clarifies all of our most difficult questions. What makes us shout out loud with joy? What makes us cry? What are our happiest memories, our worst days, our deepest disappointments? Who did we stand alongside? What's a family? What's a team? How many times in life are we completely happy? How many chances do we get to love something that's almost pointless, entirely unconditionally? The corridor is deserted, yet the 2 men still feel as if they're standing with their backs to the wall. Timu is still shaking with rage, and Benji is just shaking, for 1,000 different reasons. Timu stares down at the floor, breathing hard, and says,
The papers are writing about you. Reporters are calling people in town, asking about you. Goddamn media assholes with their stupid politics. You know what they want, don't you? They want to get one of us to say something stupid, so they can show that we're just stupid, bigoted rednecks. So they can go back to the big city on their high horse and feel so morally superior.
Benji's cheeks are bleeding on the inside where he's bitten them. He whispers,
I'm sorry.
Timu's knuckles turn slowly red again as the blood courses back into them. He replies,
It's our club.
I know, Benji replies. Timu's fists slowly unfurl. He rubs his cheeks with the palms of his hands.
You say you can beat these bastards. Right now we're 4-0 down. So, if you can win this game, I'll buy you a beer afterward.
Benji's face is wet, but his eyes are blazing when he replies, I didn't think you drank with people like me. The sigh that emerges from Timu's lungs fills the whole corridor, bouncing off the locked doors and echoes off the low ceiling.
For fuck's sake, Benji. Do I have to drink with all the damn queers now? Can I start with just one?
40. Always fair, always unfair. Speaking in front of other people isn't easy. The best hockey coaches don't always have a talent for it. Public speaking is an extrovert activity, but tactical understanding and a willingness to submit to nights watching video recordings of old games might appear to require an introverted personality. Of course, it's possible to compensate for this by showing your feelings. But if you're no good at feelings either, what the hell do you say? Right before the 3rd period starts, Peter gets to his feet. He can't sit still in the stands. He doesn't know where he's going or why, but he makes his way to the only place he really understands, the locker room. Naturally, he stops himself in the corridor. He's the general manager. It isn't his place to storm in to see the players. That's the coach's job. He's sure Zakel is in there right now, giving an impassioned speech to the players about how they can turn this around, that they've got it in them, that they need to tell themselves that it's still 0-0, that they just need a quick goal to make a game of it again. But when Peter turns the corner, he sees Zakel standing by the door to the parking lot. She's on her own, smoking a cigar. The whole team is sitting in the locker room waiting. "What do you think you're doing?" he snaps. "What do you mean? I'm not allowed to smoke inside," Zakel says defensively. "You're 4-0 down. Aren't you going to say anything to the team?" Peter demands. "Do you think they don't know they're down 4-0? Zakel wonders. "For God's sake, you're a coach. Go in and say something inspirational," Peter commands. Zakel finishes her cigar, shrugs her shoulders, mutters resignedly, "Okay, right, fine." Just as she reaches the locker room, a young man runs toward her from the other direction. Vidar Rinius. "Can I play?" he pants. Zackle shrugs. "Sure, why not? It can hardly get any worse." A minute or so after Vidar bounces happily into the locker room to get his goalie gear on, another young man appears in the corridor. He's walking calmly, not running, and stops in front of Zackle. He asks politely, the way you do if you have sisters, "Do you need another player?" Zackle frowns. "Are you thinking of having sex with anyone in the locker room?" Benji tries to figure out if she's joking. It's impossible to tell. "No," he says. "Okay," she says. Any normal coach would have scrubbed Benji from the lineup when he failed to show up for the first period, but Zackle isn't normal. She made the judgment that even if Benji wasn't here, he was still better than anyone else. Some people understand that, most don't. She steps aside. He goes inside the locker room. It was quiet before he arrived. It's even quieter now. His teammates are sitting there, 24 pairs of eyes staring at the floor, and for the first time, Benji doesn't know what to do in there, where he should sit, how he should start to get changed. Not because he's uncomfortable, but because he's worried someone else might be. He's different now. He takes his shoes off, but that's as far as he gets. He rushes into the toilet and slams the door shut behind him, but everyone can still hear him being sick. His eyes are streaming, and he clutches the edge of the toilet so hard that the fixtures start to creak. If he'd had a means of escape right then, he might well have taken it, but there's only one way out of there. So who does he want to be? Everyone has moments when that's decided, when we choose. He wipes his face, unlocks the door, and steps back into the locker room. It's the smallest of gestures, and all his teammates are still silent when he emerges, but when he gets back to his place, his shoes are full of shaving cream. Not just his. Everyone's. Every pair of shoes under every bench. Because the men around him want him to know that he's no different from anyone else. Not in here. Benji sits down on the bench, hesitantly pulls his shirt off. Suddenly, a voice rises above the silence from an unexpected direction opposite Benji. "How do you know if you're sexy?" Amat asks. Benji sits there bare-chested, his head tilted to one side. "What?" Amat's face is red. Everyone is staring at him. He's never felt more embarrassed, but he persists. "I mean, how do you know what girls think is sexy about guys, or what guys think is sexy about guys?" Benji's eyebrows sink. "What the hell are you actually asking, Amat?" Amat clears his throat. "You've showered with me, so you should be an expert. Am I sexy?" Before Benji has time to answer, Amat grins. "I'm not asking for myself. I'm asking for my best friend." Beside him, Bobo jerks, as if someone has given him an electric shock. It's a small thing for one young man to do for another one, but you can handle a lot of things in life if you have a best friend. Even more if you're allowed to be someone else's. So Bobo coughs and manages to say, Benji, I was just wondering how you know if you know if you're hot." Benji looks at Bobo, then at Amat, then back at Bobo again. Then he shakes his head. "I've never once looked at either of you in the shower." The locker room erupts in laughter, but one of the older players remains serious and asks brusquely, "What about the rest of us, then? Are you seriously suggesting you haven't checked out any of us in the shower?" Benji frowns. "Christ, I'd rather look at girls than you guys." The older player's shoulders sink slightly. "I can't help feeling a bit hurt by that." "I've been doing my best to stay in shape," another one mutters disappointedly. Bobo and Amat grin. It's almost the same as usual. But Benji is more serious, and he points at Bobo's arm. "I want one of those too, if that's okay." Bobo writes Anne Katrin on a strip of tape and fastens it around Benji's arm. The letters are uneven because Bobo's hand was shaking. Elizabeth Zackle is standing outside the locker room with Peter. She grunts unhappily. But Peter gestures firmly that she has to say something to the team. So she groans, walks in, and whistles loudly to get the men to be quiet. "Okay. I've been informed that coaches are expected to give inspirational speeches in situations like this, so, well, you're 4-0 down." The men stare at her, and she stares back. Then she goes on. "I'm just checking that you know. 4-0. More than that, you're not just behind. You've also been playing really badly. So only a bunch of complete idiots would think you stand any chance of winning this game." The men remain silent. Zackle clears her throat. Then she adds, "Anyway, I just want to say that I've been involved with hockey my whole life, and I've never met such a bunch of idiots as you lot." Then she leaves them. Peter stands in the corridor and watches her as she walks toward the ice. He's never heard a better locker room speech. Inside the locker room, they're all sitting motionless. Benji looks at the clock on the wall. They ought to be out on the ice by now, but no one's moving. In the end, Amat kicks Benji's skate and says, "They're waiting." "What for?" Benji asks. "You." Benji stands up. The others do the same. Then the members of the Beartown hockey team follow their captain through the door. Benjamin Ovich doesn't walk out onto the ice. He takes it by storm. The 3 Ovich sisters arrive at the head arena with their mom. They walk in with the body language of women who have seen far worse things in even colder places. They're not scared. The hall is full, every seat taken. Everyone knows who they are, but most people pretend not to. People whisper and point, but no one looks them in the eye. Perhaps some of them are ashamed, while others just don't know what to say. Perhaps a number of them would like to, but it's hard to be the first people to stand up. But then 5 people do. The uncles. They're wearing green Beartown Against the Rest t-shirts, and as they walk up the steps, they tease each other about how damn old they've gotten. One of them takes Benjamin Ovich's mother by the arm and leads her to his seat. The other uncles give up their seats to the sisters. When Adri passes one of them, the old man squeezes her hand and says, "Tell your brother that the people who shout the loudest may be the most noticeable, but they're not the majority. We are." The 5 uncles' wives are sitting in the next seats along. One of them has a cooler by her feet. Obviously, you're not allowed to take things like that to a hockey game, but when the security guard on the door asked what she had in it, she said with deadly seriousness, "My cat." When the guard started to protest, one of the other women leaned forward and whispered, "It's dead, but don't tell her, poor old thing." The guard opened his mouth, but the third of the women grabbed his arm and asked, "Do you have fresh tomatoes? I don't want those Belgian ones you usually have, I want proper ones. I have a coupon." The fourth exclaimed cheerily, "What a lot of people there are tonight! What film are you showing again? Is Sean Connery in it?" And before the 5th one could embark on her practiced, "There's going to be snow tonight. I can feel it in my knees" routine, the guard had sighed, given up, and let them in, cooler and all. Now the women take some beers from it and share them with Benji's mom and sisters, and then 9 women from 3 generations drink a toast with each other. 5 uncles stand on the steps alongside, like a guard of honor. A cup of coffee is no big thing. Not really. Everyone will remember the chanting from the headfan standing area. "Queers! Sluts! Rapists!" A lot of people will believe that that whole part of the stand was chanting, because it felt like that. And from a distance it's hard to differentiate among people. So everyone in the standing area will be criticized, even though by no means all of them were chanting, because we'll want scapegoats. And it'll be easy for anyone wanting to moralize to say that culture isn't just what we encourage, but what we allow to happen. But when everyone is shouting, it can be hard to hear the opposition, and once an avalanche of hate has started to roll, it can be hard to tell who is responsible for stopping it. So when a young woman in a red shirt, bearing a picture of a bull on the front, leaves her place in the standing area, no one notices at first. But the woman loves head hockey as much as the people shouting. She supported the team all her life. This part of the rink belongs to her, too. Going to stand among the seated fans, the hot dog brigade she's always mocked, is her silent protest. A man in a green shirt sitting a short distance away sees her and stands up. He goes to the cafeteria, buys 2 paper cups of coffee, then walks down and gives one of them to her. They stand there next to each other, one red, one green, and drink in silence. A cup of coffee is no big thing, but sometimes it actually is. Within a few minutes, more red shirts have walked out of the standing area. Soon the steps of the seated part of the rink are full. The chant of "Queers! Sluts! Rapists!" is still echoing loudly, but the people chanting are exposed now, so everyone can see that there aren't as many of them as we think. One of Hit Hockey's players is named Philippe. He's the youngest on the team, but he's on his way to becoming the best. This story isn't about him. In fact, his involvement is so brief that we could easily have forgotten to mention him at all. Just before the start of the 3rd period, he leaves the ice. William Leet and a few of the other players shout at him to stay, but Philippe walks through the players' tunnel, up the steps to the stands, and all the way over to the standing area. He's still wearing his skates and clutching his stick. He marches straight up to the biggest, strongest, most tattooed head fan he can find, interrupts him in the middle of "Quit!", grabs him by his top, and says, "If you shout that one more time, I'm not going to play." Philippe is only 17 years old, but anyone who knows anything about hockey can see how good he's going to be. The head fan stares at him wildly, but Philippe doesn't back down. He points to the red-clad fans standing on the steps of the seated area and says, "If you shout that one more time, I'm going to stand over there for the rest of the game." He walks back to the ice, leaving a heavy silence behind him. Philippe isn't naive. The world hasn't changed. He knows they'll chant the same thing at other games, but not today. When he reaches the bench, someone yells, "Head! Head! Head! Win! Win! Win!" The rest of the stand shouts. That's all they chant for the rest of the game. By the end, the standing area is full again, singing loud enough to raise the roof. Hockey is simple. It's both the fairest and the most unfair sport in the world. Beartown scores a goal. Then another. When they reduce the deficit to 4-3 and are just 1 goal behind with 20 seconds left on the clock, everyone already knows what's going to happen. They can feel it in the air. This can only end one way, like a fairy tale. Benji gets the puck, rushes into the head zone, fakes a shot, and passes to Amat instead. All of Head's players think Benji's going to take the shot himself. Only one of the men in red knows that he isn't that selfish. William Leet knows Benji. Amat storms toward Head's net. His wrists feel supple. His balance is perfect when he fires the shot. It looks so simple. He should have been the hero. That would have been the perfect ending. But William has already read the situation. He throws himself down on the ice. The puck hits his helmet, then the post, before rebounding toward the boards. Philippe retrieves the puck and lifts it out of the zone. It glides mockingly past the outstretched sticks of the Beartown players, and then it's all over. The final buzzer blares mercilessly. The red fans explode in a roar of delight, and William Leet is buried under a heap of happy teammates. The green-clad players slump in despair, and in the stands, people with bears on their chests sit numb with incomprehension. Hit wins. Beartown loses. Hockey is simple. Always fair. Always unfair. 41. If you stand tall. The Beartown ice hockey locker room is quiet. There are only 2 ways for losing teams to get changed, at once or not at all. Either it takes them 5 minutes to leave the rink, or it takes them several hours. This time, no one can summon up the energy even to have a shower. Peter Anderson walks in. He looks at them and knows exactly how they feel. He desperately wishes he had something inspirational to say, so he mutters, "Well, guys, that was a tough game. But you lost, and I want to..." One of the older players snorts and interrupts him.
With all due respect, Peter, don't try telling us to forget about it, or some other tired cliché. If you haven't got anything useful to say, it would be better if you did what you always do. Keep quiet and go and hide in your office.
It's a direct challenge. They don't respect him. Peter stands in the door with his hands in his pockets. At most times in his life, he would have done as he's been told, gone and hidden in his office. He would have told himself that he's the general manager, not the coach, and it's not his job to be respected by the players. But today isn't like those other days. So he clenches his fists in his pockets and blurts out, "Forget about it! Forget! Do you think I want to forget this? I want you to remember this!" He gets their astonished attention with that. He usually never so much as raises his voice, but now he points at each of the players, from the oldest all the way down to Benji, Bobo, Vidar and Amat, and roars, "Today you're losers! Today you almost made it! Remember exactly how this feels, so that you and I never have to feel like this again. Never!" Perhaps he would have gone on to say more, but a monotonous banging sound is echoing through the walls of the arena, and everyone in the locker room looks up. At first it sounds like a drum, then like someone kicking a door, but soon it grows to a roar, and only Peter knows where it's coming from. He's heard it before, but that was 20 years ago, during a magical season when an entire town lived and died with the victories and losses of a hockey team. Back then, Peter heard that sound in every rink. "Go back out onto the ice," he tells the team. They obey. Peter doesn't go with them. He knows he's not welcome. The Beartown ice hockey players go back onto the ice. Almost all the stands are empty now, and the lights have been switched off. But at one end of the rink, a group of men in black jackets are still standing, refusing to be quiet. They're jumping up and down, their feet drumming on the wood beneath them. There aren't even 100 of them, but they're singing like 10,000. "We'll stand tall if you stand tall. We'll stand tall if you stand tall. We'll stand tall if you stand tall," they chant over and over again. To let everyone know that they're still there. To remind them what the club means. That it's a privilege, not a right. In the end, the whole of the Beartown A-team is standing on the ice, joining in. "We'll stand tall if you stand tall. We'll stand tall if you stand tall." The rest of the rink is deserted and dark, but no one else would have been welcome anyway. This is between the team and their closest supporters. Family. Peter stands alone in the locker room with his hands in his pockets. Then he leaves the rink and walks the whole way home to Beartown through the forest, taking deep breaths of the winter that's on its way and feeling more of a loser than ever. Everything is slipping away from him. His children, his marriage, his club. Was it worth it? How are we supposed to know that in advance? The coaches of the Beartown and Hid teams meet after the game in the referee's room. They talk the way coaches do, politely, but not friendly. "Good game," says David, dressed in red. "You won. So only you had a good game," replies Zachel, dressed in green. David smiles. They're the same type, he and she. "How are your guys getting on?" he asks. "My guys in general, or one in particular?" she counters. David tries to find something to do with his hands. "Benjamin. I was wondering how Benjamin is getting on." "We're playing you again in December. He'll play the whole game then," she replies. David grins. That's not an answer to his question, but it's her way of saying she's not planning to lose next time they meet. She's a hockey coach, first and foremost, just like David. "Good game," David repeats. He holds out his hand, but she gives no indication at all that she's thinking of shaking it. "That Philippe of yours, your defenceman, he could be very good indeed," she says instead. David feels himself standing tall with pride. Philippe was the smallest, worst player throughout his childhood, but David continued to give him opportunities, and now he's grown into a star. "Yes, he just needs—" David begins, but Zachel interrupts. "Don't let him go up into the stands again. Don't let him get dragged into the politics. David nods in agreement. He and Zackle really are the same sort. They know that Philippe has the potential to become the best, but also that he has nothing to gain by picking fights with the supporters. Elite sports don't tolerate that sort of distraction. Players should just play. Hockey should just be hockey. He was a bit slower than normal tonight, but he's probably a bit stiff after the pre-season training, David says. He's got a pain in his hip, Zackle says, without any trace of doubt. Sorry? His right hip. He's overcompensating. Look at his back when he's standing, and you'll see it's not straight. He hasn't mentioned it to you because he's worried about letting you down. How do you know that? David wonders. I did the same thing when I was his age. David hesitates for a long time before asking, Who was your coach? My dad. Zackle's expression doesn't change at all as she says this. Taken aback, David scratches his neck. Thanks. I'll talk to Philippe. Zackle pulls a piece of paper from her pocket and scribbles down a phone number. This is the number of a physiotherapist. He's the best when it comes to this sort of injury. Take Philippe to see him. Say hi from me. Then she walks out of the room. David calls after her. I'll call you when I get a job at one of the elite teams. You can be my assistant coach. The woman's response from the corridor is as obvious as it is confident. You can be my assistant coach. The following morning, David takes Philippe to see the physiotherapist. Driving there and back takes all day, and in a few years' time, Philippe will talk in interviews about how David used to drive him there once a week for the rest of the season. Best coach I've ever had. Saved my career. The physiotherapist works for one of the biggest hockey teams in the country, and the following year it recruits Philippe. David gets a coaching job there at the same time. Elizabeth Zackle will apply for the same job, but won't get it. Always fair, always unfair. It's late when David's doorbell rings. His pregnant girlfriend answers. Benji is standing outside. When David comes down the stairs, he loses his breath for a single moment, and the whole of the boy's childhood flickers past. Benji and Kevin, best friends, the wild boy and the genius. God, how David loved those two. Will he ever feel like he did as their coach again? Come in, David says delightedly, but Benji shakes his head. He's 18 now, a man. When he and Kevin were children, David used 100 different ways to motivate them, and perhaps none was more unusual than the fact that he used to let them borrow his watch. He had been given it by his father, and the boys used to admire it. So when one of them had a particularly good game, he was allowed to borrow it. Benji holds the watch out to him now. Give it to your kid. Doesn't really suit me. Back in the spring, just after David left Beartown ice hockey, he saw Benji kiss another boy. There was so much the coach wanted to say at the time, but no way he could think of saying it. So he left his dad's watch on Benji's dad's grave, along with a puck on which he had written, "Still the bravest bastard I know." David whispers, but nothing else comes out. Benji puts the watch into his hand, and David's fingers close tightly around the metal. His girlfriend is crying quietly for him. I'll keep the puck. That's enough, Benji says. David feels like hugging him. It's odd that you can forget how to do that. I'm sorry for everything you've had to go through, he whispers honestly. Benji bites his cheek. You're the best coach I've ever had, he replies with equal honesty. Coach. He doesn't say person or friend, just coach. That will never stop hurting David. There'll always be a jersey with the number 16 on it, on all my teams, David promises. He knows what Benji's response will be before he says it. There's only one team for me. Then the boy disappears into the darkness, as usual. A couple of days later, Beartown plays its next game. It's another away game, but the green jerseys and black jackets make the trip, and the same stubborn chant rings out throughout the game. We'll stand tall if you stand tall. We'll stand tall if you stand tall. We'll stand tall if you stand tall. Beartown wins the game 5-0, Amat is a whirlwind. Bobo fights as though it's the last game of his life. Benji is the best player on the ice. At one point, toward the end of the game, Vidar comes close to fighting one of the opponents, but Benji skates across the ice as fast as he can to hold the goalie back, stopping him from throwing the punch. "If you fight, you'll be suspended! We need you!" Benji yells. "He's talking shit!" Vidar yells back, pointing to the other player. "What's he saying?" Benji asks. "That you're a fag!" Benji gives him a long stare. "I am a fag, Vidar." Vidar hits the bear on his chest. "But you're our fag!" Benji looks down at the ice and lets out a long sigh. That's the most dysfunctional compliment he's ever received. "Can we just play hockey now?" he begs. "Okay," Vidar mutters. So they play. Benji scores twice. Vidar doesn't let a single goal in. When Benji gets to the bearskin that evening, there's a beer waiting for him on the bar. He drinks it, with Vidar and Timu standing beside him. They manage to make it feel almost like normal. Perhaps it will be, one day. 42. They take it by storm. In Beartown, we bury our dead under our most beautiful trees. We grieve silently, we talk quietly, and we often seem to find it easier to do something rather than say something. Perhaps because there are both good and bad people living here, and that makes us complicated. Because it isn't always so damn easy to see the difference. Sometimes we're both at the same time. Bobo is trying to knot his tie. He's never really managed to learn how to. It always seems to end up either too long or too short. One attempt fails so badly that his little brother and sister start to laugh. Today, of all days, he manages to make them laugh. Anne-Catherine would have been proud of him for that. They're so different, her 3 children. Bobo has never really figured how 3 siblings can end up like that. The same genes, the same upbringing, the same home, yet still utterly different people. He wonders if his mom thought the same, or if she saw equal amounts of herself in each of the children. There are so many things Bobo ought to have asked her. Death does that to us. It's like a phone call. You always remember exactly what you should have said the moment you hang up. Now there's just an answering machine full of memories at the other end, fragments of a voice that are getting weaker and weaker. Hogg comes into the room and tries to help Bobo with his tie, but it doesn't end up much better. It was always Anne-Catherine who knotted their ties, both her husband's and her son's, whenever the family had to go to a funeral. So Bobo ties it around his head like a headband instead, and his brother and sister burst out laughing. He wears it like that all the way to the funeral, just because it makes them laugh. The priest talks. No one in the family really hears what's being said, even though they're sitting at the front, as close to one another as they can get. Anne-Catherine always liked that, the fact that her family was a little flock that sought warmth from each other. She used to say, "A bigger house? Why would we want a bigger house? We're always all in the same room anyway." People come up to Hogg afterward, trying to sum her up. It's impossible. She was too many things. A talented nurse at the hospital, a much-loved colleague who was always willing to help, a loyal and cherished friend. The great love of one man's life, and the only mother 3 very different children will ever have. There's only one person being buried, but she was many more women than that for those left behind. All the people in the church wish they had asked her more questions. Death does that to us. It's as if Peter and Kira are living in parallel now rather than together. After the funeral they walk out of the church side by side, but there's a distance between them, just enough to prevent their hands accidentally brushing against each other. They get into separate cars, but neither of them puts the key into the ignition. They're both falling apart, at opposite ends of the parking lot. It's terrible being dependent on other people. The pair of them have always known that. One summer night a few years ago, they were sitting on the steps in front of the house. There'd been a news report of a road accident in which 2 young children had died. and it had brought their own grief back to them. You never stop losing a child. Kira whispered to Peter, "God, it was so painful, darling, when Isak died. If I'd had to deal with that much pain alone, I'd have killed myself." Perhaps she and Peter have managed to stick together through everything because they didn't trust themselves to cope alone. So they were constantly on the hunt for other things to live for, each other, the children, a job with a purpose, a hockey club, a town. Peter looks through the windshield and sees Kira sitting in her car. So he gets out and walks over to her, opens the passenger door, and says tentatively, "We should go back to their house, darling, to Hogg and the children." Kira nods slowly and wipes eyeliner from the small lines in the skin around her eyes. When Isak died, Hogg and Peter's other childhood friend, Tails, travelled all the way to Canada as soon as they could. They knew Peter and Kira would be in shock, so Tails helped with the practical arrangements, papers and documents and insurance. To start with, Hogg mostly sat on the steps in front of the house, unsure of what to do. He'd never even been abroad before. But he noticed that the handrail of their living room stairs was broken, and handrails in Canada are much the same as they are in Beartown, so Hogg fetched some tools and mended it. Then he went on mending things for the next few days. "Your car or mine?" Peter whispers. "Mine," Kira says, moving her purse from the passenger seat. She drives to Hogg and the children's house. Halfway there, she cautiously reaches across. Peter takes her hand and holds it tight. Fatima, Amat's mother, is already there. She's standing in the kitchen making food, and Kira helps her. Amat is there too. He goes to get Bobo and his brother and sister, and says the only thing a teenage boy can think of to say to a friend who's just lost his mother. "Do you want to play hockey?" They fetch sticks and a puck. Bobo wraps his tie around his head again, holds the younger children's hands, and sets off toward the lake. It's frozen over, the world is white, and they play as if nothing else matters. Peter finds Hogg in the garage. He's already gone back to work. His hands need to be busy to stop his heart from breaking even further. "Is there anything I can do?" Peter asks. Hogg is sweaty and distracted when he replies, "The roof got damaged in the storm. Can you take a look at it?" Grief can do that to a person. He's forgotten that his friend is all thumbs and couldn't even mend his own handrail in Canada. But Peter loves Hogg, the way children love their best friends. So he fetches a ladder and clambers up onto the roof. While he's sitting up there, without the faintest idea of where to start, he sees a cavalcade of cars approaching through the forest. At first, Peter thinks it's Hogg's family, but when the cars stop, a group of young men get out. Timu and Vidar are first, followed by Spider and Woody, then another dozen men in black jackets. They usually get their cars and snowmobiles fixed here, as do their parents. If a snowblower or piece of forestry machinery or even a kettle breaks around here, people bring them to Hogg. So they're here now that he's broken. Timu walks into the garage, shakes the mechanic's oil-smeared hand and says, "We're sorry for your loss, Hogg. What do you need help with?" Hogg wipes the sweat and dirt from his face. "What have you got?" "A carpenter, an electrician, a few guys who are just strong, and some who aren't much use at all," Timu says. Hogg gives him a weak smile. Peter is still sitting on the roof when Woody and Spider climb up. They look at each other, and Peter takes a deep breath and admits, "I don't know anything about roofs. I don't even know where to start." Woody doesn't say anything. He just shows Peter what to do. Then the three of them spend several hours working together. When they finally climb back down, they may well be enemies again, but they've taken a breather up on the roof. Death can do that to us too. Timu goes into the kitchen. He stops abruptly when he catches sight of Kira. Her jaw muscles tense and her fists clench, so quickly that Fatima instinctively stands between them without knowing who's in greater danger. But Timu takes a step back. His shoulders sink, and he lowers his head, making himself as small as possible. "I just want to help," he says. Because sometimes it's easier to do something rather than say something. So Fatima and Kira glance at each other. Kira gives a curt nod, and Fatima asks, "Can you cook?" Timu nods. Fatima knows who his mother is. She realizes that the boy had to learn to prepare meals at an early age. She asks him to chop vegetables, and he does it without protest. Kira washes up afterward. Timu dries. They don't make peace, but they take a break. The complicated thing about good and bad people alike is that most of us can be both at the same time. It's so easy to place your hope in people, to think that the world can change overnight. We demonstrate after an attack. We donate money after a disaster. We lay our hearts bare online. But for every step forward we take an almost equally large step back. Seen over time, every change is so slow that it's barely visible when it's happening. The bell rings in Beartown school. Classes start. But Benji is standing 100 feet from the entrance with feet made of cement. He knows who he is in everyone's eyes now. One hockey game isn't going to change that. They may accept him on the ice, as long as he's the best. But he's always going to have to give them much more than everyone else now. He will always have to be grateful just for being allowed to take part, because he isn't one of them, and never will be again. He knows people are still writing shit about him, saying shit, making jokes. It doesn't matter who he is, how good he is at a particular sport, how much he fights, how hard he plays. In their eyes, he will still only be one thing. A certain type of person will always take everything he ever achieves and boil it down to the same 3 letters. Like the note on the door of the cabin at the campsite, where the letter A was drawn like a target, flanked by the letter F and G, with a knife stuck through the middle. That's all he's allowed to be now. He turns around to walk off in the other direction. For the first time in his life, he's scared of school. But there's a young woman standing a short distance away, waiting. She doesn't touch him, but her voice still stops him in his tracks. "Don't let the bastard see you cry, Benji." Benji stops, his eyes wide open. "I can't bear it. How do you do it?" Maya's voice is weaker than her words. "You just go in, with your head held high and your back straight, and you look every single bastard in the eye until they look away. We're not the ones there's something wrong with, Benji." Benji hears himself crack as he asks, "How did you bear it? Back in the spring after everything? How did you cope?" The look in her eyes is hard, her voice brittle. "I refuse to be a victim. I'm a survivor." She walks toward the school. Benji hesitates for an eternity before following her. She waits for him, walks by his side. Their steps are slow. Perhaps it looks as though they're moving slowly, but they don't creep quietly into that corridor. They take it by storm. 43. We're everywhere. The days blur together in Beartown this year. Perhaps we can't bear to keep track of either time or our feelings. At some point, the autumn comes to an end and winter arrives, but we barely notice. Time merely passes. Most of us are preoccupied just trying to get out of bed each morning. Kira keeps going to work, but it never really feels like it. She arrives later and later, leaves earlier and earlier. And she knows that her name won't be mentioned next time there's talk of promotion. She doesn't go to the conference she was invited to attend. She doesn't have the energy to think about the future. She's just trying to get through the day, fixed permanently in survival mode. As usual, it's her colleague who tells her a few home truths. One afternoon, Kira manages to go to the wrong room for a conference call, and walks in on a planning meeting where her colleague is presenting a strategic plan to an important client. Kira stops in the doorway and looks at her colleague's notes on the board. They're brilliant, as always, but if Kira had been involved, they would have been even better. She waits outside after the meeting, and when her colleague comes out, Kira says, "That's my speciality, you know that. I could have helped you with the presentation. Why didn't you ask me to help?" Her colleague doesn't look angry. She's not trying to hurt Kira. She just replies honestly, "Because you've given up, Kira." Deep down inside, most of us would like all stories to be simple, because we want real life to be like that too. But communities are like ice, not water. They don't suddenly flow in new directions because you ask them to. They change inch by inch, like glaciers. Sometimes they don't move at all. No one confronts Benji at school. Who would dare? But every day his phone fills up with text messages from unidentifiable numbers, and every time he opens his locker, people have stuck notes in the gap around the door. All the usual words, the same old threats. He soon gets used to it. He becomes very good at pretending nothing's going on, and those who wish him ill take this to mean that he has it too easy, that he's not being punished hard enough, not suffering enough, so they need to think of something else. William Leet comes to school one day wearing a T-shirt with a target on the front. It's so small and discreet that only Benji notices it. The note that was pinned to the door of the cabin that morning, when everyone had just found out the truth, had the same target on it, drawn as the letter A in the word fag. Benji tore the note off at once and destroyed it. It never appeared anywhere online. So he knows that the person who left it there is the only person who knows what it looked like. William Leet wants him to know who it was. He wants Benji to remember the knife. Winning a game of hockey isn't enough. Benji looks him in the eye. They're standing a few feet apart in a corridor on an ordinary day in a long winter term, and all the other students are blithely milling past between classes on their way to the cafeteria. It's a moment that exists only for the two boys, one from a red team, one from a green, a bull and a bear. Sooner or later, one of them will end up crushing the other. The teams in the league play each other twice per season, one home game, one away game. Beartown ice hockey will win the rest of its games up until then, and hit hockey will win all of its. The schedule is counting down inexorably to the return fixture, this time in Beartown's ice rink. All sports are fairy tales. That's why we lose ourselves in them. So, of course, there's only one way for this one to end. Maya is skipping school, but she has carefully picked a day when she has hardly any classes. Even when she breaks the rules, she does so responsibly. She gets onto the bus and travels for a long time, to a town beyond reasonable commuting distance. Then she goes into a large brick building with a letter in her hand and at the reception asks for a lawyer. When she walks into her mom's office, her mom knocks her coffee over in surprise. "Darling, what are you doing here?" Maya hasn't been to Kira's office since she was little, but she used to love going there. Other children would get bored with their parents' workplaces, but Maya liked seeing her mom concentrating on something, seeing her passion. It taught the daughter that there are some adults who have jobs they really care about and aren't only doing for the money, that work can be a blessing. She looks worried when she puts the letter down on her mom's desk, worried about making her parent feel abandoned. "It's from a music school. I applied. I just wanted to know if I was good enough. I sent them a video of me playing my own songs and—" The mother looks at her daughter's letter. Just seeing the letterhead is enough to make her start to sniff. Kira studied hard when she was growing up, so that she would be accepted into a highly academic school. She dreamed of studying law, even though no one in her family had ever been to university. She wanted rules and frameworks, security and a career ladder. She wanted the same thing for her children. A life where you know what to expect, free from disappointment. But daughters are never the same as their mothers. So Maya has fallen in love with the freest, least regulated subject she can think of: music. "You got in? Of course you got in," Kira sniffs, so proud that she can't even stand up. Maya sobs. "I can start in January. I know it's a really long way away, and I'll have to borrow money. I understand if you don't want. Kira just stares at her. Don't want? Of course I... Darling, I've never been happier for you. They embrace, and Maya says, I want to do this just for me, Mom. Something just for me. Do you understand? Kira understands. Better than anyone. The next day, she gets to the office earlier than everyone else. When her colleague arrives at work, she finds Kira sitting in her chair. Her colleague raises her eyebrows, and Kira lowers hers. Don't you ever tell me I've given up again. All I ever do is not give up. Her colleague grins and whispers, Shut up and send an invoice. The two of them hand in their notice that morning. Then in the afternoon they sign a contract for the premises they've been dreaming about and set up their own company. People in Beartown have never been the sort to demonstrate on the streets. They don't go on marches. Their opinions are conveyed by other means. That can be hard for outsiders to understand, but very little happens by chance in this community. Even if something looks like a coincidence, it usually isn't. Beartown Ice Hockey plays a few home games at the start of the season, with the standing area of the rink intact. And Peter can't help hoping, possibly naively, that his excuse that there's no one prepared to demolish it has been accepted. But the factory's new owner eventually sends an unambiguous email. If the club doesn't take firm action to get rid of the hooligans known as the Pack, we will have no option but to cancel our sponsorship contract. So when the crowd arrives for one home game at the start of the winter, there are security guards standing in front of double layers of tape cordoning off the standing area. Everyone has to make difficult choices this year. Peter chooses one path, for the survival of the club. So the Pack chooses its response, for its own survival. Peter is sitting at the back of the stands, waiting for them to start shouting at him. He's half expecting someone to rush up and punch him. But no one so much as looks in his direction. The rink is sold out, but there are no banners, no signs. Everyone behaves as if this were just a perfectly normal game. The things that happen when this town chooses a side are so small that you could miss them even if you were standing right in front of them. The majority of the hockey crowd here are ordinary, decent people who would never condone violence. A lot of them moan about the Pack in the privacy of their own homes, about how thugs are giving the club a bad name and scaring off players and investors alike. But choosing sides in a conflict is rarely about who you're standing alongside, and almost always about who you're standing against. This community may have its own internal arguments, but it always stands united against outsiders. If a rich company wants to buy the factory and gain power over our jobs, we can't stop it. But if they think they can buy our club and control our way of life, they've picked the wrong town to fight with. The Pack may symbolize violence to a lot of people, but to the neighbors who received help clearing fallen trees in their yards and were then offered a pint in the bearskin afterward, they symbolize other things too. To them, the Pack is a small group of people who refuse to take any crap, who don't change to suit the demands of power and money and politics. They have their shortcomings, they make mistakes, but it's hard for anyone in Beartown not to sympathize with them, especially in times like these. It isn't completely right, but it isn't completely wrong either. It just is. It takes Peter a long time to notice the black jackets. They're sitting spread out around the hall, in different parts of the seated area. Obviously he had been expecting that, but there are considerably more of them than ever before. Several hundred. Only when Peter looks at them carefully does he realize why. It isn't just the Pack. There are pensioners, factory workers, cashiers from the supermarket, employees of the housing association. It's not a march, it's not a noisy demonstration, and if Peter had asked, they would have pretended not to understand. What do you mean? No, it's just a coincidence. Peter doesn't have any proof, of course, because the jackets are different makes, different fabrics. But they're all the same colour. And there are very few coincidences in Beartown. No one was surprised when he cordoned off the stand today, because someone saw to it that the news reached the right people in advance. He knows who. The only people Peter was obliged to tell in advance were the club's board members. He needed their approval to bring in extra security. Peter made his choice, and Ramona responded. He gave her a place on the board so she would make decisions she believes to be in the best interests of the club. Now he has to take the consequences. In the intermission between the first and second periods, a young man stands up among the seats on the far side. He's well-dressed, neatly turned out, doesn't look like a violent person. If anyone nearby had been asked, naturally they would have replied, "Him? No, I don't know him. What did you say his name was? Timu Rinius? Never heard of him." He walks calmly and collectedly down to the front of the stand, walks along behind the boards, then turns up toward the cordoned standing area. There are 2 security guards there, but they make no attempt to stop him. Timu climbs through the cordon and walks casually across the stand, even stopping in the middle of it to tie his shoelace. He glances across the ice, seeking out Peter Andersson in the sea of people. Then he crosses the standing area, walks down the other side, and goes off to buy coffee, as if nothing has happened. Even though everyone knows, Timu has just told Peter that this is his stand, and he can reclaim it whenever he likes. A few minutes later the chanting begins, at first only in the seated area on the far side of the rink. Then, as if on command, some men a few rows below Peter start to shout as well. Then it comes from the right and left of him too. No one looks Peter in the eye, but the men in black jackets are chanting just for him. "We're everywhere! We're everywhere! We're everywhere! Come and have a go if you think you're hard enough, because we're everywhere! 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 We're everywhere!" They chant it 10 times. Then they stand up and switch to, "We'll stand tall if you stand tall." Then they stand completely silent, disciplined, and focused to show how quiet the rink is then, and how much everyone would miss the pack support if it disappeared. Then, as if at an inaudible signal, they start to chant again, and this time the whole rink joins in. Old and young, black jackets, white shirts, green t-shirts. "We are the Bears! We are the Bears! We are the Bears! The Bears from Beartown!" Beartown Ice Hockey win the game 7-1. The chanting from the stands is deafening. The crowd forms a green wall on both sides of the ice. There's a roaring sense of unity in the hall at that moment. Us against everyone. Beartown against the rest. Peter has never felt more lonely. The following morning, there's an interview in the newspaper with the local politician Richard Theo. The reporter asks him what he thinks about Beartown Ice Hockey's decision to get rid of the standing area, and Theo replies, "Beartown Ice Hockey is the people's club. It doesn't belong to an elite, to the establishment. It belongs to the ordinary, decent, hard-working people of this town. I'm going to do all I can to persuade the general manager that the standing area ought to be kept. Our supporters make a huge contribution to the atmosphere at games. It's the people's club." A couple of hours later, Peter receives another email from the factory's owners. They've changed their minds. Suddenly they have been persuaded of the great value of the standing area to the local community. That's how Peter finds out that he was being deceived all along, the whole time. That evening he sits alone in his kitchen at home, waiting for the sound of a key in the lock. It never comes. Kira stays at work late into the night. By the time she gets home, he's fallen asleep on the sofa. She covers him with a blanket. On the table stand a bottle of wine and 2 glasses. 44. Storm and Longing. It's far too late in the evening for there to be any lights on in the rink, but Elizabeth Zackel is still firing pucks when Bobo arrives. He didn't know she'd be there when he set off from home, but he was hoping. He read Harry Potter and got his brother and sister off to sleep. He did the washing and cleaning. Then he packed his things and came down here. It was instinctive. He can't sleep. His brain won't stop thinking, and he knows only one place where everything falls silent. "Can you teach me to skate?" he calls to Zackle. She turns toward him. She's never seen a young man in greater need of an escape from reality. "What do you mean?" she asks. "The first time we met, you asked why no one had ever taught me to skate." It's more of a plea than a statement. Zackle leans thoughtfully on her stick. "Why do you like hockey?" Bobo chews his bottom lip. "Because it's fun?" "That's not a good enough answer," she says. He breathes heavily, tries again. I know who I am when I'm playing hockey. I know what's expected of me. Everything else is just so hard, but hockey it's just... I know who I am here." Zackle taps her stick on the ice, evidently not entirely dissatisfied. "Okay. I suppose I'd better teach you how to skate, then." Bobo steps onto the ice and skates toward her, then stops and asks, "Why do you like hockey?" She shrugs. "My dad liked hockey. I like my dad." Bobo frowns. "So why did he like hockey?" "He used to say hockey is a symphony orchestra. He liked classical music. Sturm und Drang." "Is that a band?" Bobo asks, and Zackle laughs out loud for once. "It means storm and longing. My dad used to play me the same pieces of music, over and over again, and he would say, 'It's every emotion, all at the same time, Elizabeth. Can you hear? Sturm und Drang.' He felt the same about hockey. Sturm und Drang, the whole time." Bobo considers this for a while. Then he asks, "So, why do you stand here at night firing pucks?" She smiles. "Because it's fun." Then she teaches him how to skate. After a few hours, Bobo asks if she thinks he could be a properly good hockey player one day. She shakes her head and replies, "No, but you could be a decent coach, if you can figure out how to be useful to the team." Bobo lies awake for the rest of the night thinking about this. At practice the next day, he walks straight out of the locker room, skates across the ice as fast as he can, and body checks Benjamin Ovich as hard as he can. Confused, Benji gets up and stares at him. "What the—" Bobo doesn't answer. He just hits Benji's legs with his stick. The rest of the team just look on in amazement, unable to figure out how to react. Bobo's lost his mom. That might make anyone a bit crazy. But they all know Benji won't tolerate being hit again. "Bobo, stop it," Amat says gently. But Bobo hits Benji again. No one has time to stop Benji. Bobo is one of the heaviest players in the team, but Benji sends him flying into the boards, throws his gloves down, and flies at him with his fists clenched. "What do you think everyone else is going to do?" Bobo yells. Benji stops in surprise. "What?" "What do you think everyone else is going to do? Every team we meet is going to try to provoke you. They want you to fight. They want you to take a penalty." Benji stares at Bobo, along with the rest of the team. Amat mumbles, "He's got a point, Benji. People are going to shout worse and worse things until they find something that works. You mustn't react. Not you and not Vidar. You're both too important to the team." Benji is breathing furiously through his nose, but in the end he calms down and helps Bobo up. "Okay, keep trying then." At every practice from then on, Bobo tries to find more and more creative ways to provoke both Benji and Vidar. Sometimes he succeeds and comes home with black eyes, even though they both know that's precisely what he's trying to make them do. It turns out that this is Bobo's unique talent in life, teasing people beyond their endurance. When Benji opens his locker one morning, there are notes at the bottom as usual. But one of them is different. Just one word. "Thanks." The next day there's another one, in different handwriting, saying, "I told my sister I'm bisexual yesterday." A few days later there's a third note, again in different handwriting, which says, I haven't told anyone else. But when I do, I'm not going to say I'm gay. I'm going to say I'm like you." Then someone sends him an anonymous text. "Everyone's talking about you. They see you as a symbol. I hope you know how important you are to all of us who daren't say anything." Just a few small notes and messages. Just words. Just anonymous voices who want him to know what he means now. Benji throws them into the same garbage can as all the other notes, because he doesn't know which feels worst, the threats or the love, the loathing or the expectations, the hate or the responsibility. He receives another sort of text message too. They always start the same way. "Hi. Don't know if I've got the right number. Are you the homosexual hockey player? I'm a journalist. I'd like to interview." One morning, Benji and his sisters go down to the lake, drill a hole in the ice, and drop his phone through it. Then they drill some holes farther away and fish and drink beer and keep quiet for the rest of the day. When Beartown ice hockey plays its next game on the road, the rumours about Benji have reached that town too. In every town he plays in from now on, there will be people who shout the most disgusting things they can think of to get him off balance. But Benji doesn't give in. He just scores goals instead. The more they yell, the better he gets. After the game, Bobo hugs him and exclaims happily, "If they hate you, you're doing something right. You're the best. They'd never hate you this much if you weren't best." Benji tries to smile, pretend it's nothing. But he can't quite stop himself from wondering how long he's going to have to be the best. How long it's going to take before anyone just lets him play. Anna and Vida are the sort of love story in which neither of them really knows how to behave. So they end up just going for walks every day in the forest. The snow gets deeper in tandem with their infatuation. One afternoon he touches her and she starts to cry hysterically. When he doesn't understand why, she tells him about Benji, how everyone found out about it, about the photograph, and Maya's furious reaction. "I don't deserve you. I'm a horrible person. I must be a psychopath," she cries. Vida stands in front of her, and he might as well be naked when he replies, "Me too." How could anyone help falling even more in love with him then? Perhaps someone knows. Anna isn't one of them. The next morning, when they get to school, Anna waits until she catches sight of Benji. When he opens his locker, small paper notes fall out, and Anna realizes what's written on them. She knows how much of other people's hatred Benji is having to carry within him now. "I have to," she whispers to Vida. Vida tries to stop her, but it's impossible. She's suddenly set off along the corridor. Benji looks up in surprise and tries to hide the notes. "I know you hate me, but—" Anna begins, but doesn't manage to say more before the tears start to fall and her voice breaks. "Why would I hate you?" Benji wonders, and only then does Anna realize that Maya hasn't told anyone, not even him. "It was me. It was— took the picture of you and it was me. Everything you're going through is my fault. It was me." Her face contracts into wrinkles of shame that will never quite smooth out. Her whole body is shaking. Then she runs off, out of the school, away, away, away. Benji stands there for a moment, and his eyes meet Vida's. The goalie does something he never does. He hesitates. "She—" Vida begins, but Benji cuts him off. "It's okay. Go after her." So Vida does. He runs after her, doesn't catch up with her until they're half a mile away. She's so fast and strong that he doesn't stand a chance of getting her to slow down. So he runs alongside her, straight out into the forest until neither of them can breathe or think anymore. Then they collapse into the snow and just lie there. Vida doesn't say a word. It's the finest thing anyone has ever done for Anna. Maya is sitting alone in the cafeteria, as she does every day. But out of the blue, someone sits down opposite her, as if he's been invited. She looks up. Benji points at her plate. "Are you going to finish that?" or can I have it? Maya smiles. I shouldn't sit with you. You've got a bad reputation. Benji looks impressed. Ouch. She laughs. Sorry. Sometimes you have to laugh at the crap. That's how you make it bearable. Benji grins. Then he says, You should forgive Anna. What? She told me she posted the pictures of me and... He's invincibly strong and unbelievably fragile at one and the same time. He reminds Maya a lot of Anna sometimes. Why should I forgive her? What she did to you was horrible, she snaps. But you're like sisters, and sisters forgive each other, Benji manages to say, because he's got sisters. Maya tilts her head and asks, Have you forgiven Anna? Yes. Why? Because people make mistakes, Maya. Maya eats her lunch without saying anything else. But after school, she walks through Beartown, knocks on a door, and, when Anna opens it, says at once, Get your running gear on. Anna doesn't ask why. That saves their friendship. 45. Cherry Tree. Whenever we get someone really good at sport in such a small town, this far into the forest, people in Beartown usually say it's like seeing a flowering cherry tree in the middle of a frozen garden. Peter Anderson was our first, so when he made it all the way to the NHL, it didn't matter to us that he played only a handful of games before his career was cut short by injury. He was there. One of us had made it to the best in the world. Peter transformed the whole town. He condemned us to a lifetime of never-ending, impossible dreams. Zacharias is 16 years old. People like him are easily forgotten in stories like this one. Most people know him only as Amat's friend. They know who Amat is because he's good at hockey, and hockey is the only thing that counts here. Zacharias's life is the sort that just carries on in the background. He and Amat grew up with Lifa, and there may never have been 3 such different boys around here who ended up being best friends anyway. Zacharias's parents never liked Lifa, especially when he started to be seen with the bandits, as Zacharias's parents called anyone in the Hollow who didn't seem to have a job to go to. But Amat, dear Lord, Zacharias's parents worshipped him. When he started playing on the A-team, they were as proud as if he'd been their own son, as if they wished he were. And things like that are impossible for a boy like Zacharias not to notice. Zacharias played hockey right up until this spring, even though he was the worst player on every team and didn't even enjoy it much. He went to practices for his parents' sake, put up with it for Amat's sake. When he heard there wasn't going to be a junior team this year, he felt relieved, because it gave him an excuse to stop. He really only wanted to sit at home in front of his computer anyway. So when his mom and dad came home one day, all excited about an open tryout at Beartown ice hockey, he was overwhelmed with anxiety. You have to go! Zacharias has never been able to explain to his parents how badly bullied he has been throughout his childhood, for everything, his weight, his appearance, his address. They've never seen him that way. They're from the same generation as Peter Anderson, the generation of impossible dreams. Zacharias mumbled, It doesn't work like that, Mum. You can't just show up. But his dad interrupted. It's an open session. Anyone can turn up. And the factory is sponsoring Beartown ice hockey now. Just tell the coach that... That what, Dad? That she should let me play because my dad works at the factory? Zacharias snapped, and regretted it at once. Beartown ice hockey was set up by factory workers, and the older workers still think of it as the factory's club. Now that the factory's new owners are promising more jobs for people who don't have one and more work for those who have, as well as sponsoring the club, Zacharias's dad has started to hope that everything is going to be like it used to be again. An affluent town, a club in the top division, permanent jobs, maybe even a chance for the family to move out of the apartment in the Hollow and buy a little row house. Nothing big, nothing flashy, just one more room and a slightly bigger kitchen. Heating that's more reliable in the winter. Sorry, Dad. I didn't mean... Zacharias said quietly. His dad's eyes were still glinting with happiness. It would mean a huge amount for both parents to see Zacharias play with the bear on his chest again. So Zacharias attended the open tryout. Of course he did. He gave it all he had. It was nowhere near enough. Afterward, he didn't even get a pat on the shoulder from the coach. She just said, "Sorry, we've got everyone we need, but thanks for coming," without so much as a second glance. When he got home, his parents looked as though they were fighting to hold back tears. Many years from now he'll look back on that and realize what a sign of devotion that was. They were so incapable of seeing how bad he was at hockey that they were genuinely disappointed. That evening his mom had another go at him about playing computer games. He tried to explain how good he'd gotten, playing online, that he can hold his own against the best in the world, that he's even been invited to take part in a competition in another town. "A competition? In that? That's a computer game, Zacharias. That's not a sport," his mom snorted. Zacharias sat up playing all night, but her words tore at his chest. Alicia isn't even 5 years old yet, and children of that age shouldn't be as good at escaping from preschool as she is. "We can't be held responsible for that. This isn't a prison," the staff protested, when Sunny took her back for something like the 20th time. "It feels like it to her," Sunny replied. Alicia was devoted to him because he understood. He kept trudging back from the rink to the preschool with her each day, and she kept running away again to go and watch the practices. Any practice. The A-team, Little League, figure skating, it didn't matter. As soon as the ice was empty for as much as a minute, she pulled her skates on and started to play. How do you stop that? On one of the days when Sunny dragged her back to preschool, the staff took pity on him and invited him in for coffee. In the end, everyone accepted that it was easier if Sunny just picked Alicia up from preschool in the morning, took her to the rink, and brought her back to preschool in the afternoon in time to have coffee there. One day in early winter, the staff mentioned that the preschool was riddled with mould, that they'd complained repeatedly to the council, but had been told there were no suitable alternative premises. Sunny looked at Alicia, thought the matter through carefully. Then he walked back to the rink, went up to Peter Anderson's office and asked him, "Do you really need this office?" "Sorry?" Peter said. Sunny gestured toward the rest of the upper floor of the rink. "Almost all these offices are empty. There's only you, me, and Zach'll here. Who else? A couple of office temps, the janitor?" "There isn't anyone else. We're the club," Peter said. Sunny grabbed pen and paper and started to draw. "We knock out these walls, put in proper ventilation. It's perfectly feasible." "Sorry, but what are you talking about?" Peter asked. "More than a club. We can build more than a club," Sunny thundered. The next day he went to the politicians with his plan to build a preschool inside the ice rink. Most of them are dubious, some are openly scornful, but one of them sees the potential at once. When the other councillors say no, this one politician goes to a parents' meeting at the preschool and mobilises an email campaign. Eventually that convinces the other politicians to restructure the budget. Sunny is given money to build the first ice rink preschool in the country. The children spend as much time playing on skates as they do in shoes that winter. A few years from now, Alicia will say it was those extra hours of practice that made her so fast and technically proficient. She will have forgotten that the politician who attended the parents' meeting was named Richard Theo. But at the next election, there will be plenty of parents with young children who remember him. It's only sports. That's what we try to tell ourselves. Amat calls Zacharias late one evening. "What are you doing?" Amat asks. "Gaming," Zacharias replies. Amat used to make fun of him for using that word, gaming instead of playing games, as if Zacharias were trying to make it sound like a sport. "Do you feel like coming out for a while?" he asks. "Out? No. It's as cold as a polar bear's asshole." Amat laughs. "I bet polar bears' assholes aren't cold at all. Just come out." What for? Amat swallows. Because I'm so nervous about the game against Head that I can't sleep. Just come out. So Zacharias goes out. Of course he does. They walk around the hollow, freezing and talking, the way they used to when they were younger and had nowhere else to go. How's the gaming going? Amat asks. Just don't, okay? Zacharias says, hurt. No, seriously, tell me, Look, I just need to talk about something apart from hockey. Zacharias sulks for a while. But eventually he says, It's going well. Really well, actually. I've been invited to take part in a competition. Can I come and watch? Amat asks immediately. Zacharias can't possibly describe how proud he is to be asked. So he just grunts. Sure. Then he adds crossly, But not if you're going to say the same shit as my parents, that it's not a real sport simply because it isn't hockey. Amat mutters guiltily. Is that what your parents say? Zacharias kicks at the snow. They dream of having a son like you, Amat. Hockey's the only thing that counts in this town. Amat doesn't say anything. There's nothing he can say. Maya arrives at the barn up at the kennels. Jeanette is already training inside with the sandbag, but Anna stops warily in the doorway. Is it okay if she joins in? Maya asks. Jeanette lets out a breathless, surprised laugh. Of course. If there are 3 of us, we'll soon be a real club. She isn't prepared for what happens next. None of them is, not even Anna herself. But when Jeanette shows her a hold that she and Maya have been practicing, and Maya tries to remember exactly how to contort her limbs in order to get out of the hold but fails, Anna asks, Can I try? Jeanette hesitates. This is, well, pretty advanced. Maybe we should start with something lighter. Can I just try? Anna asks. So Jeanette lets her try, because sometimes you have to let some people fail in order for them to learn. The only problem with that theory is that Anna doesn't fail. Jeanette shows her the movement, and Anna duplicates it on her first attempt. Jeanette shows her a more difficult move, then another even harder, and Anna manages them all by her second or third attempt. Jeanette is panting with her hands on her knees after 20 minutes, but Anna doesn't seem out of breath at all. Jeanette's old coach used to talk about physical intelligence, and how some martial arts practitioners seem to have an equivalent of a musician's perfect pitch. When they see something, their body knows instinctively how to do the same thing. Anna played hockey for a few years when she was younger, but she's never done any martial arts. Even so, her physique seems perfectly suited to it. She's grown up in the forest, running on uneven ground, jumping and climbing. Her dad's a hunter and fisherman. She's tracked and shot and dragged heavy animals with him since she was a child. She's shoveled snow and dug ditches and drilled holes in the ice on the lake. She's strong, supple, resilient, and tougher than one of Bearskin's pork chops. Jeanette holds her hands up and says, Hit me as hard as you can. Seriously? Anna asks. Jeanette nods. As hard as you can. Maya is sitting on the floor, and she'll never forget seeing this happen. Anna hits so quickly and so hard that Jeanette staggers backward. Anna just explodes. Jeanette and Maya start laughing. Anna doesn't even realize what's so special about what she's just done, but Jeanette is already planning her career. The 3 women inside the barn are wet with sweat. The landscape outside is deep frozen, covered in snow, sunk in darkness. But the whole town smells of cherry blossom. Early one morning, Zacharias' parents' doorbell rings. Amat is standing outside. Zacharias' mother looks both happy and frustrated. First, the happiness. Amat, how lovely to see you! Congratulations on getting onto the A-team. We're so proud of you. Just think, we've had you running about here for so many years. You can't imagine how much we boast about you to the neighbours. Your mum must be so proud of you. Before Amat has time to reply, she moves straight on to the frustration. I'm afraid Zacharias isn't home. He's gone to play computer games with some friends, several hours away. Can you imagine? What on earth's the point of that? Amat takes a deep breath. because he's very fond of Zacharias' parents. But he says firmly, "Zach isn't playing games with some friends. It's a huge competition. He qualified ahead of thousands of other players. You should come and watch him with me." Zacharias' dad is standing further back in the hall. He doesn't want to insult Amat, but can't help snorting. "It's good of you to stand up for him, Amat, but playing computer games isn't a real sport." Amat fixes his eyes on him. "All through our childhoods, Zach and I have competed to see who could turn professional first. He's going to win. If you aren't there to see it happen, you'll regret it for the rest of your lives." He turns and walks down the stairs before they have time to answer. When Zacharias walks into the vast hall where the competition is taking place, several hours away from Beartown, Amat is there to watch. Not a big army, but an army nonetheless. The floor where the computers are lined up is surrounded by tall banks of seating, full of spectators. There are screens hanging from the roof and music thundering from the loudspeakers. "It's almost like hockey," Zacharias' father concedes in amazement. He and Zacharias' mother caught up with Amat at the railway station. They drove here together instead. The parents walked in reluctantly, not really understanding any of it. But before the competition is over, the people around them will be cheering and applauding what Zacharias has done. When he wins, Amat will yell out loud, and his parents will follow his example. A stranger in the row in front will turn around and ask Zacharias' mom, "Do you know him?" "He's my son!" Zacharias' mum will exclaim. The stranger will nod and look impressed and will say, "You must be incredibly proud of him." It's not that important. It's only a sport. A different sport. Kira Anderson's own mother once said to her, "The hardest thing about having a family is that you're never finished." Kira can't quite forget that, as she and her colleague furnish their office, chase clients, and try to recruit staff, negotiate with the bank, and worry about money. Kira's phone keeps ringing the whole time. She looks at the photograph of the children on her desk with the same silent questions as always. For whose sake do you have a career? Is it worth all the sacrifices? How are you supposed to know that in advance? Peter Anderson comes home to an empty house. Kira is at work. The children are out with friends. Peter makes a meal for himself and eats it watching a hockey game on TV. His phone is silent. When he accepted the job of general manager all those years ago, he used to hate the sound of it ringing because it never stopped, not even when he was on vacation. Now he misses it. Maya Anderson puts the key into the lock and walks into the hall. Her dad gets up from the couch and tries to hide how happy he is not to have to be home alone. Maya is exhausted after her martial arts training, but when she sees the look on her dad's face, she goes to get her guitar. They play 3 songs together in the garage. Then the daughter asks, "Has Mum told you? About music school?" Peter looks surprised, then embarrassed. Your Mum and I, we haven't had much time to talk lately." Maya fetches the letter. "I can start in January. It's a long way away. I'd have to move and I'd need to borrow money, but Mum said it was okay." Peter doesn't succeed in his attempt not to fall apart. "I just want you to be happy, Pumpkin. Just happy," he manages to say. "You know what, Dad? That's all I want for you, too," his daughter whispers. Leo Anderson is walking alone through Beartown. He isn't going anywhere particular, has no plan. He's just walking about. When he's grown up, he'll remember this as the winter when he was desperate for something to feel passionate about. Everyone else seems to have something they love unconditionally. His dad has his club, his mum her new business, and Maya her music. Leo wants something of his own. Perhaps he'll find it. Perhaps that's another story. But this evening, when he comes home, his mom is still at work, and his big sister has gone to bed. His dad is sitting in the living room watching television. Leo hangs his coat up, considers going straight to his room, like anyone else who's only just become a teenager. But this evening he goes into the living room instead. He sits down next to his dad. They watch a hockey game together. I hope you know how much I love you, his dad says during one of the breaks. I know, Dad, I know. Leo grins and yawns, as if he takes that for granted. Peter can't help hoping that he might have done something right as a parent after all. They're both asleep on the sofa when Kira comes home. She covers the pair of them with blankets. You're never finished with a family. 46. We'll say it was a road accident. Have you ever seen a town fall? Ours did. Because sometimes it's so easy to make people hate one another that it feels incomprehensible that we ever do anything else. This has been a story about ice rinks and all the hearts that beat in and around them, about people and sport, and how they sometimes take it in turns to carry each other, about us dreaming and fighting. Some have fallen in love, and some have been destroyed. We've had good days and some very bad ones. Beartown has cheered, but it has also started to smoulder. Things were heading toward a terrible explosion. A few girls made us proud, a few boys made us great. A car drove too fast through the night. We'll say it was a road accident, but accidents are quirks of fate, and we will know that we could have prevented this one. This one will be someone's fault. Many people's fault. Our fault. Hockey is hockey, a game, make-believe. When winter comes to Beartown and Hid, it's dark when you set out for work and dark when you come home. The staff in the emergency room of the hospital in Hid pass the time the way everyone else does. They talk hockey. Everyone is looking forward to the next game. Some support the red team, some the green team. There are doctors and nurses who can barely talk to each other. As the season has progressed and both teams have won all their other games, the next encounter between Beartown ice hockey and head hockey has become more and more important. The club that wins could get the chance of promotion to the next league. The one that loses may not even exist next season. Things can turn that quickly. We try to tell ourselves that hockey is only hockey, but of course it never is. One doctor mutters that money is ruining the sport. One nurse gives a long speech in the staff room about how the fat cats in the association keep coming up with impossible financial demands on smaller clubs. Agents are sucking the market dry. The sponsors are just playing around, and games are decided in boardrooms rather than on the ice. Someone reads an article from a paper in which a sports commentator far from here predicts that teams such as Beartown and Hid will end up as feeder clubs for the bigger teams in a few years' time. Feeder clubs? As if we're going to be slaves to the big cities? Someone else snarls. If only Beartown had shut down, we could have concentrated all our efforts on one club. Which prompts the reply, why should we shut down? Why don't you shut down? The hospital staff start to argue and fall out, just like everyone else around here. But then something happens, the way it always does where they work. An alarm comes in, there's been an accident, injured people are on their way. They forget about hockey games and club loyalties. Everyone in the emergency room works together, fights together, comes together as a team. They'll do their utmost to save the lives of everyone brought in by the ambulances tonight. It won't be enough. If Anna and Vidar had been an ordinary love story, perhaps they could have lived their whole lives together. Perhaps they would have gotten fed up with each other, broken up, or perhaps they would have kept on falling in love with the same person. An ordinary life is long if you live it together with someone else. But the thing about being an unusual teenager is that sometimes you just want to be an ordinary teenager. Anna is lying in bed. Vidar is lying quietly beside her. She's like Minecraft to him. He can concentrate when she's with him. "Do you want to go to a party with me?" she whispers. "What?" "You heard." "What sort of party?" "There's a party in one of the cabins at the campsite tonight. I heard about it at school. You don't have to come, but I just want to go to a party and feel normal, just for a while." "Okay," Vidar says. "Okay," Anna repeats. He grins. "Are you deaf or something? Okay." She laughs. They kiss. It feels perfectly normal. Perfectly normal and perfectly wonderful. They go to the party. It feels normal, at least for a while. But then Vidar goes to the toilet, and the guy who comes up to Anna at the bar is from Hid, so he doesn't know who she is. Perhaps he doesn't even know who Vidar is. Anna tries to be pleasant. She turns down the drink the guy offers her and moves the hand he puts on her hip. The guy from Hid proudly shows her the tattoo of a bull on his arm and says he might be playing on the A-team next season. Anna pushes him away when he starts whispering in her ear. She tries to move away. He grabs hold of her arm and laughs. "Come on, don't be such a stiff, live a little." He wraps his arms around her waist. He doesn't even see Vidar walking across the room. He doesn't see the black look in his eyes, the lowered brow as he pushes through the crowd. Vidar doesn't notice who he pushes aside or shoves into the tables around him, but Anna sees. She knows how simple it ought to be to get out of the situation. Let the guy from Hid know he's touched the wrong girl, picked an argument with the wrong guy. It would be so easy. But Anna has never done anything the easy way in her life. So she twists out of the guy's grasp, leans her upper body back, and headbutts him. She hears a crunch when her forehead hits his nose. He falls screaming to the floor. Anna feels blood drip down her face, doesn't know whose it is. The guy's friends are standing a few feet away. They're as shocked as everyone else. So Anna knows she has only a couple of seconds to act. She sees Vidar storm through the crowd with a murderous look in his eyes, and Anna does the only thing she can do, given that she is who she is and loves someone like him. She takes aim and punches Vidar right in the face. The room falls silent. Anna hits him again, harder, and Vidar stumbles backward. Then she grabs him by the arm and runs for the door. She drags him into the forest with her and runs until no one at the party will be able to find them. "What's your problem?" Vidar shouts, when Anna finally stops among the trees. She feels almost guilty when she sees the way his face is swelling up, but she snaps. "You know what my problem is? Guys! Goddamn guys! You're my problem! What have I done now, then?" She's sobbing with rage now. "You would have killed him! If I hadn't got you out of there, you'd have beaten him to death and been sent to prison, and I—" She's gasping with angry pent-up tears. Vidar stands in front of her, with a split lip and an eye that's swelling up a bit more with each breath he takes. "I was just trying to help you. What is it with guys? Why do you think we want you to fight over us the whole time? Why do you think you have to do everything violently? What the hell's wrong with you?" "I don't know," he admits. Anna starts laughing. "I love you. Is that why you hit me? Yes." Vidar scratches his ear. "Do you have to love me quite so hard?" "I don't want to be on some crappy pedestal," she snaps. "A what?" "I don't want you to fight for my sake. I don't want you to do things for my sake. I just want you to believe in me. I don't want you to take me places. I want you to back me up so I can get there myself." "Okay. What do you mean, okay?" "Okay, okay. Okay. I love you too. You're so stupid." Her hand hurts so badly that she feels like curling up and howling. He leads her over to a snowdrift and makes her stick her hand in it. She screams. He tries to explain. "You shouldn't hit someone like that. You need—" he begins. But she snaps. "Don't you dare tell me how to punch you." "Okay." It's just possible that there are more normal love stories. The next day, Vidar comes to Anna's martial arts training. He doesn't say anything, just drags 6 wooden pallets in from the yard and piles them on top of each other to form rough steps. Then he goes and stands on them. "What's that?" Anna wonders irritably. "A pedestal," Vidar tells her. "Who for?" she asks. "Me?" he replies. She starts to laugh, but he's serious. "I'll stand tall if you stand tall," he says. She stops laughing then and kisses him. Normal love stories have never held any appeal for her anyway. How it started? We're never going to stop arguing about that. Perhaps it started with that guy from Hid who was trying it on at a party with a girl from Beartown and ended up with a broken nose. Perhaps he bore a grudge. Or perhaps it began much earlier, at that first hockey game of the autumn where the Hid supporters chanted terrible things about Benjamin Ovich. Perhaps some people in Beartown were unable to let go of that, especially after Hid won the game. Or perhaps it started one morning in early winter, when someone left a bloody bull's horn outside the doors of the arena in Hid. It wasn't even real blood, probably just a stupid joke by some drunk teenagers. But not everyone in Hid saw it that way. One evening not long after that, a guy from Beartown was standing in line at a pizzeria in Hid. His girlfriend was from Hid and was waiting for him at home. Some guys from Hid were standing farther back in the line and started chanting those same words. One of them leaned forward and shouted them straight in his ear. Another yelled that he should "fuck off home" and "leave women from Hid the hell alone." The guy from Beartown turned around and told them to go to hell, and the guys from Hid knocked the pizzas out of his hands. The staff managed to get between them before there was any serious trouble, but perhaps that was how it started. Unless it started with all the rumours about the hospital and the factory, when everything became a fight over jobs. Once upon a time, people used to worry that the politicians would try to merge Hid and Beartown to form a single larger town. But now they worry that there might not even be enough room for two small ones. Soon after the incident with the bull's horn outside the arena and the tussle in the pizzeria, Hid hockey and Beartown hockey's 9-year-olds met at a tournament some distance away. The game was evenly matched, the boys were wound up, and when one of the 9-year-olds from Hid started to chant, "Queers! Sluts! Rapists!" a fight broke out among so many of the kids that their parents had to jump onto the ice to help the referee break them up. One father from Hid and another from Beartown tried to separate their sons, and one of the fathers thought the other grabbed his son a bit too hard. The dads started shouting, then jostling each other, and soon it was the kids who were trying to stop the adults fighting, rather than the other way around. Around the same time, two older men started to squabble in the waiting room at Hid Hospital, because one thought he was having to wait longer than the other. The second man muttered, "Bloody Beartown bastards! Build your own hospital. Stop coming here to use up our health service." Perhaps none of this would have mattered if it hadn't all happened during the same autumn and winter. Perhaps it wouldn't have escalated if there hadn't been a natural opportunity for all those people to meet in the same ice rink again before the year was out. But of course there was. Another hockey game between Hid and Beartown. One morning, not long before the game, two men drive from Hid to the factory in Beartown to apply for jobs. They've been unemployed for a long time. They both have children. And when the factory's new owners offered them interviews, it was like a gift from the gods. They park the car outside the factory. When they get back to it after their interviews, they find it's been smashed to pieces. The doors have been kicked in, and a large tree branch has been shoved through the windshield. There aren't any witnesses, of course, even though some men in black jackets are standing nearby. Among the broken glass on the driver's seat is a note reading, "Beartown jobs for Beartown people." Perhaps that was how it started. Unless it started when a small group of men from Hid met up soon after that to discuss how to get revenge. They want to hurt the pack. They want to take something the men in the black jackets love away from them. "I want to set fire to their goddamn homes," one of the men from Hid mutters at that meeting. Perhaps he doesn't mean it literally. But one of his friends replies, "Then that's what we'll do." 47. A love story we will never forget. It's hard to keep a secret in the locker room, any sort of secret. In the arena in Hid, practices are getting more and more tense. Everyone in there has stopped referring to Beartown inhabitants as people, increasingly preferring to use terms such as the Greens, or the baby bears are going to get slaughtered, or the bitches, or the bastard fags. William Leet might have been expected to be one of the loudest voices, but for some reason he's becoming quieter and quieter. When his teammates ask why he's being so quiet, he says he's just trying to focus on hockey. He has no better answer. Something odd has been happening to him this autumn and winter. The more everyone has started to hate each other, the more fed up he is with himself. He has been angry for so long, angry at hockey, angry at school, angry at home, that in the end perhaps he simply doesn't have the energy to carry on being so angry. "Focus on your hockey," his mom said, patting his head tenderly. So that's what he's done. He's distancing himself more and more from the rest of the team, training harder on his own. He meets a girl from Head and starts spending his evenings with her. One day, David calls him into his office. He gives him a note with a phone number written on it, belonging to a scout for one of the elite clubs several divisions above Head. "They're interested in you. They want you to call them." As William stares at the note, David walks around the desk and puts his hands on his shoulders. "I've seen you focusing more on your hockey recently, William, and noticed that you've let go of all that other nonsense outside, the fighting and so on. That's good. That's why this club is interested. You can be something, William. You can go a long way. But you know, I'm going to fight to keep you playing for me. I think you'll be ready to be captain next season." Then David says something terrible, something that completely destroys a young man who's scared of showing his feelings. "I'm proud of you, William." William walks straight out of the office and calls his mother. It's hard to keep a secret in the locker room, so everyone congratulates William when he comes back. He's proud, obviously, but he also notices that they stop talking when he's around. He realizes that they're talking about something they don't want him to hear. After practice, there are 2 cars parked outside the ice rink, containing young men with bull tattoos and hooded tops. A couple of William's teammates, the ones who are young enough to want to fight and not good enough at hockey to have anything to lose, walk straight to the cars. "Where are you going?" William asks. One of them turns around. "The less you know, the better, William. You're too important for the team to be involved in this. We need you on the ice." "What the hell are you planning?" William asks, confused. The men with the bull tattoos don't reply, but one of the guys from the team is too excited to stop himself, so he shouts, "We're going to see how well bearskin burns!" The cars drive off, leaving William standing there alone. When the police question them afterward, the men from Head will have 1,000 excuses. Someone will say they didn't mean to set fire to the whole building. They just thought the door would burn and they'd have time to put it out before it was too late. One will say they just wanted to make a point, and another will say it was only supposed to be a joke. None of them knew there was an apartment above the Bearskin pub, or that Ramona was asleep up there. Megan Leet picks her son up from Head ice rink, just as she does after every practice. She has sandwiches and protein smoothies with her. She puts his bag in the trunk, plays his favourite music all the way home. But he doesn't say a word. "What is it?" his mom asks. "Nothing. It's nothing. I'm just nervous about the game," William mumbles. He pretends it's true, and Megan pretends to believe him. They don't want to hurt each other's feelings. They have dinner and listen as William's father talks about his day at work. Laugh when William's sister talks about her day. She unscrewed the lids of the salt cellars on the teacher's lunch table, so they fell off when the teachers tried to season their lunch. William taught her that. Megan tries to scold her, but the girl's laughter is so infectious that she doesn't have the heart. Today, more than usual, William watches his parents as they eat and chat. He's well aware of what people in this town say about his family, that his dad is so cheap he cries when he takes a shit, and that his mother is a crazy hockey mum. That might be true, but there are other things that can be said about them too. They've never had anything handed to them on a plate. They've had to fight for everything. And they want to give their children all the things they themselves never had. Power over their own lives without having to struggle every day. Maybe they go too far sometimes, but William is only too willing to forgive them. This world isn't built for kind people. Kind people get exploited and crushed. William just has to look around Beartown to see that. After dinner, he watches a cartoon in his sister's room. When she was born, the doctors said there was something wrong with her. There wasn't. She's just special. People keep wanting to describe her using the name of her condition, but William refuses. She is who she is. The kindest person he knows. When she falls asleep, he goes down to the basement to do some weight training on his own. But those words are gnawing away at him. "We're going to see how well bearskin burns!" He can't let go of them. So he puts on his tracksuit and tells his mom he's going out for a run. Megan Leet hopes it's because her son is nervous. After the door closes behind him, she goes straight to the kitchen. She always worries about her children. Whenever William isn't home, she channels her anxieties into making food. "Say what you like about Megan Leet, but she's a good cook," people say. The fact that they feel the need to preface the sentence with, "say what you like," doesn't bother her. She knows who she is. She fights for everything she's got. She ends up making a pasta salad, then some potato salad. "No one can make so many salads out of things that aren't supposed to be salads as you, Mom. You can make any vegetable unhealthy," William usually says with a grin. She stays awake until he gets home, worrying the whole time. William runs through Beartown. Suddenly he realizes that he's wearing his red tracksuit with the bull on the chest. Even he appreciates what a stupid provocation that is around here right now. He turns to run home and get changed, but stops when he notices the smell. It catches in his nostrils. Something's burning. The smoke doesn't wake Ramona. She wakes up to find someone tugging at her. Ramona may have drunk 1 or 2 late-night snacks, so she reacts the way she always does when someone wakes her. She flails her arms, yells obscenities, and tries to find a solid object to use as a weapon. But when she sees the flames licking the walls and hears the shouting from the street, she opens her eyes and finds herself staring into Elizabeth Zackles. The hockey coach may be bad with feelings, but she's still capable of getting nervous. She couldn't sleep tonight, was thinking too much about the upcoming game against Head, so she went out jogging. She saw some men running away from the bearskin, saw the fire take hold. Most people would probably have called the fire department and waited out in the street. No one normal would have run into the burning building, but of course Zackle isn't normal. When she sinks down onto the street outside, coughing and gasping for breath, Ramona stands beside her in her nightdress, muttering, "You do that for a few plates of potatoes, girl? What the hell would you have been prepared to do if I'd given you some meat?" Zackle coughs and laughs. "I have to admit, I'm starting to get a taste for beer. Vitamins are important." People come running from all directions, no one faster than Timu. He throws himself into the snow and wraps his arms around Ramona. "There now, lad, calm yourself down. Everyone's still alive. It's just a few flames," Ramona whispers, but he can feel her shaking. "Oh, your pictures of Holger!" Timu exclaims, getting to his feet. Ramona has to hold him back. That's how much she loves the boy, that she's prepared to hold him back, to stop him rushing into the fire, to rescue the photographs of her dead husband. But she can't hold Timu hard enough to stop him from doing what happens next. No one can. The whole of Beartown is awakened by the fire. Cries spread through the town faster than drums, faster than sirens. Everyone's phone rings. Everyone's door opens. Benji and his sisters come racing down the street. His sisters run toward the bearskin. People have started to form a chain to pass buckets. Cars are bringing tanks of water and hoses. But Benji stands still, because he realizes that this isn't a coincidence. It never is. So Benji tries to find a perpetrator, and all he can see is the red tracksuit. William Leet is standing a short distance behind everyone else, closer to the forest, alone and shocked, with his hand over his mouth. Benji rushes straight at him. For a moment, William thinks he's going to attack him. But Benji stops abruptly, as if he's realized something. People are running back and forth across the road. There are sirens in the distance now, on their way through the forest. Benji turns to William and snarls.
You and me. No. For real. No friends, no weapons. Just you and me.
William could have protested, could have tried to calm Benji down and explain that he had nothing to do with the fire. But Benji is too wound up now to believe that. And perhaps William still hates him too much to back down. So he merely whispers, "Where?" Benji thinks for a moment.
The running track on the heights. No people, even ground, lights.
William nods stiffly. So I won't have any excuses afterward, you mean? Benji's actions have always been worse than his words. For that reason, his reply is particularly loaded.
There won't be an afterward for you, William.
They run to the jogging track, through the whole town. They've done it 1,000 times before. When they played hockey on the same team, they used to compete in every training session. Benji could never let William be best at anything. He used to take things from William that he didn't even want. Now, as they run with snow up to their ankles, they're those same boys again. They even run a few feet apart, as if Kevin was still running between them. When they reach the running track on the heights, they stop and catch their breath for a few seconds. Thick clouds billow from their mouths. Then, still wearing his red tracksuit, William rushes straight at Benji, who's standing there waiting in his green shirt with his fists clenched. No friends, no weapons, just the two of them. A bull against a bear. Spider and Woody find Timu outside the bearskin. Their first instinct is to help put the fire out, to protect people. This pub is their home, more than their homes have ever been. But Spider whispers in Timu's ear.
We know who they are, those bastards from Head. Woody's girlfriend saw them through her kitchen window. They left their cars down by the supermarket. If we set off now, we can catch up with them.
When the men in black jackets pull away from the crowd outside the bearskin and run toward Timu's Saab to hunt the enemy through the forest, hardly anyone notices them. The only person watching is a teenage boy, Leo Anderson. He follows them. William and Benji don't pull their punches. Their blows are frenzied. They're both so strong that their faces are bloody after just a few seconds. William lets out a yell every time he swings and lands a punch, from a mixture of exhaustion and fury. He's taller than Benji, the only advantage Benji has never been able to take from him, and can punch downward while Benji has to punch up. It's harder to punch upward. They swing wildly at each other for what seems an age, until lactic acid forces them both to back away, gasping for air, streaming with blood. Benji has lost a tooth, and William can hardly see with his right eye.
Were you in love with him?
He suddenly snarls.
What?
Benji shouts, spitting blood onto the snow. They're standing a few feet apart, their lungs heaving. William puts his hands on his knees. One of his fingers is broken, and his nose is bleeding like a tap. He lowers his voice as pain and exhaustion hit him.
Were you in love with Kevin?
He pants. Benji says nothing for several minutes. He's got blood in his hair and on his hands. It's impossible to tell where he's bleeding from and where he's just wiped it off.
Yes.
It's the first time in his life that Benji has admitted that. William closes his eyes and feels his nose throb, and he tries to breathe through it.
If I'd known that, I wouldn't have hated you so much, he whispers.
I know, Benji says. William straightens up, stands with his hands by his sides, his tracksuit top torn and stained with sweat.
Do you remember that summer, when we were little, when it rained non-stop for a whole month, when the ice rink flooded?
Benji looks surprised, but nods slowly.
Yes.
William wipes his nose with the back of his hand.
You and Kevin were always out in the forest in the summer, but when it rained, you both used to come to my place and ask if we could play hockey in the basement. I don't know why you didn't go back to Kevin's, but Kev's parents were having their house renovated that summer.
Benji reminds him. William nods in acknowledgement.
Oh yeah, that was why. We played hockey in my basement every day that month. And we were friends then. You were okay. We didn't mess with each other.
Benji spits more blood on the snow.
We slept on mattresses on the floor, so we could start playing the moment we woke up.
William's smile is heavy with missed opportunities and lost years.
When other people our age talk about their childhoods, they always seem to remember the sun shining the whole time. All I remember is constantly hoping for rain.
Benji stands still. In the end, he sits down in the snow. William doesn't know if he's crying. Doesn't know if it shows that he is. Then the two men go their separate ways. Not as friends, and not as enemies. They just go their separate ways. It's late by the time Maya and Anna finally stop training at their martial arts club. Far too late, in Maya's mother's opinion, but she still picks her daughter up without protest. She offers Anna a lift, but Anna shakes her head secretively, and Maya teases her. She's going over to Vida. It makes Maya so happy, because that's the kind of thing ordinary 16-year-old best friends do. Tease each other about boys. Maya gets into the Volvo, waves to Anna through the rear window. Vidar is waiting at the edge of the forest. He and Anna walk hand in hand through the night. He's humming and whistling. He can't stop drumming his fingers against his leg. And if they had lived a whole life together, perhaps Anna would have started to get irritated by his lack of impulse control. But right now she loves it. And the fact that all his emotions live inside him in the same way, instantly. If they had lived their whole lives together, perhaps they would have gone walking in other places. Perhaps in sunshine in some other country. Perhaps they would have moved away from here and started again somewhere else, grown up and built a home together. Perhaps had children, aged, and grown old together. Anna stands on tiptoe to kiss him. His phone rings. She notices the smell of smoke. When she sees the sudden look of horror on Vidar's face and he starts to run, she doesn't try to stop him. She runs alongside him. A white car is driving along the road far too fast. The men from Head inside it are little more than boys. Can we forgive them for that? How old do we have to be held accountable for our actions, even when the consequences end up being so infinitely worse than we imagine? When the Saab appears in the rearview mirror and the men in the white car realize that they're being pursued, they panic. They speed up. The Saab behind them does the same. The driver of the white car takes his eyes off the road, and a moment later the headlights of a third car shine through the windshield and dazzle him. It's a large Volvo heading the other way. The white car skids on the snow. The men from Head inside it scream. The tires lose their grip on the road. Thousands of pounds of metal take flight, just for a moment, hanging silently in the darkness. Then comes a collision so terrible that we will never really stop hearing it. Kira and Maya are sitting in the Volvo. They've just left the kennels when Kira's phone rings. It's Peter. He's already run into town.
"The bearskin's on fire! I don't know where Leo is!"
he roars. The kennel is located a fair way into the forest. There are only two routes back to Beartown. The ordinary winding road that all normal people use, but also a barely maintained track through the trees with no lighting that's occasionally used by hunters. The track leads directly to the main road that runs between Beartown and Hid. Never have a mother and a sister driven down that track faster than they do tonight. A few minutes later, the Volvo slides out of the forest with its engine roaring, down onto the main road. Some way down the road, an old man is driving toward them from Hid and blows his horn angrily. Kira couldn't care less. She puts her foot down. Then she sees the white car. It's coming toward them far too fast. Maya lets out a scream before Kira has time to react. The driver of the white car loses control, and the car skids across the road. Kira slams on the brakes, steers the Volvo toward the ditch, and throws herself across the seat to protect her daughter. The white car loses its grip on the road, takes off, and smashes into a tree. Leo Anderson is running through the forest, darting between the trees to get there before the cars. He isn't fast enough, thank God. He isn't fast enough. There's an old man who's a regular at the Bearskin. He usually sits with 4 other old men arguing about hockey. His eyesight isn't good. The other old men sometimes swap his spectacles for cheap reading glasses to make him think he's gone blind when he puts them on. As Ramona usually snaps, "So if he does go blind, how the hell is he going to know about it?" The old man is wearing his own glasses tonight, but still can't see well in the dark. He tried saying that to the staff at the hospital. His wife isn't home tonight, and his children have long since moved to bigger cities in search of better jobs and sushi bars, and whatever the hell else young people want from big cities. And the old man woke up with a pain in his chest. So he got into his car and drove from Beartown to Head, and sat for several hours in the hospital before finally being told that it was nothing to worry about. Probably just indigestion. "Have you ever considered drinking less alcohol?" the doctor wondered. "Have you ever considered a lobotomy?" the old man wondered, and told the doctor off for making him wait so long. "He doesn't see well in the dark. He promised his wife he wouldn't drive tonight." "We're understaffed," the doctor says. The old man drove away, feeling aggrieved. "What sort of crappy hospital is this, anyway?" Then, when he's driving back from Head to Beartown, some crazy woman in a Volvo suddenly appears out of the forest and pulls out right in front of him. She's evidently decided to take a shortcut to town, and the old man brakes and blows his horn and flashes his headlights, but of course the stupid woman doesn't care. That's just how people drive these days. The Volvo is driving so fast that soon the old man can only just see its rear lights. Snow is blowing hard against the windshield. It's dark. The old man curses and squints through his glasses. He doesn't even see exactly what happens next. He has no chance to react. The stupid woman in the Volvo suddenly brakes and lurches toward the side of the road. 2 cars are approaching from the other direction. Perhaps the old man has time to see that the first one is white. It leaves the ground, rolls over, and smashes into a tree with horrific force. The car behind it is a Saab. The old man might have time to notice. It was evidently pursuing the white car, because it brakes sharply and slides across the entire width of the road, and Timu, Spider, and Woody throw the doors open and leap out. The old man probably recognizes them from the Bearskin. The old man brakes, but it's snowing, it's dark. Even if the brakes do all they can, perhaps no one could have stopped at that distance, not in this weather. Perhaps it isn't anyone's fault. The old man isn't wearing a seatbelt. He's driving an old car, has old eyes. He passes the Volvo and then wrenches the wheel as hard as he can as he swerves past the Saab. He doesn't have time to see what he hits. Never hears the thud on the hood of his car. He's already hit his head on the steering wheel and lost consciousness. Kira throws herself out of the Volvo, runs around the car, and pulls Maya from the passenger seat. That's the mother's first thought, to get her daughter away from the road, protect her. They're hugging each other tightly in the ditch when a third person embraces them, hard, as if he thinks they'll leave him forever if he lets go. It's Leo. Anna and Vidar are running through the forest, faster than either of them really has the energy for. If they had lived a whole life together, perhaps they might have enjoyed competing against each other. If they had had children, they would probably never have stopped arguing about which of them was fastest. They hear the crashes from down on the road and change direction instinctively, running toward the noise. Vidar hears Timu's voice, then Spider's and Woody's yelling, "Call an ambulance!" and "Watch out!" Vidar and Anna's fingertips nudge each other one last time. Theirs is no ordinary love story. They may have loved each other for a shorter time than many of us, but they've loved harder than most. "It's on fire!" Anna cries as they reach the road. On the far side, they can see that a car has smashed into a tree, its front end crumpled around the trunk. The people inside are unconscious. Smoke is seeping out of the gaps in the hood. Anna shouts again, "It's on fire! It's on fire!" Then she runs. Vidar tries to stop her, but she's already out of his reach. because she's been raised by a dad who told her, "We're not the type who let other people down, you and me." So she runs toward the burning white car, straight across the road. The old man driving back from hospital in Hid doesn't see what he's heading toward until it's too late. He passes the Volvo and swerves around the Saab, braking as hard as he can. Anna is in the middle of the road. Vidar runs, shouts, but everything happens too quickly. So Vidar throws himself forward and shoves Anna out of the way. Because he's the sort of person who lacks any impulse control. He can't help himself saving the life of the person he loves. Anna rolls into the ditch, gets to her feet in the snow, and lets out a howl. But the person she loves isn't there to hear it. The old man's car is skidding too fast, it hits with full force, and the body slams onto the hood. Vidar Rinius dies the same way he lived, instantly. Theirs was a love we will always remember. 48. Oh God, oh God, oh God, my baby. Have you ever seen a town fall? Ours did. Have you ever seen a town rise? Ours did that too. Have you seen people who usually can't agree on a damn thing, be it politics, religion, sports, or anything else, come rushing from all directions to help one another put out a fire in an old pub? Have you seen them save one another's lives? We did. Perhaps you would have done the same thing. Perhaps you're not as unlike us as you think. We did our very, very best. We gave all we had that night, but we still lost. There are many beautiful trees in Beartown. We sometimes say that's because a new one grows every time we bury someone. That's why the births are listed alongside the deaths in the local paper. So we never run out of either trees or people. It doesn't matter. We don't want a new tree, another person. We just want this one back. Oh God, oh God, oh God! Vidar's mother screams when she collapses into the arms of the men standing in her kitchen, drowned in tears. The men have no words. They're tumbling into the same darkness as she is. Vidar's mother lies on the floor wailing inconsolably. My baby, where's my baby? Where's my baby? Where's my baby? Where's my baby? Bloody kids. How often does a mother think that, while her children are growing up? Bloody kids. How much does she have to shout at them? How many times does she have to tell a young boy to do even the simplest little thing, like tying his shoelaces? Tie your laces, she says. Does the boy listen? Of course not. Tie your laces before you trip, she says. You'll end up falling and hurting yourself. You'll hurt yourself. Bloody kid. Leo didn't tie his laces properly that night. If he had, he would have been a few seconds quicker through the trees, out of the forest, onto the road. He would have been there when the car arrived. Just a few seconds. Just one shoelace and a badly tied knot. So Kira falls asleep on Leo's bed that night, and he doesn't make her go away. And what an incredible gift that is to a mother from a teenager. They both wake up when Maya creeps in and curls up beside them. Kira holds her children so hard that they can't breathe. Bloody kids. Bloody, bloody, bloody kids. When Vidar was little, he didn't seem to be afraid of anything. All the other children had nightmares and wanted the light left on, but not him. When he and Timu shared a room and had a bunk bed, Vidar insisted on sleeping on the bottom. It took Timu several months to realize why. He woke up one night and heard Vidar crying, so he jumped down and forced him to explain why. Eventually the little boy, no more than 5 or 6 years old, said he was convinced that there were horrible monsters that came into the house at night. So why the hell do you want to sleep in the bottom bunk then? Timu asked. Vidar sniffed. So the monsters will get me first, and you have time to escape. He couldn't help himself. Ever. The path back to normal life is indescribably long, once death has swept the feet out from under those of us who are left. Grief is a wild animal that drags us so far out into the darkness, that we can't imagine ever getting home again, ever laughing again. It hurts in such a way that you can never really figure out if it actually passes or if you just get used to it. Anna sits on the floor outside Vidar's hospital room all night. Timu and his mother sit on either side of her. They hold Anna's hands, unless she's holding theirs. 3 people loved Vidar Rinius so much that they wouldn't have hesitated to change places with him if they could. That's not a bad achievement for anyone. One day, they might be able to think that thought without falling apart. A boy has died tonight, an old man too. A mother and a brother and a girlfriend sit in a hospital. An old woman goes home to a house that will never stop feeling empty. 2 men from Het will go to prison for arson. One of them will probably never walk again after the car crash in the forest, and some of us will never believe that's anywhere near enough of a punishment. Some of us will say it was an accident, some that it was murder. Some will think it was only those men's fault. Others will say that more were responsible, that it was many people's fault, ours. And it's so easy to get people to hate one another. That's what makes love so impossible to understand. Hate is so simple that it always ought to win. It's an uneven fight. Spider and Woody and the men in black jackets sit in the waiting room at the hospital for almost 24 hours. They're surrounded by men and women, old and young, in white shirts, green t-shirts. They stay long after the doctors emerge with somber faces to shake everyone's hand and convey their condolences, as if Vidar won't be properly dead until they leave the hospital. No one in either town will know what to say. Sometimes it's easier to do something instead. When the cars leave the hospital in Het, Timu and his mother drive at the back of the convoy, so at first they don't understand why everyone is slowing down. Not until they look at the trees. Someone has knocked the snow from the bare branches and hung thin strips of fabric all the way back. It's no big deal, just strips of fabric fluttering in a forest in the wind. But every second one is red, and every second one is green, so that the families in the cars will know that Beartown isn't grieving alone. When Timu and his mother get home, there's someone sitting on the steps waiting for them.
Is that Kira Anderson?
Timu's mother wonders. Timu gets out of the car without saying anything. Kira doesn't speak either. She just stands up and goes inside with them, goes straight to the kitchen, and starts to clean and make food. Timu takes his mother to the bedroom and sits with her until the pills grant her the respite of sleep. He goes back out to the kitchen. Kira hands him the brush, without a word. He washes. She dries. 49. Everyone gets a stick, 2 goals, 2 teams. Life is a weird thing. We spend all our time trying to manage different aspects of it, yet we are still largely shaped by things that happen beyond our control. We will never forget this year, not the best of it and not the worst. It will never stop influencing us. Some of us will move to different places, but most of us will stay. This isn't an uncomplicated place, but when you grow up you realize that nowhere is. God knows, Beartown and Het have plenty of faults, but they belong to us. This is our corner of the world. Anna and Maya are training in the barn up at the kennels, hour after hour. Things aren't good. Things will never be all right for either of them again, but they will still find a way of getting up each morning. When Anna falls apart and just screams and cries, Maya holds her best friend tight and whispers in her ear, "Survivors, Anna, survivors. We're survivors." Early one morning, as soon as the sun has struggled above the horizon, there's a knock on the door of a mechanic's workshop. It's the middle of winter, toward the end of a childhood. And when Bobo opens the door, he finds Benji, Amat, and Zacharias standing outside. They go down to the lake with sticks and a puck and play together, one last time, as if it were all just a game and nothing else mattered. In 10 years' time, Amat will be a professional player, playing in huge arenas. Zacharias will be a pro as well, but in front of a computer. Bobo will be a father. By the time they finish playing down on the lake, it's almost dark again. Benji gives the others a brief wave and shouts goodbye, as if they're going to see each other tomorrow. Head Hockey plays Beartown ice hockey for the second time this season in a game that means absolutely everything and nothing at all. In the kitchen of a house up on the heights, Megan Leet is making pasta salad and potato salad. She places them in big bowls and covers them with plastic wrap. She doesn't know if she's a good or a bad person. She knows that most people assume that they're good, but she never has. She has always seen herself first and foremost as a fighter, for her family, for her children, and for her town. Even when this town wants nothing to do with her. Sometimes good people do bad things out of good intentions, and sometimes the reverse happens. She takes her salads and drives through the town, past the ice rink, and out along the road. She stops outside the home of the Rinius family and knocks on the door. Say what you like about Megan Leet, but she's someone's mother as well. It's nearing the time for the puck to drop in the rink. All the players should be in their own locker rooms, but despite this, William Leet is heading the other way along the corridor. He stops in the doorway and waits until Amat and Bobo catch sight of him. "Have you got any more of those?" he asks quietly. Amat and Bobo look confused, but one of the older players understands what William means. He fetches a black armband, the sort all the Beartown players are already wearing, and hands it over. William pulls it on over his sleeve and nods his thanks. I'm truly sorry for your loss. Our whole team is." The Beartown players nod curtly in response. Tomorrow they'll hate each other again. Tomorrow. Benji stands outside the ice rink for a long time. He's smoking in the shade of some trees, his feet deep in the snow. He's played ice hockey his whole life, for so many different reasons, for so many different people's sake. Some things demand our all, and choosing this sport is like choosing a classical instrument. It's too difficult just to be a hobby. No one wakes up one morning and just happens to be a world-class violinist or pianist, and the same applies to hockey players. It takes a lifetime of obsession. It's the sort of thing that can absorb your entire identity. In the end, an 18-year-old man is left standing outside an ice rink thinking, "Who can I be if I'm not this?" Benji doesn't play this game. He's already far away when it starts. The coach of Head Hockey seeks out the coach of Beartown Hockey in a corridor. Elizabeth Zackel looks surprised, and David gestures toward a shy 17-year-old behind him who's carrying his bag over his shoulder. David has an entire speech prepared in his head, one that's supposed to sound grown-up and understanding, and just right in light of all the terrible things that have happened. But his lips refuse to let it out. He wants to be sensitive, or at least to sound sensitive. But sometimes it's easier to do things than to say them. So he nods toward the young man. "This is our backup goalie. I think he can become a damn fine player with the right coach and, well, he doesn't get much time on the ice with us, so if you—" "What?" Zackel wonders, not taking her eyes off the 17-year-old, who's refusing to look up from the floor. David clears his throat. "I've called the association. Considering the circumstances, they're prepared to allow transfer." Zackel raises her eyebrows. "You're giving me a goalie?" David nods. "Everyone says you're good with goalies. I think you can turn him into a fantastic player." "What's your name?" Zackel asks, but the goalie merely mutters something in the direction of the floor. David coughs awkwardly. "And the guys in the team call him Mumble, because that's all he ever does." He's right. The boy will become a damn fine goalie, and he'll never utter an unnecessary word. Elizabeth Zackel takes an immediate liking to him. He comes from Head, but he will play for Beartown for almost 20 years, never for any other club. And one day he will be more of a bear than anyone else in the eyes of the fans. But he will never wear number 1, because that's Vidar's number. He will write the number 1 on his helmet instead, and the Black Jackets will always cheer extra loud for him because of that. David shakes his hand, and the 17-year-old goes into the locker room. David shuffles his feet awkwardly, then plucks up the courage to ask Zackle, "How's Benji?" Zackle's lower lip quivers almost imperceptibly. Her voice trembles ever so slightly. "Okay. I think he's going to be okay." She, too, will save a jersey with the number 16 on it, on all her teams, for as long as she's a coach. She and David look each other in the eye, and Zackle says, "Give us hell out there on the ice this evening?" David smiles. "You give us hell." It's one hell of a game. People will talk about it for years. Timu comes to the kennels on his own. He's carrying an envelope, and he climbs up to join Benji on the roof. Timu hesitates, then sits down next to him. "Are you going to the game?" Timu wonders. Benji's reply isn't contrary. It actually sounds almost happy. "Nope. Are you?" Timu nods. He'll never stop going to watch hockey. Some people might think the sport would remind him too much of his little brother now, but in actual fact, for long periods of Timu's life, it will be one of the few places where he can bear to remember Vidar, where it doesn't hurt. "You're going away, aren't you?" he asks eventually. Benji looks surprised. "How do you know?" Timu's eyes flash for a moment. "You look the way I hoped Vidar would one day. Like you're thinking of getting out." Timu looks as though the slightest puff of wind could blow him to pieces. Benji passes him a cigarette. "Where would you have liked Vidar to go?" Timu blows smoke through his nose. "Anywhere he could have become something more." "What are you planning to do?" Benji takes a deep drag on the cigarette. "I don't know. I just want to find out who I am if I'm not a hockey player. I don't think I can do that if I stay here." Timu nods seriously. "You're one hell of a hockey player." "Thanks," Benji says. Timu gets up quickly, as if he's worried the conversation might go in a direction he's not ready for. He drops the envelope into Benji's lap. "Spider and Woody read something online about there being a rainbow fund that collects money for, people who've been assaulted and imprisoned and shit in other countries because they're..." He falls silent. Benji looks at the envelope and whispers, "Like me?" Timu looks away, stubs out the cigarette and coughs. "Well, the guys decided they wanted the money we had in the kitty at the Bearskin to go to that. So they wanted to give it to you." Benji swallows, feeling crushed. "So, you want me to give the money to that rainbow fund because I'm one of them?" Timu has already started to climb down the ladder, but he stops and looks Benji in the eye. "No. We want you to give them the money because you're one of us." Ramona is stomping around inside the Bearskin, drinking her lunch and directing the workmen with plenty of ripe swearing. Peter Anderson walks in, looking just like the boy he once was whenever he came to collect his drunken dad. "How's it going?" he asks, looking around at the renovations. Ramona shrugs. "It smells better after the fire than it did before." Peter smiles weakly. So does she. They're not ready to laugh yet, but at least they've started to move in the right direction. Peter takes such a deep breath that his pupils quiver before he says, "This is for you, in your capacity as a board member of Beartown Ice Hockey." Ramona looks at the sheet of paper he puts down on the bar without saying anything. She has a pretty good idea what it is, so she refuses to touch it. "There's a whole heap of dreary old men in smart jackets on that board. Give it to one of them." Peter shakes his head. "I'm giving it to you, because you're the only person on the board I trust." She pats his cheek. The door to the bearskin opens. Peter turns around and sees Timu in the doorway. The two men instinctively raise their hand toward each other, as if to indicate that neither of them wants any trouble.
I can come back later,
Timu offers. No, I was just leaving anyway, Peter insists. Ramona snorts at the pair of them. Shut up, both of you. Sit down and have a beer. On the house. Peter clears his throat. I take a coffee. Timu hangs his jacket up.
Me too.
Peter raises his cup in a vain attempt at a toast. Timu does the same.
Honestly, men,
Ramona mutters irritably. Peter looks down at the bar when he says, I don't know if this makes it better or worse, but I think Vidar could have gone a long way as a hockey player. Maybe all the way. He was very good indeed.
He was an even better brother,
Timu says. Then he smiles. So does Ramona. Peter clears his throat. It's a terrible loss. Timu turns his coffee cup, watching the small ripples on the surface. You and your wife lost your first child, didn't you? Peter takes a deep breath and closes his eyes. Yes, Isak.
Do you ever get over it?
No. Timu turns his cup around.
So, how the hell do you go on living?
He asks. You fight harder, Peter whispers. Timu raises his cup in another toast. Peter hesitates for a while before finally saying, I know you and your guys have always seen me as an enemy of the pack. Maybe you were right to. I don't believe violence has any place around sports, but I'd like you to know that I understand that not everything in life is uncomplicated. I know it's your club too. I'm sorry about the times when I went too far. Timu's fingernails click sadly against the porcelain cup.
Politics and hockey, Peter. They should never come anywhere near each other.
Peter takes a deep breath through his nose. I don't know if it's any use to you, but Richard Theo tricked me. He's just playing people like you and me off against each other to get power. And people like him don't just want control of the hockey club. They want control of the whole town. Timu scratches his stubble absent-mindedly, a man with nothing left to lose.
If they want us, they're going to have to come and get us.
Peter nods. He still doesn't know who he's most scared of, the hooligans with tattoos or the hooligans with ties and suits. He stands up and thanks Ramona for the coffee. She's holding the sheet of paper, but waits until he's left before reading it. It's Peter's resignation letter. He's no longer general manager of Beartown Ice Hockey. He no longer works there at all. Ramona pushes the letter across the bar. Timu reads it, drinks his coffee and says,
Peter's an ass. But he kept the club alive. We won't forget that.
There isn't an ass on the planet who doesn't have someone who loves them, Ramona replies. She raises her glass, Timu raises his cup, and they drink a silent toast. Then he goes to the game. Later that evening he eats pasta salad and potato salad with his mom. Richard Theo is working alone in his office in the council building. Outside the flags are flying at half-mast. Maybe he cares. Maybe he doesn't. Maybe he regrets some of the things he's done. Maybe he just tells himself that in the end he will have done more good than harm in the world. Because he is convinced that only someone with power can influence politics. So it isn't enough to have good intentions. You have to win first. At the next council election, he will promise investment in better fire safety measures in the historic buildings in the heart of Beartown, in the vicinity of the Bearskin pub. He will also promise to lower the speed limit on the road between Beartown and Hid, so that the tragic road accident will never be repeated. He will canvass for law and order, more jobs, better healthcare. He will become known as the politician who built the preschool in the ice rink, and the politician who saved both the financing of Beartown ice hockey and jobs in the factory. Perhaps he even saved the hospital in Hid. Of course, one day people in this town will realize that the new owners never had any intention of keeping the factory here. They will move it somewhere where property prices are even cheaper and wages even lower, as soon as that becomes the more profitable option. It won't make any difference to Richard Theo, because before the next election, documents will be leaked to the local paper showing how senior councillors have been misusing taxpayers' money for years. Hidden subsidies and loans have found their way into the pockets of the fat cats on the boards of the hockey clubs, and illegal investments made to support the construction of a conference hotel in conjunction with the council's application to host the World Skiing Championships. Within no time at all, a scandal will blow up, in which influential local politicians have been bribed by wealthy businessmen. It doesn't matter that the female politician who is the current leader of the largest party has never been involved in the misuse of funds. She'll still end up having to spend the entire election campaign answering questions about corruption. Her husband and brother just happen to work for one of the companies implicated in the bribery scandal. They later turn out to be completely innocent, but it will be too late by then. Because once the word corruption appears alongside the female politician's name in newspaper headlines enough times, most people will conclude she's bound to be corrupt too. She's just like all the others. On the other side stands Richard Theo, and he doesn't even have to be perfect. All it takes is for him to be different. So he will end up winning the next election, because that's what men like him do. But he won't win the next time around, because men like him don't do that either. Today, he leaves the council building earlier than usual. He has a long drive ahead of him this evening, all the way to his brother's home down in the capital. Richard Theo's nephew turns 6 tomorrow, and ever since the boy was little, Richard Theo has called him every night to read him a bedtime story over the phone. The stories are almost always about animals, because Richard Theo and the little boy both love animals. Tomorrow, on the boy's birthday, they are going to go to the zoo, see the bears and bulls. Kira Anderson and her colleague are in their new office. It's cramped and full of boxes, and they're stressed and exhausted. They've managed to take a few big clients with them, but they're having far more trouble recruiting good staff. No one is willing to take a chance on working for a startup, especially not in this part of the country. There's a knock on the door, and Kira's colleague hopes it's one of all the lawyers she's interviewed coming back to say that he or she has had a change of heart. She cheerily throws the door open, but finds herself looking at Kira's husband. "Peter, what are you doing here?" Kira blurts out farther inside the room. Peter swallows and rubs his sweating hands on his jeans. He's wearing a white shirt and tie. This will probably sound stupid, but I saw on the internet, well, a lot of companies have an HR department these days, human resources. They deal with recruitment, training, staff welfare. His tongue sticks to his palate. Kira's colleague is trying not to laugh, without much success, but she fetches him a glass of water. Kira asks, "What are you trying to say, darling?" Peter steadies himself. "I think I could be good at that human resources thing. It's like building a team, holding a club together. I know I haven't got the right experience for your company, but I've got other experience." Kira's colleague scratches her hair. "Sorry, but I don't get it, Peter. What are you doing here? Isn't Beartown playing a game right now?" Peter rubs his hands on his jeans again. He looks Kira in the eye. "I've resigned from Beartown ice hockey. I'm here looking for a job." Kira looks at him for a long time, blinking hard. She wraps her arms tightly around herself. "Why do you want to work here, of all places?" she whispers. He straightens up. "Because I want us to have more than a marriage. I want us to help each other to become better people." When 2 teams, one red, one green, finally skate out onto the ice to play their game that evening, there are people missing, both on the ice and in the stands. People everyone has always taken for granted. But everyone else is there, from 2 towns with 1,000 different stories. Even so, the Beartown ice rink is completely silent. The seated area is sold out, but no one's talking, no one's clapping or chanting. In one of the standing areas is a crowd of green-clad figures, and in their midst stands a motionless group of men in black jackets. They're not chanting. It's as if they want to, but can't summon up the energy. Their lungs are empty, their voices inadequate. Even so, a chant suddenly rises up toward the roof. Their chant. "We are the Bears! We are the Bears! We are the Bears!" It's coming from the other end of the rink, from the other standing area. The red-clad fans are chanting it. All of Hid's fans have grown up hating Beartown ice hockey, and tomorrow they'll do so again. They're not going to stop fighting each other. The world isn't going to change. Everything is going to carry on as usual. But today, one single time, their sad voices rise up to chant their opponent's song as a mark of respect. "The Bears from Beartown!" It's a single, brief token of respect. Just words. The ice rink is quieter than ever afterward, and then it feels as though it never will be again. At first there's no noise, and then it's impossible to hear anything but an explosion of pride and love as an entire town tries to tell everyone that it's still here, that it's still standing tall, that it's still Beartown against the rest. When the people in the green stands containing the black jackets start to sing, they sing loud enough for it to be heard all the way to heaven, so that he knows how much they miss him. And then we do what we always do around here. We play hockey. Maya's mom gives her a lift to the train station. She waits by the entrance as her daughter goes up the steps and looks along the platform until she sees what she's looking for. He's sitting on a bench. "Benji?" she says quietly from a distance, as if calling an animal she doesn't want to startle. He looks up, surprised. "What are you doing here?" "Looking for you," Maya says. "How did you know I was here?" "Your sisters told me." He smiles, radiantly. "They're very untrustworthy, my sisters." Maya laughs. "Untrustworthy as hell." The sleeves of her jacket are slightly too short. She's gotten taller this year without her jacket realizing it. 2 fresh tattoos are visible on her lower arms. One is of a guitar, the other a rifle. Benji nods. "I like them." "Thanks." "Where are you going?" she asks. He considers his reply for a long time. "I don't know. Just somewhere else." She nods. Hands him a piece of paper containing a brief handwritten text. "I got into music school. I'll be moving in January. I don't know if you'll be back here before then, so I just wanted to give you this." While he reads it, she starts to walk back towards her mum's car. When he's finished, he calls after her. "Maya!" "What?" she shouts back. "Don't let the bastards see you cry." She laughs with tears in her eyes. "Never, Benji, never." Perhaps they will never meet again, but she wrote all the biggest things she feels for him on that scrap of paper. "I wish you courage. I wish you rushing blood. A heart that beats too hard. Feelings that make everything too hard. Love that gets out of control. The most intense adventures. I hope you find your way out. I hope you're the kind of person who gets a happy ending." The sun will make its way up over our town again tomorrow, incredibly. A young woman named Anna will dig deep enough within herself to find the strength to go on living. Because people like her always do, somehow. A few months from now, a long way away in a big city, she will compete for the first time in her sport. Jeanette kisses her forehead in the locker room. Maya stands beside her, punches Anna's gloved hands with her own clenched fists and whispers, "I love you, you idiot." Anna smiles sadly and replies, "I love you, you moron." She has the same tattoos as Maya on her lower arms, a guitar and a rifle. Anna's father is standing outside the locker room. He's still trying. When Anna steps into the ring to confront her opponent, a section of the audience stands up, as if on command. They don't shout out, but they're wearing black jackets, and they all put one hand very briefly on their hearts when she looks at them. "Who are they?" the referee asks in surprise. Anna blinks up at the roof. She imagines the sky beyond it. "Those are my brothers and sisters. They stand tall if I stand tall." When the fight begins, Anna has just one opponent in the ring. It doesn't make any difference. She could have been facing 100 of them. They wouldn't have stood a chance. And the sun rises. Tomorrow. Again. A boy from the Hollow. A boy named Amat. A boy everyone thought was too small and weak to be really good at hockey, will run all the way along the main road to the NHL. He becomes a professional on the ice, and his childhood friend Zacharias from the next block becomes a professional in front of a computer screen. Some of the girls and boys they grow up with will take the wrong path. Some will pass away too soon. But some will find their way to lives of their own. Big, proud lives. None of them ever forgets where they came from. A dad named Hogg goes on repairing cars in a garage, fighting for his children, taking each day as it comes. They visit Anne-Katrine's grave each morning. His eldest son, Bobo, who can pull axes from car hoods, but has still never really learned to skate well, gradually becomes good friends with a hockey coach who's bad at emotions. Zachel makes him her assistant coach. He does a hell of a good job at it. Ramona rebuilds her pub. When it reopens, everyone in Beartown and a fair few of the bastards from Head line up for hours to go in and buy a beer and leave their change in an envelope with the words, "The Kitty," written on it. Beartown's hockey coach eats her potatoes free of charge for the whole of the next year. But she has to pay for her beer. "This isn't a damn charity, you know." In one corner sit 5 old women. At the bar sit 4 old men. It isn't always easy, but if you say that to them, they'll reply that it's not supposed to be. Alicia, 4.5 years old, will turn 5. She's in the ice rink every day, but she will still stand in an old man's garden from time to time and slap pucks into the wall next to his terrace, and one day she will be the best. When spring comes, 3 grown men meet one Sunday afternoon in the parking lot outside the supermarket. Peter, Tails, and Hogg. They have slightly less hair and slightly larger stomachs now than when they last played together 20 years ago, but they have their hockey sticks and a tennis ball with them. Their wives and children carry out one net, laughing and shouting cheeky challenges to their dads as they carry the other. Then the families start to play, as if nothing else mattered. Because it's a simple game, if you strip away all the crap surrounding it, and just keep the things that made us love it in the first place.